Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Secondary Mental Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Toshinori stands on the rooftop, feeling the wind push against his hair and tangle it even further than before, and considers the boy in front of him. Midoriya Izuku, as he had introduced himself, has freckly cheeks that emphasize his soft doe-eyed face under his mop of hair. Honestly, he looks more like an anthropomorphic puppy than a possible hero, especially with that ridiculous yellow cardigan underneath his unbuttoned school jacket. He stands proudly, if a bit shakily, and tries to meet Toshinori's eye despite the 2-foot height difference. "Can I be a hero?" he had asked, and despite the nervous trembling, Toshinori can't find the strength to gently dismantle that child's dream. Then again, the kid has said that he's aiming for UA, and if he still doesn't have a quirk? Toshinori stops that thought before he can finish it. No way. This kid is a complete stranger. Still, it can't hurt to be a little more open towards someone who knows his secret, now, can it? Toshinori slumps against the fence of the roof and pulls his t-shirt up. Though he's torn his eyes away, he can still hear Midoriya's gasp as the kid sees the scar. "Yeah, it's not pretty," Toshinori sighs as his middle finger traces the rough scar tissue. "Even with my quirk, I got this scar, and lost my stomach and a lung." He drops the shirt, letting it hang like a dress. When Toshinori looks up again, he intends to tell Midoriya that being a hero is impossible without a quirk, but the kid's already muttering about something. Judging by the amount that the scar has healed, especially with the fact that you could have reopened it multiple times, it doesn't seem as if it was acquired any longer than 5 years ago, mumbles Midoriya, his words half-garbled. That would line up with the time where you fell out of the spotlight for several months, though you still somehow retained your place as the top hero. "Huh, I guess that's why you stopped working with Sir Night-Eye, since he must have been concerned over your health and that it could have negatively affected your ability to save people. Also, your public appearances have been dwindling recently, but I don't think anyone else has noticed because nobody said anything on the forums, but I've noticed because I have literally nothing else going on in my life, and I guess it has something to do with your different forms. I guess you can only maintain being muscular for a limited time, otherwise you wouldn't have been in such a hurry, and oh my gosh, I was being so rude by not letting you leave. Oh no, I'm rambling, I'm so sorry, All Might." Well, there really isn't much to say to that. Or, rather, there is, but Toshinori can't find the words. This kid just generated a monologue wherein he gave a brief overview of Toshinori's life. That's, well, kind of scary. Midoriya starts bowing ridiculously low, his shoulders shaking as huge sobs rack through his body and corrupt his apologies into unintelligible nonsense. Not really knowing what else to do, Toshinori kneels in front of him and places a hand on his shoulder. It's like flicking a switch. Immediately, Midoriya turns silent, though thick tears still run down his cheeks. He sniffs quietly, staring at Toshinori with an expression somewhere between a small child seeing All Might for the first time and a petty thief also seeing All Might for the first time. His lips tremble soundlessly, and Toshinori takes the opportunity to find some words. "It's all right, young Midoriya," says Toshinori, hoping that he doesn't give the kid a heart attack by addressing him by name. "I'm mostly surprised that you figured out that much just from seeing my true form. It's not just that. I also research a lot about heroes," he blurts, before flushing red and slipping into a deadpan tone. "I have absolutely nothing better to do with my life." At that, Toshinori can't help but splutter out in laughter. "Well, everyone needs a hobby, I suppose." Midoriya tilts his head, staring at Toshinori with wide green eyes. "What's your hobby?" "Well, this is embarrassing. Saving people," he says. "Saving them, helping them, anything. It's the only thing I really enjoy doing." "I used to like helping people," nods Midoriya. "Things happened though, and now I'm scared too. If I was a hero, I could help people without being scared." And here they are, back at the beginning. Toshinori half expects to find his last unbloodied tissue in his pocket, but he used it when his form had deflated just now. Midoriya's face is firmly tense, with his eyes begging for an answer, any answer. Kid, I don't know if that's a good idea. Even with my quirk, I ended up like this, he says, gesturing down his side. And that's how he should leave it. He should tell Midoriya Izuku that he can't be a hero, and maybe offer up police work like some kind of consolation prize. Still, a distant voice in the back of Toshinori's mind berates him for his own hypocrisy, and even though it's probably only a little sympathy for the boy whose tears still haven't dried, it sounds so much like Shimura Nana that he can't help but listen to it. You, young Midoriya, are smart, he continues, and Midoriya's glistening eyes widen. You are smart and quite clearly very driven. It's no guarantee, but it could be possible for you to achieve your dreams. Midoriya's responding smile is so bright that it could illuminate the entirety of Mizudafu, so Toshinori can't help but return it. He should leave and take the sludge villain that he just captured to the police, but Midoriya's contagious joy makes him hard to leave. After a few moments of awkwardly shifting from foot to foot, Toshinori decides to ruffle the shock of green curls on the boy's head, privately marveling at its softness, and turns away to walk back down the stairs. He hopes that it isn't considered strange to want to meet the boy again. Even with determination, it would be difficult to become a hero without any powers. Luckily for Midoriya, he might not be left quirkless for long. The sludge is filling up his lungs, and all that Katsuki can think is that he's going to die here. He's tried fighting. No sheet, he's tried fighting. Katsuki is the #1 at everything he tries, including fighting, but this is more difficult than making Deku sheet his pants in terror. This is an actual FING villain. The heroes are supposed to sort this out, so where the F are they? Why is he stuck with his sweaty palms being forced and warped into useless fists? It's awful to be faced with his own mortality. What the hell? He's supposed to go to UA. He's planned everything. He's got a great life ahead of him, because he's the one with the excellent quirk, and he's always going to win. But against this sludge, his explosions putter and hiss like a faulty car engine. He's going to die here. And isn't it shitty how the sludge forces its way up Katsuki's nostrils, plugging his nose with the stench of sewage? Isn't it shitty how when he can't hold his breath any longer, his mouth forces itself open and he's forced to swallow down slime in order to catch a single breath? His whole body is encased in this gloopy sludge, like thick pudding filled with crap, and he no longer has the freedom of movement to even recoil a millimeter. His ears are covered to the point where he can no longer hear anything but the blood pounding in his brain and the wet squelching of this villain. Still, his eyes are wide open, still desperately trying to find something to take advantage of. Maybe he can still do something. Maybe by some dumb twist of fate he won't die here. Yeah. Because, even deaf to the world, he can see these heroes watch on, praising his quirk and hoping for the best, when Katsuki is clearly FNG suffocating here. People, civilians, they're filming this sheet, like it's some kind of entertainment. The filthy little assholes watch from the safety of the crowd, all lined up for when Katsuki's body gives out and becomes a skin puppet for this slimy BSRD, all ready to be eaten alive like FING finger food. Don't bother trying to help, Katsuki had once said. You'll only ever bring me down. If his mouth wasn't already full of slime, for once, he'd eat his FING words. All of them had better die. If Katsuki's going to be a murder statistic, he's going to well be the star of an entire mass homicide. He's not going to come in dead last to a bunch of assholes who didn't do jack shit. Dead last. He's going to die here. And then, someone runs out through the crowd. Someone with hair like overgrown moss and that FANG yellow cardigan. Deku flings his bag at Katsuki, or maybe it's at the slime a-hole, because there's a dull squelch that gives Katsuki room to breathe for a moment. Kaken! Deku's dumb voice cries out. His hands scrabble against Katsuki's chest, pulling away pieces of slime in a pathetic attempt to help. What the actual F-dash? He couldn't save himself, but somehow, Deku can? Is this just a hallucination in his final moments, where his life flashes before his eyes? Is this death, come to take him into the next life already? And why the F would it look like Deku, of all the shitty extras? Why the hell are you here? He shouts. At least he tries to. It comes out as more of a choking noise, with all the slime stuck in there. For a second, Katsuki thinks that Deku is going to announce, "I'm here to rescue you." Like some shitty space fantasy protagonist, as if Katsuki would ever need rescuing by Deku. He could have got out fine by himself. He could have. Deku's eyes are madly wide, staring straight through Katsuki like he's nothing at all. What the conceited prick. I don't know, my legs just moved by themselves. Deku yelps. Then his face turns teary, with those shitty crocodile tears that he always puts on. And your eyes, they seem to be crying for help. And then, the sludge is forcing itself back into his mouth, and over his eyes, and Katsuki prepares to let go of his final spark of hope. Despite all of the humiliation, and despite Deku's shitty face that he'll never escape from, he still wants to live. He's not finished yet. A hand reaches out, clasping through the sludge and around Katsuki's forearms. It's so inhumanly strong, but the heroes had already decided to not step in and to watch someone with actual skill and promise die. So who dash? As Katsuki is yanked out from the shitty-smelling sludge, he blinks in the light and sees, "Holy F-dash, that's All Might." And he's talking to Deku, of all the FING people in the world, and saying some shit about how he's been FING inspired, and how he has to put his life on the line. Like All Might can be killed, All Might always wins. Katsuki, though he can't seem to breathe, knows that he is safe now. Even as a few heroes praise him for his strong quirk, like it was useful in the end, and the rest yell at Deku for being a useless sheet, there's still something in Katsuki's mind. And there's probably still some sludge in his lungs, but he'll be fine. Thing is, Deku probably thinks he's some kind of hotshot, now with distracting a villain for a few seconds, even though Katsuki's beaten the shit out of him multiple times. And well, that's obviously a FING mistake, isn't it? Katsuki is going to win, and Deku will watch and weep. The obvious solution is to walk home as normal. Walk across those familiar streets, and shrug off the heroes who try to help him, and just try to go back to his room and sleep, and maybe see if he'll escape the shame. But first, he has to corner Deku outside their homes and give it to him straight. If he doesn't, then Deku's still gonna be stupidly stuck up his own butt, like he's special. He's going to think that he saved Katsuki's life or something, which he didn't, because All Might did. It's fine if All Might had to save him, because nobody else is stronger than him. Oi, Deku! Yeah, that got his attention. Like a deer in the headlights, hugging a charred notebook against his chest, but he's definitely paying attention. I didn't need your help and I wasn't asking for it, he growls. Deku'd better feel intimidated by this. He's keeping quiet, they both are. If someone looks outside to see what all the noise is, then they might get recognized now. I'm not gonna thank you or anything, so you'd better not be expecting that. I won't lower myself that far. And of course, Deku looks like he wants to talk. He always wants to talk. He always wants all the FING attention, like he's ever done anything to deserve it. Katsuki keeps talking. Deku's not going to get a word in edgeways, if he has anything to say about it, and guess what? He does. I don't owe you for getting in my way, you quirkless shitstain. But that'd better be good enough. Before Deku can respond and make it all about him, Katsuki turns to walk home. Just so nobody thinks he's weak or some shit like that, he makes sure to stomp down on the ground with each step. Nobody's going to win against him. Izuku takes a deep breath, letting the cool evening air fill his lungs, before he exhales in what could be called a sigh of relief. He no longer has to worry about the eyes watching him and judging every move, from picking his nose to a sudden leap for joy. He can fiddle with the cuffs of his cardigan, now, and hum, and rock backwards and forwards on his heels, all without being mocked. The best thing is that he doesn't have to let go of his dreams, though. He can stand here for a moment, and take in the air of a quiet road filled with homes. He can breathe in the smell of a nearly distant city. He can hear the sound of footsteps. Wait, footsteps? Damn it. He should really get home. If Izuku has to interact with another person today, he'll probably end up crying. A familiar voice announces, am here. Well, he sure is. All Might is right there. Coughing up blood like, oh crap, All Might is coughing up blood. This thought accurately translates itself into speech as Izuku says, oh my gosh, All Might, you're coughing up blood. All Might gives a grin and a peace sign, which would be honestly more reassuring if his teeth weren't covered in blood. Everything is all right. This is normal. Really? Izuku blinks skeptically. It doesn't seem normal. Well, it is normal for me, says All Might, his smile becoming more strained as his form deflates like a sad pool floaty. I'd go into further detail, but I'm afraid that I don't have the stomach for it. Izuku laughs, half because of the overwhelming anxiety at seeing All Might again after a rather eventful day, and also because it's actually pretty funny. But is it? Isn't it kind of rude to laugh at someone else's misfortune? But isn't it also rude to not laugh at a joke? It takes Izuku biting his own tongue for him to realize that he has somehow been managing to maintain mumbling and an awkward laugh for at least 20 seconds. Wow, Izuku might have just made this really awkward. It's not like that's anything new though. He's talked to girls before, and that's honestly never gone well. Of course, that doesn't mean that he can talk to boys. All Might isn't a girl. Izuku just can't talk to people of any gender, ever. Just imagine any person in the world. Izuku can talk to none of them without sounding like an idiot. Luckily, All Might's lack of muscles doesn't hinder his lack of conversational ability. Listen, young Midoriya, he says. His voice is slightly less booming in this form, but it doesn't make the sound any less comforting. I wanted to thank you, and well. He coughs, holding a fist over his mouth, then his throat bobs. Did he just swallow his own blood? It has been a long time since I've remembered why I became a hero, says All Might. I've spent years watching my body rot away, and trying to find the reason why I used to smile genuinely. Izuku can feel his cheeks heat up from All Might's stare. On some level, he feels as if he should have expected this, though it does seem really conceited to think that. You have changed that. All Might's voice pierces through Izuku like a needle, like the springtime air had suddenly turned into a snowstorm. When you protected your friend, you ran in almost carelessly. My boy, what were you thinking? Now, Izuku's cheeks burn with embarrassment. I didn't, he mumbles, looking at his shoes. All Might leans in huge and skeletal and, despite all logic and rationality, completely non-threatening. What was that? Izuku looks up, and a tear of humiliation rolls down his cheek. He wipes it away with his school jacket sleeve, and starts to rub at his cardigan's cuff. I didn't think, he repeats. My legs moved before I could think. What's All Might going to do now? He has to know that Izuku has already been scolded by Desudagoro, Kamui Woods, and Backdraft, along with who knows how many other heroes. He's not going to take back what he said on the roof, is he? Because that might have been the first time that Izuku has felt like his only desire in life has been more than a pipe dream to waste away after. Even though it was only just more of a positive non-answer, a shoot for your dreams instead of an are you certain, it still meant the world to Izuku. He isn't ready to let go of being a hero yet. Of course you didn't. All Might laughs, booming and comforting. His voice quiets, and a smile plays over his thin lips. Young Midoriya, every hero has a story, the one where they first save someone. And I bet that if you ask any one of them, they'll say the same thing. That they moved without thinking. Honestly, All Might, that was kind of stupid of me. I just ran in without a plan past hoping for the best, blurts Izuku, before he covers his mouth and blushes yet again. He'll match his favorite pair of shoes at this rate. To be honest, he rather wishes he was wearing them right now. He's been wearing an old pair of sneakers that are honestly about to fall apart for the past few weeks, so that he can keep the red ones in as pristine a condition as possible. All Might just grins. All it means is that your first instinct when you see someone in need is to help them. It isn't stupid at all. Well, Izuku doesn't really have a response to that, except even more blushing. Then again, he doesn't really need to talk, because All Might still hasn't finished speaking. It's not like Izuku can complain, after rambling to All Might's face about something or other. It's already embarrassing to remember. The reason I followed you, young Midoriya, is because you have a lot of potential as a hero, says All Might. My time is limited, but yours is just beginning. Unfortunately, without a quirk, it is nearly impossible to become a hero. Izuku's toes curl in his shoes, all but those traitorous outermost toes that, though unjointed, are still absolutely useless. Of course. He's probably got something useless, like sweat that tastes minty. Wait, no, that's just really gross. Either way, if it hasn't shown up yet, it most likely never will. Imagine, All Might's voice implores, and the familiar tone makes Izuku obey mindlessly. Imagine a quirk that stockpiles power. Imagine that it takes the strength of its user. And imagine, young Midoriya, that the quirk can be passed on, that it can accumulate generations of strength from year after year, ever since the beginning of this quirked society. And Izuku does imagine. Already, countless theories are flurrying around his head, desperately hoping, and only his logic reins it in. It can't be. He can't let it be. All he can do is trust All Might, and hope that he isn't being mocked yet again. That quirk is called One for All, says All Might, and it is the quirk that I hold. No way. This is just one thing. It's not complete confirmation. It's just, All Might doesn't stop. With my body like this, I have no choice but to look for a successor. Midoriya Izuku, you have proven yourself to be a hero. Will you take One for All, and fight for the peace of the world? There's no way that this can be real. Izuku bites his tongue and scrunches his eyes shut, so all he can focus on the sharp pain and watch the phosphine swirl in a dull rainbow. When he opens his eyes, though, and lets his jaw hang loosely, All Might is still there, watching expectantly. All Might, with his explosion of a scar, and the smile that sparked Izuku's true life, and the quirk that has saved uncountable amounts of people. The symbol of peace, who fights to protect. All Might, with those words that are always the same, and which have saved Izuku's heart. Even just a piece of that legacy is enough to cling to, but All Might's quirk? A quirk that can enable Izuku to help people? This could all be an elaborate prank, though. People could hate him enough to want to make him feel this humiliated, right? Those thoughts are quenched by the feeling of joy still running through his veins, though, because he can be a hero. His knees grow weak and his chest becomes heavy. All Might wouldn't lie. All Might is amazing and great, and everything that is good about not only heroes but humanity itself. And that hero stands in front of Izuku, a clear but unreadable look in his eyes, and he offers Izuku the chance to follow. He asks Izuku to become a hero. Without thinking, Izuku speaks through tears that could quench droughts. Words are forced out through his choked throat with an almost affected clearness. Of course. Thank you. Oh my gosh, All Might, thank you. This is a new record. Just 10 minutes into All Might's training regimen, and Izuku already wants to just straight up die. He's just going to lie down on the pavement, cry, and wonder what possessed him to buy these neon orange shorts. They're just making him look like an idiot. Everyone is going to look at him and think, wow, what a weird loser with no fashion sense, and they'll post pictures on the internet, but it'll be okay because Izuku will be a corpse, and therefore less worried about the assumptions of humans. Young Midoriya? Oh yeah, and All Might is here, just doing his thing. Ugh, he's going out of his way to train Izuku to be a good vessel for One for All. If there's anything scarier than being judged as worthless by strangers, it's being judged as worthless by All Might. And that's just amazing that All Might isn't a stranger, but it's also kind of debilitatingly terrifying, because All Might isn't a stranger, and he doesn't fit into any of the categories that Izuku has managed to fit people into before. Namely, those are strangers, judgmental with no reason, danger level assessed on a case-by-case basis, people at school, constantly watching him to see him mess up, and have succeeded in seeing roughly 90% of Izuku's worst moments, and Mom, possibly the best person ever. And All Might isn't Mom. Well, that's obvious, but still, he fits closest into her category, even if it's not exactly the same. He's going to have to figure out an All Might category. So Izuku finds himself crying on the pavement at roughly 5:20 in the morning. What's worse is that this isn't even the first time, but that's beside the point. The worst part is probably that All Might is staring down at him in complete and utter bewilderment. My boy, are you okay? He asks, his voice approaching something like softness. It's gentle, though in any case. Everyone's judging me, Izuku groans. They're probably going to judge you as well because you're with me. And, we need to tell my mom, too, otherwise she'll think that you're a really gross person. All Might crouches down, and when Izuku looks at his face, he seems somehow sympathetic. I'm used to being judged, Izuku, especially as grotesque. It comes with the territory when you look like this. This is probably going to be far more embarrassing than Izuku had initially thought. I mean you know. And now he's a stuttering mess, gesturing with his fingers on the slabbed floor. Gross gross. A pigeon lands on All Might's head during the silence. Izuku's trying not to look, but he's pretty sure that the hero is blushing. Says All Might. Indeed, Izuku agrees internally. I can assure you that I do not experience feelings like... The sound of flapping wings rips through the air as All Might's head jerks back in disgust. He continues to speak with a strained voice. Like that? However, if you feel that it's for the best, then I will speak to your mother about one for all. But what about everyone else? Izuku asks, letting his face press against the pavement. What if people put pictures of me on the internet? I'll never escape from people laughing at my shorts. There's a noise like shuffling boxes and old door hinges, and when Izuku cracks open an eyelid, he can see All Might's legs sitting Saiza next to him. Young Midoriya, no one will dash, All Might stutters to a stop, sighs, and starts again. Why are you wearing those shorts, if you think people will laugh at them? Izuku pulls at his cardigan, with the sleeves tied around his waist in an awkward knot. I thought they were nice. I like bright colors. Don't you think that people might look at you, because of the bright colors? Asks All Might. Izuku flushes pink and pushes himself up into a sitting position. It would be better if he looked All Might in the eye, to prove his honesty, and to try and communicate wordlessly to be asked no more on the subject. But the anxiety constantly echoing in his mind forces him to just stare at his bare knees. He forces a smile and says, "Believe me, it really doesn't matter what I wear, All Might." By some miracle, All Might doesn't continue to ask about the shorts. By sheer bad luck, he asks something else. Why are you worried about pictures on the internet? Izuku doesn't really have the right to blink slowly at All Might to try and convey a sense of frustration, so instead he bows his head and says, quite simply, because sometimes people take pictures of me and upload them. It's never been anything too distressing, but I was a minor meme a few years ago. And wow, All Might is apparently pretty good at dropping touchy subjects. Or, wait no, he's on his phone. He's completely distracted. He's probably searching on the internet for the video, and then he'll be Wiggle Boy in All Might's eyes, and nobody but Wiggle Boy, and he won't be allowed to inherit one for all, and the government will hire a hitman to take him out so that he doesn't reveal the secret, even just accidentally. There it is, All Might says. Get up, Midoriya, my boy, I found a better place to train you, where there's barely any chance of people watching. And Mom's going to cry at his funeral and nobody else will attend because Kaken hates him. But wait, Kaken said that he owes Izuku. What if it's a life debt? What if Kaken jumps in front of a bullet meant for Izuku, but then the hitman shoots again and Izuku dies anyway? Then there will be 3 people at Izuku and Kaken's joint funeral, consisting of Mom, and Kaken's mom, and Kaken's dad. And they'll all cry, and everyone will blame Izuku for Kaken's death, and they'll desecrate his grave, and... Midoriya? Midoriya? I'm too young to die, cries Izuku, collapsing forwards onto the nearest surface. It's warm and skeletal, and it takes Izuku a moment to realize that this is All Might's chest. He recoils so quickly that he almost falls into the road, but All Might catches him before he does. Midoriya, my boy, you're not going to die, he says. Sorry, Izuku replies, pulling at a lock of hair. I guess that I just started catastrophizing in my head. At least I didn't start muttering to myself, right? All Might looks like he wants to say something, but only for a moment. Instead, he stands up, carefully helping Izuku to his feet as well. All Might, despite how frail he looks now, has the strongest, kindest grip that Izuku has ever felt. I've found a place to train you away from the general public, he says, showing his phone screen to Izuku. Honestly, I should have thought of this before. Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. Isn't that the dumping ground? All Might grins when Izuku looks up at him. So, young Midoriya, are you ready to start your training? Izuku grins, punching the air. Yes, All Might. For real this time? Deku is pissing him off more than usual. There are the obvious things, like the fact that he butted his way into Katsuki's origin story, where Katsuki himself is the only one from their shitty school to make it into UA, and where he outlasts the villain trying to kill him, and also that the whole experience hasn't affected Deku at all. But Katsuki and the rest of Arudra Middle School would have to be deaf to not realize that Izuku's muttering has been getting softer and more continuous. It's like there's constantly a fly in the classroom, buzzing quietly near the back of the room. There are no real words coming from him, just a continuous humming like a broken space heater. It makes Katsuki want to blow something up. Then there's the whole part where the faint smell of the ocean constantly follows Deku around, and it's not even the good kind, like the ones in Mom's demon candles labeled with pictures of shitty sunny shorelines. Forget calm sea breezes. Deku smells like if an oil slick jizzed itself. Plus, he's acting like he's too good to be in lessons, like he doesn't need to learn sheet, because he's always zoning out and giving a stupid yelp of surprise whenever the teacher asks him a question. It would be funny if Deku wasn't already so f***ing stupid. He'll never get a job like that. Then again, it's not like quirkless people are in high demand anyway, except for being freaks, and Deku with his lurid knitwear and neon green backpack is already well on his way to being a spectacle. He's already been trained to turn into a stuttering mess whenever he f's up, so doing tricks for treats won't be much different. That would have been true about a week ago. It's only been a month since the whole thing with the slime villain, and Deku seems to think that Katsuki is weak now. As if either of them have forgotten the past decade? But what if he has? What if the reason Deku's walking around like he's some kind of hot sheet is because he's forgotten what it feels like to be crushed under Katsuki's heel, both literally and metaphorically? Well then, that makes Deku a FNG moron. A moron that Katsuki is following home, but a moron nonetheless. Deku, he finally calls, having followed the shirtweed all the way to outside his apartment. It'd be messed up, in some pervy kind of way, if they were any other two people, but Katsuki doesn't want anything to do with that nerd except to figure out what the hell is happening. Deku's probably laughing internally, like he isn't a laughingstock by himself with the red clown shoes and that DMN cardigan. But his face is mildly surprised, instead of panicked or mocking when he turns around. Katsuki didn't know he could act. Kaken? Do you, need something? He asks, his eyes shifting from side to side. Well, I mean, you probably do, since you probably won't talk to me under any other circadash. Katsuki quiets him with a small explosion, not too loud, but just enough to make Deku jolt, wide-eyed and silent. Yeah, that's more like it. Don't forget how pathetic you are. Katsuki's making sure that Deku doesn't miss a word in that overinflated head of his, as he drawls, "What the F are you doing?" Deku has the nerve to look confused, with his mouth wobbling and pointing in the general direction of his apartment. He keeps his hands close to his body, tries to avert his eyes, and for a moment, everything is right. I was just going home? I kind of live around here. Which, already. This a-hole just keeps getting more annoying, huh? No sheet, says Katsuki. I mean, what the hell are you doing? You stink like you've been hanging out in a trash can, and I saw you getting changed for pee the other day. You're supposed to be a twig. Are you working out or something? It's not gonna make you any stronger. Deku brings his hands to his chest like some kind of anxious velociraptor and breaks into a fake smile. His eyes dart around as he replies, no? Why would I work out? I don't have any motivation to do that, right? There's no reason for me to do anything to get into UA. That FING BSTRD. Katsuki needs to tell Deku exactly what he thinks of that idea. You FING BSTRD, he yells as his sweating palms ignite. I told you, I'm gonna be the only one from that shithole school to get into UA. I mean, you can't blame me for trying, right? Deku says to his feet. If I'm quirkless, I've got no chance, right? Frankly, Katsuki has nothing to say to that, so he exhales sharply and walks away. That slippery nerd is being way too stuck up, nowadays, and he's losing face with the rest of the class. They're not respecting him as much. For FS sake, the moron who's supposed to be a teacher actually tried to scold him. Of course, he stopped after a glare, but the fact remains that he tried it. And it's all because of stupid Deku. If he's quirkless, he has no chance, but that's a hell of an if. It's the first time that Deku's ever called himself quirkless, even indirectly, and Katsuki can't stop thinking of that, for some reason. It's always been, oh, my quirk hasn't come in yet, but I'm sure it'll develop soon. Yeah. Quirkless at 5, quirkless at 50, that's what they say. Not like many of those people make it to 50 nowadays, though. People without quirks in this society are just dead weight. Everyone says that, even if it's just in private. Everyone had thought that Deku was just trying to stay away from that stigma for as long as possible, but without even coughing a spark, he couldn't keep up that farce for long. Unless, of course, he had a quirk this entire time. The worst part is that Katsuki can't even be mad. Deku hasn't lied once about his quirk, or lack thereof. In a best-case scenario, Deku is quirkless and doesn't get into UA. The worst thing that can happen is that he does have a quirk and ends up in Katsuki's class again, dragging him down for another 4 years. There's no FNG chance of that, though. There can't be any chance of that, so Katsuki opens the door with pride and confidence. "I'm back," he calls. And like clockwork, the old hag yells, "What FING bills do you think you're paying to be slamming doors? A home sweet shitty home." Izuku sighs with relief as he watches Kaken stomp away into the sunset and turns to peer at the oddly yellow bush behind the wall. "You can stand up now, All Might," says Izuku, before moving out of the way of the rapidly ascending tuft of blonde hair. All Might, bony and tired, stretches up like a well-dressed lamppost. His button-up shirt hangs off of his body at just the right size to house his more muscular form, and at just the wrong size to make him look as if he is not wearing a small tent. "I'm sorry, I just saw your friend and I panicked," the man says. "I understand why you're so concerned about appearances, and I didn't want to make life more difficult for you." Izuku feels his face heat up a little as he smiles. I don't actually think that he noticed. "So, good job on the hiding, I guess." In the distance, a bird calls. It helps to break the awkward silence. "I know that I said that you should meet my mom, but Izuku scrunches his eyes shut and bows his head. "Please don't be weirded out by her. She's doing her best and I'm kind of all that she has." A gentle hand wraps around Izuku's entire shoulder, making his eyes jolt open with surprise. His eyes settle on All Might's skeletal face, stretched in familiar smile, and Izuku feels the panic that had been threatening to build leave him like a deflating balloon. "It will be fine," says All Might. "All we're doing is explaining one for all, right?" Izuku feels his constantly aching muscles tense up, and he stares at his shoes when he says, "Yes, All Might, but it's my mom." All Might's hand squeezes with surprisingly little pressure. "I know. I'm rather afraid that she could dislike me, especially for training you to be a hero. You could get hurt or killed, and I suppose she wouldn't want you to leave her behind." "It's not even that," Izuku says, glancing up to a window with closed blinds. "It's just, well, Kaken thinks that she's weird." When Izuku looks back at All Might, the man is smiling calmly, in the way that people tend to do when they don't understand anything. "Kaken, he is the one who you saved on the day we met, right?" Izuku nods. "I don't like to speak poorly of other people, but he doesn't seem like the nicest person, from what you've told me," All Might says. "Kids can be cruel, you know." He does know. He also knows that adults are just kids who have learned to hide their thoughts. Either way, Izuku throws his hands up in an approximation of a shrug. "I don't know. The kids at school call her obsessive. I mean, no offense to them, but the kids in your school seem to be a prime example of such things," says All Might, ruffling Izuku's hair. His hand envelopes Izuku's skull, and if he wanted to, All Might could kill Izuku just by gripping too hard. Still, it's just a friendly gesture. That's all it really takes for Izuku to realize that the only way All Might will understand is if he meets Mom for himself. Well, it's time to bite the bullet, anyway. All Might walks close behind Izuku, and he can't figure out whether it feels like being shielded or scrutinized. Still, the hero's footsteps fall gently and more slowly than Izuku's own, to compensate for the difference in stride length, Izuku supposes. Up the staircases outside, that smell a bit like smoke because of the neighbors, all while All Might follows behind him, unrecognizable to the world. Izuku twists the unlock doorknob and jiggles it a bit so the door doesn't grate on the floor as it swings open. Like always, the smell of freshly made food punches him in the nose. This time, from the beef and broth smell, it seems that Mom's prepared sukiyaki. "I'm home," he calls, biting down on his tongue as he stutters. Mom's voice, just as chirpy as always, responds, "Welcome home." And Izuku is hit with a rush of nausea. It's easily explainable, of course. He's brought a weird-looking man into his house, having told Mom that he'd be bringing home a friend after school, and now he's pretending like nothing's wrong, even as his mind goes through hundreds of different possibilities. Mom might literally murder All Might on the spot. Mom might bring out the baby pictures, though, then again, the baby pictures are everywhere, in various frames and scrapbooks, or she might show off Izuku's merchandise collection. Mom might stop him from training for One for All. All might decide that Mom is a better successor than Izuku and train her instead. Mom might think that All Might isn't All Might and stop Izuku from meeting him. "So, is this your friend?" asks Mom, warmly cordial to a point where Izuku can do nothing but blink. If she was concerned, she'd bring it up right away, right? Yeah, Izuku says, staring at his socks. Unfortunately, it appears that he messed up while putting away his socks, because he's paired a tiger sock with a ragdoll one. At least they're both from the Pussycats multipack, which also explains why he didn't notice the difference in texture. Mom had splurged on the really nice, seamless edition, made with some kind of bamboo fiber. Frankly, they're the most comfortable socks that Izuku has ever had the pleasure of shoving his feet into. "Izuku," Mom says, a smile evident in her voice. "Are you going to introduce your friend and I to each other?" This is it. This is the leap of faith. Izuku takes a deep breath, preparing himself to explain every secret to his mother, the secrets that he and All Might share. Two sets of eyes bore into his skin, weighing down like sludge in his clothes. Izuku promptly chokes on air. He furrows his eyebrows in a way he hopes is pleading and stares at All Might, even as his cheeks burn with humiliation, desperately trying to communicate. And All Might, ever the hero, responds perfectly. He swells up to his hero form, bows, and tells Mom, "I am All Might. It's a pleasure to meet you, Midoriya-san." Mom covers her mouth with a hand and quietly squeals for a moment. A moment later, she bows, smiling broadly. "Welcome, All Might-san. Please, come in and make yourself comfortable." Izuku finds himself being held by his mother as she ushers All Might into the living room, rambling about how, though she would like an explanation, she is far more worried about All Might's health, and is there anything that she can do? And Izuku would say that he doesn't know what else he expected, but then again he can't remember Mom having a house guest ever before. Maybe Kaken's mother? But he'd have been a baby, or with Kaken at the time, so there's no way of telling. He can't expect anything without a precedent, and there's no precedent of either of them having friends over. Mom must be lonely. As she settles All Might, now skeletal and apologetic, into an armchair, Izuku mentally sorts out his daily routine. If he spends less time in his room, he can help Mom cook and spend more time with her that way. She'd probably appreciate that. It's not really like she does anything outside of looking after him, so the least he can do is show how much he appreciates her always being there. Now, though, he has to face the inordinate challenge of telling his mother the truth. All he can do is hope for the best, right? Midoriya Izuku had thankfully been more enthusiastic about the idea of her son getting a quirk than young Midoriya had thought, if his mumbles were anything to go by, and the shared enthusiasm between mother and child is probably why Midoriya is so enthusiastic about cleaning up the beach today. He barely stumbles as he runs through the sand, carrying old rusty freezers and broken televisions, before placing them in the back of Toshinori's pickup truck with far more care than Toshinori himself would have afforded. As young Midoriya opens the fridge in order to place smaller pieces of trash inside, Toshinori catches a glimpse of red. And maybe it isn't a good idea to have someone handling sharp, rusty metal with no protection. "You have had your tetanus shot, right?" he asks the boy, opening the left door of the truck before pausing to think. "Where did he leave it?" "Mom keeps a schedule of my vaccinations in my medical folder," says Midoriya, sounding a little absent. "We get fun band-aids." I think that I had one with Kamui Woods after that jab. There it is. Toshinori pulls the first aid kit out of the glove box and rummages around for an antiseptic wipe and a band-aid. Well, he pauses to glance at the band-aid. I have All Might band-aids if that's okay? Toshinori turns around just in time to see young Midoriya lower his wounded hand and beam as if he'd just been given the world. If All Might's smile could bring hope to everyone's hearts, then Midoriya's could create world peace in the middle of a battlefield. All Might is my favorite hero, says Midoriya, before lowering his head and shifting from foot to foot. Oh, if Toshinori could wish for anything in this moment, it would be that this boy would never feel hurt again. Still, there is an antiseptic wipe and a band-aid ready, and Toshinori has no choice but to cause more pain to protect young Midoriya from losing a finger to gangrene. He's seen some things in his line of work, and there's no good reason for Midoriya to lose a body part before his hero career even begins. So even though Midoriya winces as his hand is wiped clean of blood and grime, Toshinori remembers those agonized faces. It doesn't seem so bad to apply the band-aid after that. After Toshinori checks for any other scratches on Midoriya's hands, the boy lifts up his palm to look at the image of All Might on his hand and matches the little cartoon smile with one of his own. To be honest, watching Midoriya in these quiet moments in between training is rather reminiscent of watching a sleeping bunny. There's something innocent that Toshinori can't quite put his finger on. Not that Toshinori spends a lot of time in pet shops, watching various animals sleep. He doesn't have the time for that. That moment doesn't last. Midoriya nods, clenching his fist over the little All Might and igniting a different kind of spark in his eyes, and runs back out to the trash on the beach to continue his training. What does young Midoriya think of as he lifts the debris, as he swelters and smiles through the exhausting summer heat? What future does he dream of? Past the nebulous ideal of a hero, who does Midoriya Izuku want to be? There are so many things that Toshinori has learnt about that boy since May. Superficial things like how he likes to wear bright colors, and that most of the things that he says are subconscious mumbles, but there are other traits buried a little deeper. After every training session, Midoriya picks out the sand and dirt from his cardigan, which is tied around his waist whenever he isn't wearing it. He never wears red with pink or brown with orange, even though he seems to have worn every other possible color combination at some point. Sometimes, Midoriya will even stick his bottom lip out a little, create a few fat tears in the literal blink of an eye, and hold out a chocolate bar. As soon as Toshinori gives him the go-ahead to eat it, because Toshinori can't deny a request like that, he breaks it in half, with one piece being just the right amount that a man without a stomach can eat, and shares. Toshinori still doesn't understand a lot about young Midoriya, but something about the boy makes him want to. Out of all of the people in Japan, it was the anxious, quirkless boy that proved himself, over and over, even when there was nothing to prove, who grabbed Toshinori's attention and shook his world. Like the comet that wiped out the dinosaurs, young Midoriya's arrival in Toshinori's life has already begun to change the life planned out, where All Might would select a student from UA to inherit one for all, before dying in a heroic last stand. Forming a bond with his successor hadn't been a part of Toshinori's ideal final years, but he already cannot regret it. This is the boy who lifts heavier and heavier objects washed in by the tide, all for the chance to start to be a hero. Toshinori will see him take those dreams and make them real, no matter what. By mid-evening, the truck is piled with carefully packed trash, all gathered together under a tarpaulin, and Toshinori guides Midoriya through some stretches to ease his muscles into resting. Midoriya is rolling his shoulders when he asks, "All Might, can you teach me how to punch?" There's a moment filled with silence, broken only by a low-flying seagull aiming for Toshinori's head. Does this kid, who ran up to fight a villain with no thought but to protect, and who grabbed an uninterested hero by the leg to ask if they could be strong without powers, does he not know how to throw a punch? As if he can read Toshinori's mind, young Midoriya begins mumbling. I mean, I do know the basics of protecting myself, since this era leads us to more dangerous situations and thus basic self-defense is taught at every school as part of an annual event to prevent future villains, but it's once a year so I don't learn much. I mean, I'm pretty good at flipping people over my shoulder, because that just uses momentum, but that's about it. I kind of wing it when I have to fight back against people. I'd take lessons in martial arts and self-defense, but I don't think that Mom could afford it, and I do tend to get distracted by staying in my room and reading. It's just, I was watching Desudagoro fight a villain the other day, and she had a really cool quirk that let her immobilize her opponent's legs by touching them with her hands, but I realized when she escaped that I don't know how to fight. I can evaluate fights and moves, but I don't actually know how to practically apply them. Midoriya blinks, then switches through various facial expressions. I'm sorry, he says, with an awkwardly toothy grin. Toshinori shakes his head. I'll add it to the plan. I was planning on teaching you how to fight after you receive my quirk, but it might be for the better for you to learn combat skills earlier. Midoriya, in response, begins to bounce on his toes. Really? I mean, if it's too much to ask Toshinori raises a single finger, and Midoriya falls silent. You're my successor, young Midoriya. Nothing will ever be too much for you to ask of me. And then All Might let me judo flip him, in full muscle form, which is great, because it means that I can carry his weight with momentum helping me. But then again, it also means that I still need to build my strength so that I can flip him without us running at each other first. To be honest, I think that he was just doing it to cheer me up. Mom furrows her brows as she passes a plate up to Izuku for him to dry. Although the tea towel is damp, he can still use the corners to finish drying the last few pieces of tableware. Still, he might stay sitting on the countertop for a little while longer. It's nice to see the world from a different angle, even if all he sees is the familiar kitchen, and even if the surface is a little uncomfortable. Why did you need cheering up? She asks, as gentle as always. Are you still being bullied? And oops. He hasn't dropped the plate, just that information that he definitely wasn't keeping a secret. I thought Katsuki had started to leave you alone, says Mom. Her expression shifts to a frown as she continues, do I need to talk to Mitsuki again? Izuku waves his hands, gripping the plate tightly. No, it's not Kaken, Mom. If she had the motivation, Kaken's dad always said, Midoriya Inko could have become a highly ranked heroine instead of a housewife. Unfortunately for the world, she elected to become a housewife instead, and followed happiness in her own way. A younger Izuku constantly found this thought amazing, if a little weird, and Kaken would soon drag him off with the other kids in order to play with their quirks. Of course, after a while, Izuku became the target for them to aim their quirks at, but it still meant that he was included. Izuku used to think a lot about how his mother would look like if she dressed in armor and stared down a villain, summoning huge debris as a makeshift weapon. The mental image was quite similar to the stare that Mom gives now, promising retribution to those who wronged those that she protects. Still, she doesn't sound any more dangerous than if she were inquiring about the weather as she asks, who was it? Nakamori and Kitaki, but Mom, please don't make a fuss, Izuku says, staring at the plate that now rests in his lap. And why not? They hurt you, says Mom. They deserve to receive consequences. Izuku smiles. It might be a little shaky, but he manages it. They'll get to watch me become the world's greatest hero. That'll show them. Mom peels off her rubber gloves and places them on the edge of the sink so that the water on them drips down the drain. Izuku, that isn't the point. It's all I need though, he says, and why isn't Mom getting it? But then they'll think that they can keep on getting away with treating people badly, because they never faced any consequences, cries Mom, running a hand through her hair. Izuku kind of wants to say that a bit of teasing isn't a big deal, but his ribs ache with bruising and strain that he's getting better at ignoring. If he distracts himself, he can pretend that his muscles are just sore from working out so much. Mom, please leave it alone, he says, putting the plate to one side and sliding down from the countertop. He almost slips up in the moment between his toes and his heels touching the floor, but Mom grabs his arm to steady him. She holds it right at the bicep for a moment longer and squishes it with her warm hands. Izuku's done that to himself a few times, just to remind himself that he's changing for the better. His arms are firmer, he knows that. Now, so does Mom. You're getting so strong, she smiles softly, pride filling her voice. Wait, she's actually dropping the topic? Izuku returns the smile and brings Mom into a hug. It's because you and All Might are helping me, he tells her. Otherwise I'd just be sitting in my room by myself. You make me food and look after me, and you really do everything, and I never thank you enough for that. Izuku closes his eyes and allows himself to feel the warmth of his mother's soft body. Mom has always been followed by the smell of skis and primroses, and even though he's taller and stronger now, and even though he no longer needs her protection, those smells still make him feel safe. You never need to thank me, replies Mom, rubbing his back in small circles. I do absolutely anything for you, Izuku. You hear me? She pulls away from him, but keeps holding onto his wrists. When Izuku looks into his mother's eyes, he almost flinches, because there's some kind of fierceness in them that he can't remember seeing before. I'm your mother, Izuku, Mom says, and the honest love of a mother is the strongest force in the universe. Izuku blinks. The fire in Mom's eyes has gone, but there's still something bewildering about the whole situation. In some effort to rectify that, he scrunches his eyes shut and shakes his head a little, before saying, I still want to tell you how grateful I am, though. I love you, Mom. Mom's hand moves to slide his hair. Oh, Izuku, she sighs. Thank you so much for being yourself. Later, he sits on his bed, a blank sketchbook open in his lap. He taps his pencil against his lip, feeling All Might's eyes, made of paper and plastic and shadowed by strength, watch him from every corner of his room. Izuku flicks his pencil across the page, creating a vague outline of a figure. With his left hand, he rubs the pearl knit of his cardigan, newly washed and dried. Mom always does seem a lot happier when he wears the clothes she made. Of course, it does leave Izuku with a wardrobe packed full of clothes that he bought for himself that don't even fit anymore, but the look of pride on Mom's face when he wears the indigo jeans that she worked for so long makes it worth the wasted money. He sketches a jumpsuit over the figure, one that is loose enough to disguise the flaws of his body without getting caught on anything. A bit of light armor, and maybe some support for his arms and legs could come in helpful. Honestly, he's kind of winging it. Right now, it's more fun to imagine what colors he would wear. But, then again, it's obvious, isn't it? He has a whole pack of multicolored pencils, and he's not afraid to use them. Sighing, Izuku leans back on his bed, discarding the sketchbook. If he's going to get stronger, he needs to rest. The chatter of the background characters in Katsuki's life fades away as they all leave for lunch, talking about summer break or whatever. Those shitty delinquents who used to hang around him have finally gotten the picture and effed off with everyone else. Even Deku silently follows the crowd, holding an old All Might lunchbox that's still lightly scorched from something or another. Apparently he doesn't eat with anyone, though, which makes sense. Who would want anything to do with a social pariah? Definitely not Katsuki. Deku left his bag in his chair, showing off about how nobody would touch his stuff or something. Thing is, Katsuki's seen how that bag's been getting more and more full over the past few months. The shape of the strained green canvas doesn't look like the rectangular silhouette of 100 Demon Stalker notebooks, and the mystery hasn't been killing him, but it's been FNG annoying, so it's best to get it over with. So, yeah, maybe he's doing his best to not make much noise as he unzips Deku's backpack. Nobody's going to say shit if they see him, since nobody wants to get on the strongest person's bad side, but it still doesn't hurt to be careful. Even All Might has had to take stealth missions. Katsuki pulls the flap of the backpack open, peering in as he takes a paper tissue from his pocket to wipe his hands. What the f is up with those orange shorts? They're rolled around something, probably a Ryukyu shirt, if the design's anything to go off of, and isn't that just like Deku to carry around the tackiest gym clothes possible? What's he gonna do? Try and get into UA on strength alone. Good luck for a quirkless extra like him. What's this notebook supposed to be? Hero notes for the present? Katsuki pulls it out of the bag and flicks through. It's pretty flimsy, being a normal yellow notebook stapled together at the middle. Inside, it's filled with notes and reminders in gel pens, like clear up left side of oven first, and start wearing water shoes. Sure enough, there's a transparent plastic bag in Deku's backpack, holding a pair of green water shoes and quite a bit of sand. Katsuki wrinkles his nose, pressing the bundle of clothes back inside. It stinks of garbage in there. Trash and sheet and rot. Again, what the f dash? What does cleaning a kitchen have to do with the beach? Who's that pointy-looking guy that Deku keeps doodling with that goofy but smile, alongside the normal pictures of almost every known hero. And why the hell is so much of this in some kind of bullshit code? Screw it. This isn't giving him answers. Katsuki places everything back in the bag the way he found it and zips it shut before slinking back to his desk. There's only a few minutes left of lunch break, and he can probably get a cereal bar in if he's quick. By the time he's back in his seat, the class nerds start filtering in, and Katsuki swings his feet onto the desk so that they don't get the wrong FANG idea. He's not here to keep his head down and score nicely on the entrance exams to a high school that might be funded a little better. He's here to get out and get into you, and he'll do it alone. Because Deku is useless, Deku is quirkless, and Deku isn't going to follow him around anymore like the world's most annoying ghost. Deku won't lie anymore about not having a quirk, because it's been nearly 15 years and he's never shown a sign of one, despite crying all the time about toe joints or whatever. Come March, Deku will be nothing but a bad memory. Still, when Deku comes back into class, he walks with purpose and confidence. He puts his lunchbox back in his bag, just like every other day. And when he sits down, Deku smiles. It's small and smug and arrogant, and Katsuki clenches his fist around the soaked paper tissue until it bursts into ash. God, if he could just explode the smirk off of Deku's face. But, then again, a fragment of a memory prods at his mind, reminding Katsuki of the moment he saw a blurry figure in a yellow cardigan and a backpack being thrown. Something in his mouth tastes like acid and vomit, and he swallows around the lump in his throat. FING useless Deku. New people keep Deku in his place now. A couple of background losers curl their hands in that green hair and yank, and laugh, and start talking about death rates of the quirkless. About how many of those 20% that are still born like that make it to high school. Hate crimes and suicide rates, and how the school hasn't bothered to replace the locks to the roof. Clenching his fists until his nails bite his palms, Katsuki looks away. The wonderful UA. Such a grand and noble institution raises only the finest of heroes. Young adolescents enter, minds and bodies ready, and emerge as heroes, capable of protecting innocent civilians and defeating evil villains. Tensenai-san, being a kind and caring elder brother, had offered to put in a recommendation for Tenya's admittance to the heroics course, but it honestly seems like kind of a cop-out. After all, Oni-san got in on his own merits, and Tenya has been training since he was a child, ever eager to follow in his brother's fast footsteps. After all, if something were to ever happen to his brother, Tenya would have to step up to take his place, as is his duty as the second son of the Ida family. Of course, he is half an hour early, and reaches his seat for the examination with ease. After all, it wouldn't befit a hero student to be even a moment too late. He holds the paper with his name, assigned location, and exam brief between his index fingers and thumbs, so that he doesn't accidentally lose or crease it. He will have his physical exam conducted at Battle Station B, followed by a written examination. For now, though, he has to wait. And wait. A blond boy walks in, dressed in an average gakuren worn incorrectly, like some kind of delinquent, and sits a few rows behind Tenya. Soon, more people begin to file in, like someone with glitter in their hair, and a boy wearing a bright yellow cardigan and red shoes. The last boy sits next to the blonde who arrived just after Tenya, and even over the chatter of everyone else, he can hear an awkward greeting met with silence. At least that boy is trying to be polite to his fellow examgoers. After about 10 more minutes, the doors close, and a spotlight rises on the stage to shine upon the voice hero present Mike, a star in both heroics and popular culture. Such a man could only be UA alumni. That's the voice hero present Mike, someone whispers with a quavering voice. He's amazing. Not only is he a super cool hero, he also runs a radio show full of non-stop music. I knew UA alumni tend to return to teach, but to think dash. Tenya glances behind as present Mike begins to speak. Immediately, he recognizes the boy in the yellow cardigan and his blonde friend. Or, well, perhaps they aren't friends, judging by the blonde boy's expression. Everybody say hi, shouts present Mike. This? Some sort of test? Amazing volume control, the boy in the cardigan whispers, breaking the otherwise overwhelming silence. Of course, though, since a lack of control, even with his omnidirectional speakers, could potentially harm other people. Present Mike explains the examination excellently, of course, despite the boy in the cardigan constantly mumbling to himself. But Tenya has read the leaflet regarding the examination multiple times, and Present Mike has said nothing about the fourth robot in the exam, despite the intricate video game visuals behind his head. Well, that just isn't how such an esteemed school should be run. "Excuse me," says Tenya, rising from his seat and bowing. Oh dear. That's still Present Mike on the stage. Pro-hero Present Mike, who is far above Tenya's station, and maybe even Tensei and eyes. That is the very loud hero Present Mike, who Tenya just interrupted. Still, the second and youngest son of the Ida family cannot be so easily discouraged. Barely a heartbeat passes before Tenya continues. It is a very direct exchange, wherein Tenya poses an inquiry in regards to the missing robot. Present Mike explains that there is a final robot that is specifically designed to be avoided, and Tenya thanks him. So it's designed as an obstacle? That makes sense, I suppose, since heroes have to run away from villains that they can't defeat in order to call for backup. "And you?" Tenya finds himself saying, as he turns to point at the boy in the cardigan. "Please desist with your incessant mumbling. It's very distracting." Thus, Ida Tenya sits down and awaits further instructions. In fact, it isn't long until Present Mike instructs all of them to follow him out to the various school battlegrounds. Tenya obeys. It would not suit if he were to seem rude or disobedient. It seems that this exam will be difficult, however, as Tenya spots the boy in the cardigan outside of their assigned practical exam area. He's approaching a girl with brown hair, still wearing the yellow cardigan, though this time it's paired with an honestly gaudy pair of indigo gym shorts. The girl hasn't noticed him yet, as she seems to be really quite busy with stretching and preparing for the challenge ahead, and so his attempts to get her attention are drowned out by the chatter of all the other hopeful students, so Tenya still has time. He grabs the boy by the cardigan and says, "Do you really think that you can afford to distract others? You should be preparing yourself." The boy blushes, looking like one of the strawberries that Tenya had eaten for breakfast, with his green hair. No, that isn't it at all. She dash. But then Present Mike calls for the exam to begin, and for the life of him, Tenya doesn't think he'll ever be able to remember what happened through the adrenaline rush. There is something indefinable about putting the practical aspects of what his family has taught him into practice. His kicks thud harshly but mostly painlessly against metal, thanks to Mother's suggestion of steel toe inserts in his trainers, and his familiarity with the sound of engines makes it a cinch to figure out where the next robot is. Still, when the final robot emerges, he runs away with everyone else. The brown-haired girl is trapped under some rubble, wriggling and blinking back tears, and for a moment Tenya considers helping her, but the zero-point robot is so immensely huge that his brain short-circuits into feeling nothing but fear. And then the boy leaps up. He's a blur of purple and red and yellow, and Tenya can't tear his eyes away. It's like a natural phenomenon, rare and awe-inspiring. The boy clearly telegraphs his upcoming punch, or perhaps Tenya is merely staring intently enough to notice, but robots don't see these things. This robot cannot dodge. It is a mechanical behemoth, created only for destruction. And under a single hit from an unassuming boy, it shatters apart into wreckage. In that moment, Tenya finally understands. This test was not about destroying robots. It was about looking for people and looking to protect them, and being an honest, natural hero. Oh, what would Tensei think? Can Tenya face his family without shame now? The boy is unconscious now, with both his legs and one of his arms shattered. The girl from before had managed to free herself from the rubble in order to help him land safely, and she now sits next to him, checking his neck for a pulse. Tenya cannot find it in himself to be awed by the youthful heroine recovery girl, as she repairs that boy's body. He doesn't wake up, but he does seem to be in less pain as tiny robots lift him onto a stretcher to carry him away. He didn't get any points, the brown-haired girl intones, watching the place where the boy had disappeared from. UA is a fine institution, often using non-traditional and unexpected methods to gauge students' abilities. Oni-san had often complained about it when Tenya was younger. Perhaps, he finds himself saying to her, points could be transferred. It would not be the strangest thing to happen at this school, I think. Really? She smiles up at him. My name's Uraraka Ochako. And you? I am Ida. Ida Tenya. The view from Dagoba Beach has become a familiar sight for Tashinori over the past months. While once it was barely visible, young Midoriya's time spent training has left it spotlessly clean. Despite the fact that the boy's training under Tashinori is now finished, though, he still has the same habit of making his way down to the beach and waiting for Midoriya to show up with a huge smile again. Recently, more people have been visiting this beach. They spare him nothing more than a passing glance, and continue walking across the sand. Of course they don't stare too intently, after all, it's not like this body is all might. Like this, he is merely Yagi Tashinori. Not many people know Yagi Tashinori. He doesn't need to look away from the horizon where the sea and sky blend together to know when Midoriya is approaching. It's not as if the boy is loud. In fact, when he walks, he tends to be quiet, but rather a tugging feeling in the back of his mind. It's like the feeling that Tashinori gets when there is someone in danger, but instead of being filled with fear and anxiety, it brings a sense of comfort. Tashinori half expects for young Midoriya to call out to All Might as he sometimes does, but instead, the boy sits down on the sand, his cardigan pulled over his shoulders and buttoned a couple of times at the neck. When the beach is empty of people, Tashinori finally speaks. You'll be a great hero, young Midoriya. Those green eyes of Midoriya's blink up at him slowly. How? I failed to get into UA. I ran away from all the robots, broke 3 of my libs, and I honestly don't know if I took the written exam. I know, says Tashinori. But I saw it. The practical exam, that is. Young Midoriya continues to blink, his mouth falling open. I'm going to be a teacher at UA, so they let me watch the entrance exams. Tashinori presses his fingers together, watching how the knuckles bend. I didn't have a say as to who got in, but Principal Nedzu wanted me to see who I'd probably be teaching. So I, watched. Midoriya leans forward over his crossed legs, slowly lowering himself down until his face touches the sand. This is humiliating, he says, the instant before a coughing fit overtakes him. It, really isn't, my boy, says Tashinori, watching his student cough. Should he help, or would young Midoriya see that as being patronized? Well, he's been coughing for a while now. It might be too late to help without it becoming awkward, so maybe it would be for the better if Tashinori didn't help, but to hell with it. This is his student, and he needs support. By the time Tashinori reaches his arm out to pat young Midoriya's shoulder, the boy has sat back up and stopped coughing. Tashinori pats it anyway. The cardigan is soft under his hands, even if the wool is fleecing a little bit. It's no wonder that young Midoriya likes it so much. I'm sorry, I just needed a moment, says Midoriya, flushing red. I just kind of humiliated myself there. You shouldn't feel humiliated, young Midoriya, Tashinori says, squeezing the boy's shoulder. After all, I called you here to tell you that you've been accepted into UA. Young Midoriya seems to go limp for a moment, before bursting into tears. A few months ago, Tashinori would have been bewildered at this, but he knows Midoriya now better than anyone he's known before. He pulls Midoriya against his chest and strokes the boy's hair, murmuring nonsense words all the while. Really? Midoriya babbles quietly through his tears. This isn't a joke? I got in even though I messed up? Really? Tashinori smiles softly. Really? The exam was about rescuing and protecting other candidates, too, and taking out that robot netted you a whole load of points. And, even though it's not allowed, some people asked to transfer their points to you, because they saw you as a worthy hero. Midoriya looks up at Tashinori, eyes still shining with tears and awe. People see me as a hero? Of course. Everyone saw you put that young Uraraka girl's safety before your own. Tashinori sees the exact moment that young Midoriya's face lights up like Tokyo at night, when he mentions the girl's name. Uraraka, Ida, and Kirishima are the 3 people who wanted to give you their points. There's a video of them going to present Mike together and asking. Oh my gosh, I'm going to be learning from present Mike, mutters Midoriya. I mean, I shouldn't be starstruck because I've been being taught by All Might for the past 10 months, like genuine actual hero All Might, and oh my gosh, there's going to be Snipe and Cementos and Ectoplasm and Midnight, and they're all such amazing heroes. What if they all think I'm stupid? What if I trip up in front of them? What if I trip up in front of anyone? It's okay to trip up, Midoriya, my boy, chuckles Toshinori. You're young, you have plenty of time to grow, and plenty more chances to break your legs. Midoriya jumps up at that. Literally, he bounds to his feet in a way that Toshinori can't quite catch. Bones. Break? He shouts before tugging at his hair. I thought, and I didn't want to ask in case it was rude, but why did my legs and arm break? You don't break your limbs every time you use one for all, right? That's right, I don't. Toshinori groans as he forces himself to his feet. He used all of his time limit for today with various tasks that he can't even remember anymore. A puppy might have been involved, maybe. I've had this quirk for a long time, and I received it when my body was strong enough to contain it. Meanwhile, I had to give you one for all earlier than I would have otherwise so that you would stand a chance during the exam. So your body is still strong enough to hold one for all? Like, if you were given it how you are now, it wouldn't hurt you, asks Midoriya. Toshinori opens his mouth, inhales that familiar sea air, and pauses for a moment. Though he still has wiry strength and technique enough to bring down a healthy man in this form, he doesn't have the raw power that Shimura had spoken of when she was training him. His bones are weak, and he needs to take medicine in order for his body to work in a way that can vaguely pass as healthily, even though he always ignores the little pillbox that Chio forced on him. Thinking logically, he should not be able to use one for all like he does. Sheet, Toshinori says, blinking. So, I was wondering how you use one for all in order to end up with it working like, well, that with your body going back to how it was before your injury and such. I mean, unless you have a shape-shifting quirk, but I think you would have told me that, and now I'm making assumptions. I'm so sorry. You can just tell me to leave if you want me to. No, murmurs Toshinori. What you've said is a very valid point. I was quirkless before receiving one for all, so there isn't any shape-shifting happening. It should be destroying my body when I use it, but it isn't. Well, it doesn't destroy him any further than regularly fighting villains while he has less internal organs than a healthy man would already do. Midoriya's smile is weak, but it's there. So I wasn't being impertinent or anything? No, you were being perfect, Toshinori says, flashing a grin. He had been planning on improvising around the few things he can verbalize about using one for all, but it seems that this boy is a step ahead of him again. Now we just need to figure out how to use one for all. I'm afraid that I've become so used to it that it's second nature to me. But that doesn't mean that you can't evaluate how using one for all feels and explain it. Midoriya's voice seems a little higher than usual, and his words begin to speed up. So, if we figure out what you're doing right with it and what I'm doing wrong with it, then we can figure out how to get me to use it right? Well, Toshinori can't say that it doesn't make sense. Still, wouldn't we need somewhere to practice? This speech has become a lot more popular, you know, he says. Young Midoriya grins and covers his cheeks. I guess? Sorry. You've done nothing wrong, my boy, Toshinori tells him. Midoriya's hair is so soft that he could ruffle it forever. Unfortunately, that would become very uncomfortable, socially speaking. Both the principal and recovery girl are aware of your status as my successor, so it shouldn't be too hard to use UA training grounds. Midoriya's eyes go wide, and his hands drop down to clasp at his chest. I'm going to UA. Toshinori laughs. That you are, my boy. No, All Might, you don't understand. Young Midoriya's voice quivers as his eyes begin to fill with tears again. I'm going to UA. I think I understood the first time, says All Might. And he does understand. 10 months ago, this trembling, anxious boy clutched onto All Might's leg and asked if even someone who never manifested a quirk could be a hero, and Toshinori, having looked through a scorched and soaking notebook, couldn't find a way to say no. Ever since that moment, young Izuku had proved himself again and again to be determined, strong-willed, and bright. Toshinori knows that, one day, this boy will become the world's greatest hero. This is going to be the best day of Ochako's life. She's called her parents already, after treating herself to a bit of breakfast and getting dressed into her uniform. Her uniform? Her uniform for UA. She's taking her first step to becoming a hero, the most lucrative career in the world. And if she gets popular, she'll take every opportunity to cash in on it. Sponsorships, commercials. Heck, she'll even do a bit of gravure if they pay enough. Then she'll have enough money to make sure that her parents live a comfortable life, where they will never have to work again. After calling her parents, she pulled her old messenger bag over her shoulder and left her lonely flat, locking the door behind herself. It's not like there's much of any worth in there, but it's a good habit to make sure that your living space is secure, and it probably won't feel all that great to have someone break into your house, even if there isn't anything to steal. Yurarika Ochako makes her way to the train station, ready to commute to her first day of high school. She manages to grab a seat next to the train door, wedged between the end of the bench and a middle-aged man playing a rhythm game on his phone. The carriage is starting to smell, what with all of the bodies pressed against each other like a jungle, and the heat making people sweat like crazy. Even though she's been in this situation a bunch of times before, it still feels a bit gross. At least nobody's bumping their crotches against her very purposefully and then passing it off as an accident. That means that today is going as well as she can hope for, so far. Ochako manages to get off of the train at her stop and walks the way to UA with minimal assistance from the map on her phone that eats up her data like it's an all-you-can-eat ramen place. Being at UA already feels safe, not only because of the security and the fact that almost every staff member is a hero, but because of the memories that she's already made. Like, there's the place where that curly-haired boy almost tripped up, then blushed and was barely able to thank her. Honestly, those wide eyes and red cheeks made him look a little bit like a baby, so the whole jumping up to punch a giant robot into pieces thing was a little bit unexpected. Speaking of which, Present Mike had told Kirishima, Ida, and herself that transferring points to fellow examiners was not allowed, but also said that the boy, Midoriya, that was his name, was pretty much guaranteed a place on the hero course. As he explained about rescue points, Ochako found herself bouncing on her toes, while Kirishima grinned broadly and Ida looked more and more thoughtful. "Won't it be great if all four of us ended up in the same class?" she had said afterwards, as the three of them left UA together. "It's highly unlikely," Ida had replied. "Even if we all passed, there are 2 classes for the hero course, and they aren't split by entrance exam results." Kirishima had grinned, his skin seeming sallow underneath his black hair. "You sure did your research, huh? But it's nice to think about." Kirishima was right, it is nice to think about. In fact, Ochako finds herself imagining that scenario right up until she reaches the very tall door to Class 1A, where she spots a familiar green head of hair. "Midoriya-kun," she exclaims, and the boy turns around, eyes wide. He's still wearing his yellow cardigan, though this time it's underneath a UA blazer rather than a Gakuren jacket. "Yurarika-san," he responds almost instantly. She blinks at him and tilts her head to one side. "How do you know my name?" Oops, dash," he flaps his hands a bit. "Reasons? You're not here to make friends," a voice drones from her ankles. Ochako jumps, but doesn't scream, unlike Midoriya. The man there looks like some sort of caterpillar, zipped into his orange-yellow sleeping bag like he is, and he rises slowly before stepping out of it. He does not become a butterfly. He becomes a man in boring black clothes with a very weird scarf around his neck. An empty juice packet falls to the floor, but the man doesn't even look down as he picks it up and puts it back into his sleeping bag. "It took you 8 seconds to be quiet," he says, his soft voice commanding everyone's attention. Or, well, that might be what he's trying to do. Midoriya, however, has switched to a cross between a look of intense thought and a deer caught in headlights that really makes him look a bit constipated, and Ochako has to bite her lip when she catches sight of him. "Life is short, and you all need to grow up fast," says the man. "Grow up? Don't make crude jokes in your brain, Ochako. I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shoyuda. Nice to meet you." He pulls out a familiar outfit in blue and red and white that Ochako has seen every year on TV, and lobs it surprisingly gently at Midoriya. Midoriya barely catches it. One of the trouser legs just, kind of, Flops. It lies on the floor like a damp noodle hanging out of a bowl. The jacket covers his entire face. She has to stifle a snort of laughter. Put these on, Aizawa-sensei says, maintaining his bored tone, and head to the sports grounds. We don't have time for the frivolities of entrance ceremonies, so get on with it, please. Well, dear men. Plus ultra? The second major dilemma of the day, after the realization that he was going to have to live with Kaken for another 3 years, was how Izuku was going to wear his cardigan with the UA sports uniform. The thin, fleecy material of the jacket makes it impossible to wear with wool, but he really doesn't want to stop wearing the cardigan. If he takes it off, Mom won't be able to protect him from the stairs. It's a problem until he closes his eyes and remembers a strong, shining grin, awkwardly fitting in a face too gaunt for it, and ties the arms of the cardigan around his neck, like a cape. And then he can breathe. He can smile, even despite Kaken's fury burning into his back. It doesn't feel like he's suffocating under the stares of everyone he walks past on his way to the field that Aizawa-sensei told them all to meet at. Uraraka and the boy who apologized to him earlier, the dark-haired one who shouted at him during the entrance exam, Ida, who already thinks that Izuku is a good hero, stand either side of him, waiting for the rest of the class. For a moment, he and Aizawa-sensei make eye contact. Izuku shifts from foot to foot, and Aizawa-sensei raises an eyebrow. It's not like this is their first time meeting, but it's definitely the first time that they've interacted more than just another pair of eyes that Izuku humiliates himself in front of. It was bad enough that Recovery Girl had ended up sitting nearby with a book and a large jug of iced lemonade, which she made Izuku drink a cup of every time she healed him, which was embarrassingly often, without every other teacher coincidentally on purpose. Walking past to see All Might training his pathetic protege. He should be used to the eyes drilling into the back of his head, but it still made his focus blur. Because everyone sees and everyone knows, and they all know that All Might could have chosen a better successor. Well, logically speaking, nobody knows about One for All except for him, All Might, Recovery Girl, and the principal, which does actually seem like a lot of people when Izuku lists it like that. He winces, the flesh of his face folding in on itself. So, still, all those other teachers just think that All Might took up a charity case, probably, and they all think that Izuku's pathetic, because he is, and everyone will know that. Oh yeah, and whoever comes last is getting expelled, says Aizawa-sensei. Izuku should probably just die now before he humiliates himself with whatever's coming up next, because he just missed all of that, and with how Aizawa-sensei sounds, asking will just get him kicked out earlier. So yes, dying. A preferable alternative to the upcoming public humiliation, and why isn't Izuku used to this yet? Hey, did you miss that? Whispers Uraraka in his ear, and oh gosh, she is so close and her breath is really warm. But girls are. Girls. Hopefully, he nods instead of making a tiny squeaking noise, or maybe he does both. No matter what he does, Uraraka giggles quietly and says, Aizawa-sensei's going to test our quirks. You missed Bakugo exploding a ball through the air. Stop making friends and get over here, their teacher calls, and Izuku freezes again, until his legs start working enough to follow Uraraka to a straight part of the track that circuits around the field. Okay, a 50-meter dash. Sprinting. He can run, and One for All means that he can run faster, but only if he concentrates, so that means that he has to focus, right? He can do this. Focus. Remember what All Might said. The transformation. I guess that I try and stretch myself around One for All. He holds his fists to his chest, and his oversized clothes suddenly fit properly. I suppose that that's the best way that I can describe it. Like a Quirk hug. Sorry, that explanation was terrible. I'll try and explain it better. Quirk hug. Izuku tugs on the knot of his cardigan sleeves, rubbing the interlinked rows of sticks against each other. Like a blanket, or All Might's giant clothes, or the knowledge that 8 generations came before, and he can't disappoint them. He won't disappoint them. He has the strength of 8 other heroes, and those heroes were all good. Heroes are kind. Heroes are strong. Heroes help people, no matter what, and Izuku needs their help. A Quirk hug. Or like Izuku's homemade cardigan, and the t-shirt that he tie-dyed with Mom last year that's hidden beneath his sports jacket. Like arms wrapping around him, a hug goodnight, or being caught after collapsing from exhaustion in the sunrise. Like kindness and safety, and something underneath Izuku's skin crackles and comes to life. "Bakugo, Midoriya, you're up next," says Aizawa-sensei. And it abruptly dies. He can't use one for all with Kaken right there. He'll explode literally. He'll do this one quirkless. He always has done. But Kaken doesn't. Kaken quite happily achieves flight by making carefully timed and angled explosions. Unfortunately for Izuku, the careful angling does not account for being nearby another person. Hopefully, nobody will realize that he hung back to avoid damaging his cardigan, because then they'd think that he's vain or irresponsible with his belongings, and they'll steal his things and pour vinegar in his lunch, and then Izuku won't be eating like he's supposed to in order to keep up with All Might's training plan, and then his limbs will explode and he'll die and he'll have wasted one for all. Izuku manages to complete the run in just under 8 seconds. It's slower than his middle school record from back when he was new to training his body, but that doesn't matter. He's okay. Kaken can't blow anything up during the grip strength test, and Izuku practices breathing evenly. In and out, like the waves on the shoreline. Rising and falling, like a needle and thread. The lights on the grip machine screen line up to say 72 kgW, but the tall boy with 6 arms has apparently done a lot better. Never mind. Izuku has worked hard for 10 months. He can't stop now. Aoyama, the boy with the sparkling belly button laser, does pretty well on the standing long jump, and Kaken uses the same method of explosions that he did for the 50-meter dash to beat that score. Izuku focuses on the ribbed hem and does almost as well. The sustained sideways jumps are honestly quite easy. For as long as he thinks about the quirk, wrapping around his body like big band-aids, he barely feels a loss of stamina. The boy with purple balls sticking out of his head seems to be faster, but no. Izuku shouldn't think about other people are doing. But if he doesn't, he'll be worse than them by default. Then he'll get expelled, and All Might will want one for all back, and Izuku won't have anything left to do, so he'll sell his soul to the devil for a quirk that actually shows up and does something, and, knowing his luck, it'll be something like acidic saliva, and his mouth will burn from the inside out and he'll die. He trips and lands on his face. Why does exercise leave so much time to think? In the softball pitch, Uraraka scores infinity, which is really quite fair. At least she scores higher than Kaken, who really did get a ridiculously high score in his pitch. Izuku needs to do better, though. He can't afford to fall behind already. Not after 10 months of nothing but knowing that he has to be better, he has to do better. Not after Mom made him new clothes to fit around the muscles he painstakingly developed under All Might's careful guidance. In another life, he would have gone to a normal high school, and learnt about accounting and lived as well as a quirkless person could. But he isn't quirkless, not anymore. He has Mom and All Might standing behind him, and Uraraka, Ida, and Kirishima looking and seeing a hero who is, somehow, Izuku. He can't fall at the first real hurdle after he fought so hard to stand at the starting line. And, for a moment he doesn't feel the eyes on his body, crawling like bugs on his skin. All that he feels is one for all, cocooning him in gentle color. His arm pulls back automatically, both relaxed and tense with augmentation. He's in his body, with the ground beneath his feet, and the thin fleece of the UA Sports jacket across his shoulders, and his cardigan knotted around his neck. He exists, and the world around him doesn't matter. In front of him, his other hand is outstretched to the trees of the UA grounds. No. That way of phrasing it does not do justice to the infinite-seeming miles that he's glimpsed on his various visits. It's a forest. His fingertips align with the blurred horizon of the treetops, bunched together in malachite green. His shoulder rolls. His center of balance shifts with a hop. The ball is flung from his hand. Aizawa-sensei is silent for what feels like an eternity. Izuku's skin begins to crawl again, with all the things he'd left behind for that one special moment. 690 meters, says Aizawa. Mineta-kun, you're next. Mineta doesn't approach the painted ring on the ground that Izuku is leaving, though, because Kaken is instead. What the actual F-? He screams, exploding his way over. When the F? Did you get F in Quirk, Deku? I told you, I'm a late developer. Izuku tries not to squeal in fear, but Kaken is getting closer, with those explosions popping like rice in hot oil, and Kakin getting close means. The F is this? Kakin is still shouting, but the way that his voice rises at the end of the sentence sounds more bewildered than anything. The explosions have also fallen silent, and it seems that their rhythmic pulse is only an echo in Izuku's brain now. Izuku forces an eye open to see Aizawa-sensei's scarf wrapped around Kakin in a way that definitely seems uncomfortable. Since you so politely asked, this is my capture weapon. It's a steel wire alloy woven with carbon fibers, but that's beside the point, Aizawa drawls. Now quit making me use my quirk. I have dry eye. Wait, your quirk? Izuku's mind starts connecting strands of half-remembered news reports and visual evidence, and it's erasure, right? You erase people's quirks. And since you're a pro, since you tech at UA, but I haven't really heard of you, that means that you're an underground hero, so, am I right in assuming that you're Eraserhead? Oh no, he's doing the thing again. The stupid thing that he always does, and Aizawa-sensei is going to expel him anyway for being rude, and Izuku will turn to vigilantism to make use of one for all, and then he'll get arrested and die in prison. Yeah, that's me, says Aizawa-sensei. But if you really want to use those brains of yours, get out of the ring and let Mineta throw the ball. Mineta does throw the ball. Izuku decides that it is kinder to forget about that particular softball throw result. First of all, Shoyuta would like to say, what the actual F dash? Of course, that is only a thought, and he instead scowls silently as the class finishes their first test. After years of dealing with Hizashi, alongside various villains and teenagers, Shuta's poker face has been perfected. Kiyama calls it a resting beach face. Shoyuta never deigns to respond to that. Out of all the new students, he finds himself most disappointed by the short kid, Mineta Minoru. He'd almost made it to 19th place, but his pathetic attempt at throwing a ball without even thinking creatively about it gets him a one-way ticket to not UA. If you spend over a decade with a versatile quirk, and you never bother considering different ways to utilize it, then what's the point of applying to be a hero, which is one of the few professions where creative quirk usage is necessary? The rest of the kids watch in awed terror as Mineta packs up his things and leaves the school, but it soon turns into disdain when he tries to take Yaoyorozu Momo's knee socks with him. Shoyuta lets out a sigh. That one could have snowballed badly. But even so, as all 19 of the kids converse with each other, sweating and nervous and relieved, Shoyuta finds himself occupied by the yellow eyesore that has taken up teaching as a hobby. All Might had stayed hidden away to watch the students in a way that barely passed as subtle, in his yellow suit and fake muscles. Still, he approached Aizawa after the test, smiling and talking about Midoriya's potential. You need to be more careful with your favoritism when you teach that class, says Aizawa. The faculty already know that you're overly invested in his development, and I won't ask either of you why, but the students knowing something like that could upset the class dynamics. Or, at least, he says something like that. To be honest, he couldn't care less about All Might's secret kid, with their matching outfits and quirks or whatever, right now. There's something more on his mind. Like when the class was fixated on watching Midoriya prepare to pitch the ball, he used his quirk to prevent Midoriya from using his frankly dangerous quirk again. Using a bone-breaking power on your entire body is a terrible idea, no matter what All Might deludes himself into teaching the kid. But when Shoyuta used his quirk, ready to inform Midoriya that having All Might wrapped around his little finger won't set him up for life, nothing had happened. Midoriya threw the ball fast enough to break the sound barrier. Shoyuta, however, had erased the kid's augmentation quirk. Going by the kid's nevertheless strong physique, he shouldn't have been able to throw it that far unaided. So, either Shuta's quirk is failing him, or the kid has more than one quirk, because erasure was definitely active at that point, and directed straight at Midoriya. And, to be honest, he doesn't know which is worse. She's been waiting all day. She's already cooked dinner, watered their favorite peonies and primroses, and made his bento for tomorrow, so now she continues to embroider All Might's Silver Age costume design onto the right knee of Izuku's red denim capris. She asked him if he thought it would look good, and while he happily agreed, the image that Inko keeps in her mind is his broad smile, a moment after she'd asked, as he envisioned what his new clothes would look like when they were finished. It's so much better than when Izuku was 10, and wearing the plainest, dullest clothes that he could find. Now, he looks at colors, really looks at them, and rambles about the different shades and tints used in heroes' costumes. He turned 12 and began to point out t-shirts that were the exact same red as Crimson Riot's second costume, or a slight blue tint to a pair of white sneakers that reminded him of Gunhead's hair and helmet. Some hero merchandise is better at keeping to the source's color schemes than others, clearly, because Izuku squints at those figures and pencil cases that are a few shades off with a little disdain. It serves those companies right, for being so careless about their products. At night, Inko writes to those heroes' agencies and complains. Sometimes they respond. Once, Izuku found out and blushed, because he now couldn't look present Mike or Midnight in their poster-printed faces, because his mother complained about the shade of black used in the figurine, so maybe he should write a letter of apology to that agency? But he didn't tell her to stop. He started talking about another hero instead, and how they took down that villain who stole a purse. She memorized those names and everything that Izuku told her about them. If Izuku wanted merchandise of a hero's barely established sidekick, she would find the fabrics and create t-shirts and trousers with precise, accurate designs, just to see his face light up. The first time that she had presented Izuku with a t-shirt designed off of a foreign hero's costume, he had burst into tears. For a moment, Inko was so certain that she had done something wrong, like using the wrong shade of green, until he had embraced her with his tiny arms and told her that it was perfect. Perfect. Izuku is perfect. Inko knows this. Maybe it is maternal pride, or the indulgent love that she spoke about with the other mothers at Izuku's daycare, once, but her son is the one person on Earth who is unflawed, untainted by the stains that cover humanity. He can do no wrong, as anything that he does becomes right by virtue of it being his doing. For every tear of hurt that he has ever cried, Inko has cried 3 more. For his sake, for her penance, for the hatred of those that would dare hurt her boy. But Izuku says that it is okay, and that he doesn't want her to confront the people who harmed him in his stead. Her sewing needle slips, and she hisses in pain. Blood doesn't draw from the wound, though, so Inko does not have to worry about staining the white thread. It will not require a band-aid. Her other sewing project is completed, folded on the sofa next to her, waiting for Izuku. Everything in this house waits for Izuku. There is a soft click, and the quiet thudding of the doorknob being gently jiggled. The door opens. "I'm home." "Welcome home, Izuku." Inko responds, placing the capris and her embroidery hoop to one side so that she can hurry and see her son. He hugs her as he toes his shoes off, grinning broadly. "Mom, I made friends." He whispers that word almost reverently, and Inko pulls away so that she can see the overjoyed gleam in her son's eyes. It's like looking into a green supernova, with how his joyous expression envelopes her heart. In this moment, she could just die of joy. "Tell me more," she replies, matching his smile with one of her own. "Well, there's Ida, and he seems mean but he's just really respectful and enthusiastic, and Uraraka called me Deku, and it was nice," he replies, bouncing on his toes. Inko's heart drops to her feet. Deku? Like that cruel Katsuki boy's insult for her son, her world? Unaware of her turmoil, Izuku continues. "She thought it was my name, because Kaken called me that, and I told her that it was an insult, but she said that it sounded like I can do it. Like, the name of a person who will always do their best. I want to be the kind of person who can do things, and help people, and I want to always do my best." Oh, Inko would do anything for that smile to remain on Izuku's face. That odd look of new friendship, and finally realizing that he is everything. And if being the Deku that always does his best helps him with that, then, "That's amazing, Izuku," she beams. "You really do always do your best, and you've been working hard for so long. I'm so glad that your nickname is something that you like." Izuku's eyes begin to form tears, and his smile widens to the point that Inko knows innately that he can't express his euphoria. He's still so soft, so defenseless, so pure. His body is too small to hold all the love that he feels. "I am too, Mom." And oh, how could she have forgotten? Her baby boy, he's wanted a hero costume for so long, and oh, she's so glad that she saw his design before he sent it to you. because when she asked if he would let her make it for him, he smiled and told her that, if she wanted to make him his first hero costume, then it would be an honor. Izuku has never realized that the greatest honor is being his mother, and being allowed to do so many things for him. Izuku, she smiles, pulling away from the hug, no matter how much it tears her heart apart to do so. I finished your costume. It's not the best, but I hope that it will do. A tear falls down Izuku's cheek, into the valley of his smiling dimple. No, it is the best. Thank you. You're really amazing, Mom. Her heart swells and her stomach twists, because Izuku is amazing. He's the greatest, and the kindest, and the most wonderful hero that will ever exist. He's the only one who can be. It isn't like he's never interacted with a child before. Every time All Might rescued a civilian or defeated a villain, there was a tiny kid holding a plushie or a teenager who wanted to be a hero, all waiting for All Might to talk to them and give them autographs. Toshinori, however, has only really ever been able to teach one child before. Izuku had done amazingly well, aside from the times that he had to spend half an hour or so crying, but Toshinori is well aware that not all children learn in the same way. Gran Torino had taught him with tough love and an iron fist, and with enough moments of kindness to count on all his fingers. The other teachers at UA teach, well, in a way that Toshinori doesn't know, because he's too much of a coward to ask. But All Might is not Gran Torino. All Might is coming through the door like a normal person. He marches into the classroom, keeping a smile on his face the entire time. He downed a couple of painkillers beforehand, so that All Might comes forth more easily than if he was just gritting his teeth and bearing through, and the feeling of the old Silver Age costume against his skin adds a bit of a nostalgic touch from a simpler time. It becomes easier as the kids cheer, even though he's only going to be teaching them basic heroics. It's the showmanship that he learnt and formed himself around back when he was 16 and desperate to just be seen. But still, All Might is the center of attention, because that's what he was designed to be, and how the audience decided that he should be, and if All Might wasn't teaching this class, Toshinori would be clueless as to how to keep their focus on learning how to be a hero. The class becomes even more excited as their costumes emerge from the wall in silver boxes the length and depth of All Might's forearm. Young Izuku, in particular, clutches a carrier bag from Hero March with white knuckles and a broad grin. Don't let me keep you. All Might grins, gesturing to the costumes. Get changed and meet me at Ground Beta. Looking good makes you more confident, and being confident will help you fight harder, so go on. If Toshinori wasn't fully aware of Izuku's physical capabilities, he would think that the boy had used his quirk to jump out from behind his desk, grab the case marked 18, and practically skip out of the door, spinning in midair as he does so. What the dash? Young Kirishima begins, before glancing at All Might and hiccuping. Heck! Young Bakugo growls something as he stands and grabs his case, while Uraraka giggles. That's kind of adorable. I guess, hums the pink girl that Toshinori believes is called Ishido Mina. But more like a kid than anything, huh? The class continues chattering as they gather their costumes, and All Might walks them all to the changing rooms to make sure that nobody tries to peek on the girls. Izuku, however, is already hovering outside of the changing room, holding his cardigan and dressed in a costume that Toshinori has to squint at to look at. The most striking thing is the brightness. Most of the jumpsuit that Izuku is wearing is lime green that clashes against his hair, with a bit of yellow that lines the sides with a simple, vaguely angular curve. To top it all off, he wears his red shoes, a pair of red gloves, and a matching hairband with a bow that looks like rabbit ears. It's cool, right? Beams Izuku. Toshinori swallows down the blood that threatens to splatter all over that mess of an outfit. It's very you, says Kirishima. You look ridiculous, adds young Azuitsu. Ribbit. Izuku's grin broadens and he does a little spin. At the back of his costume is a hood that flies out behind him, looking a little bit like a two-pointed cape. His laugh is unrefined, ungraceful, and completely unlike the giggles he used to let out, hidden behind a scratched-up hand. I know, right? I was sleep-deprived and messing with my gel pens, and my mom saw. It's not the greatest color scheme, and it's nothing like the palettes of any heroes with proper designers, but that's not the point. I look weird and cool, and I love it. Once again, Izuku laughs, only to bite his tongue. At that point he blushes, looks around at his audience, and scurries to hide behind All Might. A familiar muttering quietly arises from out of Toshinori's sight. Oh no, now I've been weird in front of them. But I'm really proud of my costume. I mean, Mom made it, but what if people think that's weird? Is it weird for Mom to make my costume? What was with that laugh I did anyway? You should all get changed now, says All Might. I'll make sure that young Midoriya doesn't get lost on his way to ground beta, what with his ramblings. Or maybe that's just how my laugh is. How do I laugh? When did I last laugh? Oh my gosh, I don't remember. What if I've laughed like that before? The neighbors must think I'm nuts. What if everyone's laughing at my costume? I mean, I guess I do kind of look like a clown, but I feel really cute. Toshinori walks down the corridor, glancing around before deflating into his smaller form. Now, his costume hangs off of him, but at least he'll be able to spare more time as a hero now. And how will the lesson be structured? I wonder how differently All Might teaches a group instead of just me. Are we going to clean another beach? I still haven't got all of the sand out of my hair, though. It's really irritating and kind of like dandruff. Not that I'm ungrateful. I am so incredibly grateful, but I've said that before. Have I said it too often? Toshinori has to stop to laugh. Young Midoriya, you little prince of nonsense, didn't I already tell you and the class that we are going to do a battle simulation? Izuku blinks, looking up at Toshinori. Oh, I missed that. How? Toshinori most certainly does not pout. I was loud. Is the number one hero not enough to interest you anymore? In hindsight, he could have been more clownish and clear, because young Midoriya's lower lip begins to tremble. Of course. It's just, Mom only finished my costume last night, and even though the support department made me a really nice one, and it has gloves, I want to wear this one, because Mom put so much effort into it. So I got really excited. I'm sorry. Oh my boy, says Toshinori, ruffling the boy's hair as they approach ground beta. I was only joking. I know that you've been excited for these lessons since I started training you. Izuku wipes away a stray tear and asks, Really? Really? Toshinori nods. He feels for one for all inside of his chest, less instinctual than usual, and holds it under his skin. With All Might's toothy grin he adds, and I won't go easy on you, just because you're my shiny successor. Izuku might have murmured something like, I'm shiny, but Toshinori finds himself distracted by the approaching 18 students. Gone are the chattering kids that he'd met in the classroom. These 18 children are heroes to be, only beginning to form, like the initial cells from which an bio grows. None of them, thankfully, look as ridiculous as Izuku. Of course, their tastes are childishly unrefined, and it shows clearly through their costumes, but that is understandable. All Might's costumes tend to have a little of Toshinori's own silly preferences as well. Hopefully, though, they've asked the support department for something useful. Once the children are all gathered in front of All Might, Izuku having been transferred to clinging to young Ida's armored arm instead of Toshinori's cape, he counts the students. And he counts them again. Sheet, he says. I forgot that Aizawa expelled one of you. His smile does not falter, though, and that is probably what leads Izuku to start laughing. The rest of the students are split between staring between All Might and Izuku, or they've also started to laugh. On the bright side, they all seem a little more relaxed. Okay. I was going to split you up into randomized pairs, but since that won't be happening Toshinori feels something flicker inside him. Then I'll just have to modify my initial plan. The students have stopped laughing. Izuku has started to bounce on his toes. Who are the top 3 in Aizawa-sensei's quirk apprehension test? Asks All Might. Young Yaoyorozu, shivering a little, raises her hand, followed by Endeavor's son, and the vaguely familiar Bakugo Katsuki. Now, those results aren't too surprising. From what Toshinori has seen so far by watching in on lessons and reading the students' schoolwork, Yaoyorozu has an amazing quirk and the brains to back it up. Todoroki Shudo has genetics and a strong body on his side, and young Bakugo seems to be on Izuku's level, but with the confidence to back it up. All Might's grin doesn't falter as he runs through the numbers in his head. That leaves 11 groups, And he needs an even number, not an odd one. Sheet, he F'd it up again. How does he save this? One of you will be working alone, while the other two will be paired with the people who scored lowest in the Quirk apprehension test, he says. How does that divide? 10 groups? Great. He's doing really well at improvising. I don't want to force someone to work without backup, so if someone could volunteer dash? Bakugu's hand shoots up. Well, that was easy. Toshinori rubs the back of his neck sheepishly. And which two came last in the test? It's not like he's forgotten that Izuku almost lost his place at UA, but rather, he has no idea who came in 18th place. Even then, the only hand that's raised is Izuku's. Wait, no, there's a floating glove. That must be the invisible girl, Hagakure. All Might nods. Everyone will be grouped in randomized pairs, except for young Bakugu, young Midoriya and Yaoyorozu, and young Todoroki and Hagakure. Then, each of you will be sorted into heroes and villains, and fight against each other with your quirks. Now, listen closely because I'll only tell you what to do once. Have you all got that? Yes, sir, the students respond. And as he takes in those eager faces, Toshinori figures that he can kind of see why Nana ended up crying so often. And the first hero team is Team 1. Izuku looks over to Yaoyorozu. Her costume is so tiny and impractical, even when compared to Midnight's, and Midnight is a heroine who designs her entire persona around being SXL. Yaoyorozu doesn't look SXL. She just looks a little bit chilly. Izuku clutches his cardigan against his chest. Mom made it. He can't get it damaged in this fight, and he can't trust other people with it. Mom worked so hard on it, but even if it was ruined beyond repair, she would just smile and make another one for him, without any thought to her own alone time and happiness. He has to keep it safe and in his sight. The villains for this team will be All Might blinks at the randomized screen. Team 3, which is young Bakugu. No way. It's been Izuku's dumb luck and an overprotectiveness of his knitwear that's got this cardigan through school so far, with only the barest of scorch marks. Going against Kaken with no holding back, there's no way that the cardigan would survive untarnished. Well, there's only one thing for it. As Kaken stretches out, leaving for the building where they will finally fight on even footing for the first time, and as Yaoyorozu waits near the doors of the observation room, Izuku approaches All Might. Can you hold on to this for me? Asks Izuku, holding out his cardigan. He pretends to not hear his classmates whispering as he leaves the room, mumbling to Yaoyorozu. I've grown up with Kaken, so I know all of his moves. Thing is, I also know that he'll go straight for me because he decided that I was quirkless when we were 4, and well dash. How the F did you trick them into letting you into UA? I didn't. I took the exam, the same as you. Don't even lie to me or I'll dash. Midoriya-san? Asks Yaoyorozu. Are you alright? Izuku gives his best All Might smile. I'm fine. I just got a bit lost in thought. She nods when he throws a peace sign for good measure. Then, we've got 5 minutes until we're allowed to go in, so if we could strategize, I think that would be a good idea. I mean, Kaken will probably go after me, says Izuku. Since he's the only one in the building, he won't be able to defend the bomb at the same time, so you could probably sneak up and grab it while I distract him. But what if he defends the bomb instead of looking for you, and he and I are alone? Yaoyorozu presses her index fingers together in front of her chest. Izuku's answer is quick. There's no real need for more than one plan, with his knowledge of Kaken's behavior. Then call me on the comms and I'll fight him while you get the bomb. Yaoyorozu opens her mouth, takes a quick breath, and stops. She exhales slowly and lowers her hands. Okay. And start. All Might's voice is loud enough to leave their ears ringing. Izuku, for one, is a little grateful that they only have the comms in one ear. Yaoyorozu-san, do you think that you can climb to the top floor? He asks. It's okay if you can't, but if Kaken doesn't see you at all, I don't think he'll get distracted from me. With a smile, Yaoyorozu says, sure, and promptly produces a set of climbing gear from her legs. Oh my gosh, is that your quirk? Izuku's brain starts racing. So that means that you produce material from your body. I think I remember from the Aizawa-sensei's test, but I might have been panicking a lot then, so I'm not sure. Is it limited to specific materials? Or could you create a tiny replica of the world? Does it come from any part of your body, or just your thighs? I can convert my body fat into any material that I know the molecular structure of, with the caveat that it can't be a living thing, she replies, blushing. What does your quirk do? Well, if Izuku wants to be honest, it's a stockpiling quirk that has all of the power of 8 other people, all of whom had the exact same quirk transferred to them beforehand, but that's kind of top secret. So, Izuku says, physical augmentation, but sometimes I break my bones with it. You break your bones? But you managed fine in the test, says Yaoyorozu. Izuku laughs sheepishly, adjusting his headband. Well, it came in kind of late, I guess? So I've been doing a lot of practice in the past year. Anyway, about your quirk, if you can create any inorganic material, and this equipment is metal, and, I think that the rope is nylon but knowing the molecular structure, and being able to process it to a physical form, you must be a genius. Most of Yaoyorozu's upper body turns pink. Not really. I did a lot of reading as a child, and my quirk was pretty much there from the start, so I had a lot of practice. Izuku finds himself bouncing on his toes, his gloved hands fluttering with his words as he says, "No, but I mean dash." Something explodes, but somehow, Izuku still hears Kaken's voice. What the actual F dash, Deku? Stop being a coward and fight me. The lesson. The fight. Oh, but Izuku really wanted to learn some more about Yaoyorozu's quirk. He barely dodges Kaken's first right hook, and counters with an uppercut. Kaken lifts himself out of the way with a pair of explosions that lift him into the air. Really, that's an amazing use of Kaken's quirk. It's also a real display of power, since Kaken is pretty muscular, and muscles weigh more than fat, so Kaken's pretty heavy as well, but he's still literally airborne via his quirk, the very same quirk which is now going right for Izuku's face. He ducks and rolls between Kaken's legs, getting up fast enough to wrap his arms around Kaken's waist and prepare to suplex him. Kaken's arms swing backwards, though, and though they don't hit Izuku properly, they clip him enough to break his concentration, the sound stinging and ringing in his ears. It makes him drop Kaken, who retorts by flying up with explosions and kicking Izuku in the bladder. Udimin slime ball. Kaken yells, landing a few feet away to face Izuku. You've had a quirk this entire time, so use it. Izuku responds by launching himself forwards, one for all enveloping his body. He's fast enough that Kaken can't respond to the incoming left jab to the gut, and it knocks the blonde backwards. I never said I was quirkless, shouts Izuku. I told you all along, it just didn't come in on time, but you never listened. Kaken throws a punch with sparks between his knuckles. And why would I listen to a liar like you? Izuku tries to duck, but his legs don't get the message and jump up, instead, so Kaken's punch hits his calf. When have I lied, Kaken? A barrage of punches and kicks, one after the other, with explosions that resound like gongs. That you forgot your homework. That you have friends. That your dad left for work. That your freak of a mom is normal. What haven't you lied about? Izuku yells wordlessly, before gritting his teeth through a punch to the jaw. And of course I've lied about little things, but never about my quirk or my parents. Dad's in America and Mom's doing her best. Your dad left for America because your mom would be your stalker if she didn't live with you. He saw that she was turning into a freak and ran off. Kaken dodges a kick that would have landed if Izuku wasn't distracted. So what if Izuku's mom is a little more overbearing than others? She loves and supports him no matter what. Kaken's just angry because his mother swears at him loudly enough for the whole block to hear. Izuku can't say that though because then Kaken will get even more mad. But will he? Kaken barely ever shows emotions past smugness and anger, and Izuku's rarely seen the former since he was 4. All he can remember is Kaken's sneer, or scowl, and the fear that is finally blocked out with adrenaline. Izuku kicks out, only for Kaken to catch his leg with a vice-like grip. And his brain is starting to fail him, with strategies half-forming and dissolving until all he can do is put enough power into his thigh to pull away. He's balancing on one leg now, with the last strand of logic in his brain telling him to not use his other leg. With clenched fists, Izuku looks at Kaken. And Kaken smiles. She's checking every room methodically, having discarded the climbing gear in favor of just walking through the front entrance. Bakugo had blown the door to pieces in his eagerness to fight, with such a burning desire to hurt clear in every movement he made that Momo felt even colder than before. It had taken all of her efforts to tear herself away from Midoriya and Bakugo's lively fight, but she had listened to the rules just as much as anyone with a desire to succeed would have, and she had come to an appropriate conclusion. The battle simulation will end when one out of two criteria is fulfilled. Either both opponents are restrained with the capture tape provided, or when one person from the hero team places a hand on the fake nuclear bomb. Momo is well aware that, with today's technology, a nuclear bomb the size of an apple could wipe out a large city. Power is not determined by size. Such a thing has been true for centuries. While older nuclear bombs would have had to have been at least twice the size of Momo, she has heard, much more recently, of some bombs being made with nanotechnology. Perhaps part of the test is to know that, and therefore spend time searching for a smaller bomb. So, in every room of the office-like building, Momo pulls open smooth desk drawers and cold, metal, filing cabinets, only to find each and every one of them empty. I know that we're all worried that Midori is gonna die, but this is serious. Do you think that that girl? Do you think that she knows what a nuclear bomb looks like? Asks Ishido, to the response of absolutely no one. No, that's foolish of her. This is a test aimed at everyone in the class. Momo's knowledge is broad and often obscure. It is cultivated by her family's means and privilege, and the fact that there was never anything that they couldn't afford for her. She was provided with private tutors, and books upon books of knowledge. Momo is well aware that she is exceptionally intelligent, and that her abilities should not be expected from her new peers. There's no reason for All Might to mislead the others with a tiny bomb. It's going to be something large and not easily hidden. An explosion shakes the building under Momo's heeled boots, sounding far closer than before. There's no time to waste. Bakugo is fighting Midoriya, and from what she's seen of both of their skills, Midoriya's not going to be winning. She doesn't mean to sound rude. It's simply that Midoriya has not shown much proficiency or enthusiasm for fighting as opposed to Bakugo, who has an incredibly violent quirk and personality, and who shows off both of those facts whenever he has the opportunity. However, Midoriya had had a look of solid certainty in his eyes when he'd created their plan. His strategy was basic, but he had barely budged when Momo had urged him to reconsider. Such stubbornness was for the better, for that simplistic plan, despite her doubts, has worked entirely all too well. The building groans under her feet. Goodness! She's been so completely lost in thought about the plan that, well, she'd honestly forgotten that she was also a key member of the group. She had to run and quickly. Even if Midoriya's strategies do work, Bakugo is a metaphorical force of nature. Nobody can hold their own against him for too long. Her feet thud on the ground as she throws open doors with no self-consciousness. She can be as loud as she pleases. Nobody will hear her over the sound of Bakugo's explosions. Not for the first time, Momo allowed herself a sniff of relief, short as it was, for the fact that she had taught herself to run in heels from an early age. She checks every room as if she is reading a book. Her eyes flicker up and down, from right to left, scanning for something out of the ordinary. This office building is filled with the same room after the same room, but, each time, with slight differences, all of which are obvious for her to know that she has not opened this door before. When she clambers up the stairs, she almost stumbles, and has to catch herself on the sharp corner of the concrete step. Maybe, if she had less self-control, she would have sworn. Momo is not the type of person who would speak coarsely, though. She must simply ignore that feeling of irritation and keep climbing up, even if it's painful now, with blood leaking from her hand. In another part of her mind, lipids become cellulose, and a far, far lesser amount becomes proteins and acids and alkalis, all counterbalancing each other. She kicks open the stairwell door, this time, and keeps making her way through every room as she ties the starched bandage around her hand. Another door. Another door. Another door. Another floor. Momo keeps running forwards to the sound of explosions. This is what she can do to be useful after all. This is all that she can do. Do you want to know what these are for? Asks Kakin, gesturing to the bulbous gauntlets on his forearms. They're green, but a muted, military shade, and designed to emulate grenades. Izuku would say that it's a visual clue to intimidate villains with an obviously destructive quirk, but his coppery tongue won't cooperate. They collect my sweat and release it when I pull the pin out, he intones as his left hand reaches for the right. Gauntlet's pin. Izuku's ears ring with the loud, surrounding silence, phantom explosions still echoing in his mind as Kakin talks. And you know DMN well what my sweat does. You always want to be in the spotlight, you DMN nerd, so here's one just for you. All Might's voice crackles in Izuku's ear, and Kakin stalls. Young Bakugo, if you harm Midoriya, I will be forced to call off the exercise and give the victory to his team. Kakin's lips curl up, baring his teeth, and for a moment, Izuku swears that he sees red dripping from them. But that's only a thought. A lie that his brain told. Kakin's teeth are still coldly white. It won't hurt him, Kakin laughs as his index finger curls around the hoop of the pin, if it doesn't hit him. A resonating sound. And whiteness. Victory goes to Yaoyorozu and Midoriya. Honestly, why you didn't stop him is beyond me. I tried to call the whole exercise off, but by the time I had my hand on the intercom, it was already done. So you let the boy get away with it? I don't know, Chio. There's a familiar softness against his right cheek. Softly he exhales. His cardigan is there. He's okay. Izuku keeps his eyes closed, doing his best not to make any sign of wakefulness. For a moment, it works, as All Might and Recovery Girl continue their conversation as if nothing had happened. But then, as inevitably as always, they look over to him. His eyes slide open, and he forces a sheepish grin onto his face. Midoriya, my boy, exclaims All Might, taking a couple of strides with his spindly legs to sit by Izuku's bedside. Are you all right? What Izuku intended to say was that, yes, he's all right, even though his body aches like he'd done a month's work of training in a day. Nobody needs to know the latter part. What he does say is my costume okay? All Might and Recovery Girl exchange a look, and Izuku's heart falls out of his chest. The bow is undamaged, All Might says as if it would soften the blow. Your shoes as well. The gloves are not beyond repair. Izuku takes a slow breath. But that's it. Yes, that's it, Recovery Girl bites. Now maybe you can wear the version made by the support department, which is actually designed to withstand explosions. But Mom worked so hard on it and I messed up. I already ruined it. Izuku murmurs, trying his best to keep his words to himself. She's going to forgive me instantly. Oh gosh, she's going to hug me and act like I didn't ruin all of her hard work by pissing off Kakin, and dash. Izuku cuts off into a hopefully quiet keening noise, wringing his hands through his hair as he sits up. The cardigan flops down to puddle in his lap with the blanket. Kakin. Yaoyorozu-san, is she okay? How long have I been out for? All Might reaches a branch-like hand out, and there's a gentle pressure on Izuku's head. His own hands fall into his lap as his throat jams itself shut. Everyone is all right, my boy, says All Might, his words slow and clear. Yaoyorozu-san followed your plan perfectly, and we all took you here before continuing the exercise. Nobody else was foolish enough to use excessive force like young Bakugo did, though, and nobody else got injured enough to need Recovery Girl's help. Recovery Girl snorts. Which is just as well, since I had my hands full with you. Your face won't scar, by the way. Without meaning to, Izuku's face begins to scrunch up in bewilderment, before a burning pain overtakes his left cheek. He lets out a whining noise for a moment, then grits his teeth. Inevitably, his cheeks begin to heat up. Did I get burnt? He flatly asks. Recovery Girl must know that he already knows the answer to that, because she gives him a rather dry look. Still, after a shared glance from her to All Might, she tells him, second-degree burns on your left side, starting from your abdomen and reaching up to just beneath your cheekbone. Your right leg was broken, along with a few ribs, but I fixed most of it up. You'll be experiencing some stiffness in your chest and leg tonight, And a lot of skin irritation where you were burnt, but you'll be good as new after another healing tomorrow. Izuku nods. At least it won't be permanent. Even so, his fingers still ghost against the irritated skin of his cheek. He asks, "Where's my bag?" Wordlessly, All Might reaches under the bed and lifts the familiar yellow backpack onto the mattress. Izuku wedges it between his knees to unzip it one-handedly, before rifling through the brand new plastic folders and notebooks. When his fingers wrap around the old cloth pouch, he hums in victory and starts rifling through the selection of cotton surgical masks that he put there. Right now, basic color theory dictates that, with the red hairbow and shoes and his green hair and eyes, he's already wearing complementary colors. Combined with the yellow cardigan that he definitely won't take off once he manages to get his arm in it, it would be easiest to make a triadic coordination from red, and therefore leave his natural green hair to be an accent color, which would mean the blue one, Izuku finds himself saying, as he selects the cloth and loops the elastic around his ears. He looks up, throwing a peace sign for good measure, only to see All Might and Recovery Girl already smiling indulgently at him. "I didn't realize that you put so much thought into your outfits," says All Might. The mask, most likely, is not enough to hide the sheer force of Izuku's blush. "So he'd been mumbling, huh?" "Yes," replies Recovery Girl. "I don't think that you've ever had a private thought in your life, with that habit of yours." "Well, Izuku's had a good run. I guess it's time to put him into a medical coma forever." "Too expensive," Recovery Girl says, pulling at Izuku's blanket. "Now, do you feel well enough to go home by yourself?" There's only one way to find out, so Izuku swings his legs out of bed and stands up. Aside from a little drowsiness, he doesn't find that his limbs waver or his head swims. "I'm good to go." He looks down at his ashen green costume, charred to pieces in some places, and with one sleeve looking like it was replaced entirely by bandages, and adds, "Actually, I kind of want to change into my uniform." Recovery Girl nods, her wrinkled mouth pulled tightly. "That would be for the best. Your classmates, Uraraka and Ida, brought your uniform for you. Do you want us to leave?" Humming, Izuku replies, "I don't need more humiliation today." And even though they close the door behind themselves, Izuku can hear the two of them speak. "Are you certain that he's all right?" "As much as he can be, I suppose." Congratulations on choosing such a foolish successor. You match each other completely." "Well, thank you." It's not that Momo means to eavesdrop. She truly doesn't. That would be a betrayal of trust on behalf of her classmates, whom she has nothing but respect for. Not to mention, with all the surprisingly loud noises of the cafeteria, such a task would be rather difficult, or so she'd imagine. Despite those aforementioned facts, as she walks past the table that Midoriya and his friends sit at, she just happens to overhear their conversation. They aren't exactly being quiet or subtle, and it's easy to tune into their already familiar voices. Oh, but that isn't an excuse. It's just a reason for her entirely expected response. "But whose house would we go to?" Midoriya asks. It doesn't seem like he's asking anyone in particular amongst the others sitting at the table, namely, Ida, Uraraka, and Kirishima. "Mom would love to meet you all, but I don't know if we'd have the space to all study together." Kirishima sighs as he checks his phone, and says, "My parents have started refurbishing the place, now that I have a place to train that isn't home, so it's all kind of a mess. It smells like paint and plaster everywhere, and there are buckets and stepladders everywhere. Sorry. My place isn't in the best neighborhood, and it's only really one room, then a washroom. I don't know if you'd all be uncomfortable with basically being in a girl's bedroom, sorry," adds Uraraka, her cheeks flushing as she pokes at her food with her chopsticks. Then, she scoops up an unreasonably large amount of rice, and places it almost neatly in her mouth, before liking the remaining grains from her bottom lip. Her lips are quite rosy. Objectively, Momo believes that is attractive. Momo places her tray on the table so that she can hold her hands in front of herself. It is, of course, rather rude to hide your hands in front of company, and Momo cannot be anything but polite, now, regarding what she has been doing previously. "I'm sorry, but if you wouldn't mind, I happened to pass by and overhear what you are saying, and I could offer my home? It's rather large, so if I could join you in studying, we would all have plenty of room. Midoriya looks up at her, his green eyes widening. Are you sure, Yaoyorozu-san? We wouldn't be getting in the way, would we? Of course not. You're all welcome into my home, she says before trying a smile. And, well, my personal chef makes excellent snacks, so you wouldn't need to bring any food. Does tomorrow sound good? A chef? Kirishima murmurs. Momo shifts under his red stare, although, she supposes, it isn't at all like how boys usually look at her. Usually they leer and make her feel like a piece of meat. Kirishima just seems to be in awe, for some strange reason. Yes. Most people don't have chefs. Well, with Momo's quirk, it couldn't be helped. I'm sold, exclaims Uraraka, punching the air. Are you absolutely sure? Asks Ida. If you aren't, you are welcome to join us at my home. Kirishima nudges Ida, grinning. Dude, we can switch over who's hosting next time, if we want to, and we can all visit each other. So that way, we can see who has the best places for hanging out, and figure out how we all learn best. Or something. Uraraka shuffles along her booth seat, pressing against Midoriya, who flushes and begins to mumble very quietly. Momo doesn't try to listen in this time, but even if she did, she doesn't think that she could understand anything. Midoriya, currently, doesn't appear to have control of his mouth. Come on and sit with us, Yaoyorozu-chan. Uraraka laughs, patting the scarlet faux leather. There's always room for one more. Plus, we've got to figure out what we're going to study, right? Momo's smile breaks into a grin that she cannot contain. But despite that, she can still say, of course. Thank you. Okay, so you're choosing class representatives today. At Aizawa-sensei's toneless words, the whole classroom erupts with people waving their hands in the air, and Toru is no exception. Let me be class rep, shouts Toru, along with multiple people, all at slightly different times, so it really just sounds like a mess of unintelligible noise. Through it, she hears her phone buzz. It's probably not anything important. One of her favorite fashion bloggers updates at this time, but it's not like she can't wait. It's not like it's going to be an amazing cohort, fitting around a theme and with at least one item that costs more than Toru's entire own drab wardrobe. Boy, she can't. Dimin, that's gorgeous. It's an absolute cacophony of colors. Aoyama stands up on his chair and does a little spin, making a nice distraction. Nobody would be better suited for this position than Dash. Me, exclaims Ishido, bouncing up as well. I'll implement a policy of cute hair accessories for everyone. Everyone looks cuter and feels cuter. Productivity increases. Toru glances behind her, because at that, Midoriya adjusts his hairbow with a slight smile. It's a light blue ribbon, and peeks out from under his curls where the knot is fastened. Toru runs a hand over her buzz-cut hair and sighs. At least he looks happy enough, staring up and ahead with a faint smile across his lips. Now his shoulders are hunching over, and he's glancing around the room. Even though there's almost no chance that he'll notice her staring, Toru looks away. We should vote, shouts Ida, his voice carrying over everyone else's. An anonymous poll wherein all 19 of us get one vote each. Ciro adds in the new silence, but if it's anonymous, won't everyone, vote for themselves? Then the person who actually manages to get more than one vote is even more clearly fit for the role. Ida explains. He nods firmly, as if that confirms his train of thought. Ciro lets the pause last a little longer this time. And what will we do if nobody gets more than one vote? Ida blinks, and it is ultimately Kirishima who decides. Arm wrestling contest. Without quirks. Toru doesn't expect Uraraka to be the first one to whoop at that, but soon the entire class is laughing and chanting about a hypothetical arm wrestling contest. But first, we should try and vote. Ida interrupts. He's standing up fully now and addressing the room at large from behind his desk. His arms swing so quickly that Azui has to duck to avoid getting hit. It's best to try to be democratic before resorting to displays of brute power to establish leadership. Well, that's a lot of long words that Toru understood before that sentence was constructed. Now they're all pretty overwhelming. Again, Kirishima is the first to respond as he calls, I don't know what you mean, But that was pretty manly anyway. Let's listen to Ida. When Toru has a little sheet of paper in front of her, she takes a moment to stare at it. The classroom has gone silent now, save for the scratching of pens on paper, and she has time to think. Sure, being class rep would mean that everyone pays attention to her for once, but it comes with way too much responsibility. Toru can hardly handle finishing all of her homework, let alone helping everyone else and staying organized. She'd be doomed from the start. But who else could she choose? Her wandering eyes flicker across the classroom as she pulls her phone out of her pocket. Everyone else is writing down their names, so even though her phone case is unbelievably large, and that the movements jingle and clack with her array of Gashapon charms, nobody bothers to look. She pushes the on button, lighting up the screen with a picture of a sunset she took in middle school, and she slides the screen to open it. Wait, that's the camera button. Her entire, non-existent face now takes the entire screen. Then again, that just means that she can see behind herself, now. Bakuga's head is tilted down over his desk, so she can immediately see over to Midoriya. Anxious, mumbling Midoriya, with a smile like sunshine and enough colors on his body to replace the rainbow, and all of the confidence of a traumatized bunny rabbit. He stares out of the window, drumming his pencil against his lip without a sound. The sun seems to reflect in his eyes, making them glisten and glow. He doesn't immediately look like class rep material, she doesn't think, but she's glanced over to see him scribbling in 2 notebooks alternately before. That's pretty organized, right? And when he's in his hero costume, he starts bouncing around like an idol, so he can't be all that nervous, right? Toru writes down the 2 kanji in glittering green gel pen, biting on her tongue to remember the radicals, before humming with satisfaction. Midoriya definitely deserves to be class rep. What did Izuku do to deserve this? 4 votes. 4 votes, and he had to talk to the class from Aizawa's podium. Yaoyorozu was with him, thankfully, but was it really something to be thankful for when he could just tell that she was judging him? No, Yaoyorozu isn't that mean. She wouldn't judge Izuku for being scared. Then again, Izuku is always scared, and everyone is always judging him. That's not hyperbole, it's fact. Or maybe it is hyperbole. Maybe he's just exaggerating everything and Kaken was right and he's just an attention-seeking weakling. Just a dumb, stupid, useless little Deku. But, still it doesn't matter. He rubs the worn sleeve of his cardigan across his dry lips. They're both soft. He likes soft things, Izuku tells himself. It's like mom is on the podium next to him, supporting and loving him, holding him close, and shooting glares that she doesn't think he notices to the rest of the students in his class. But this class doesn't deserve her glares. Kirishima calls him manly and strong, and Ida says that he is charismatic and caring. His classmates tell him that he's smart and cool, and Ishido even complimented his hairband this morning. The bow is soft. It's made of a silky ribbon, and Izuku can find it easily when his fingers card through his hair. His hair is soft. His attempt at a smile is soft when he addresses the class. It might be less of a smile and more of a grimace, because the alarms were loud today, and all of the people in the crowd were touching him, and it was like being on the train and wearing cute shorts when lecherous people mistake him for a girl. It's been happening less, recently, but the response to a crowd is still the same. Stay still, and hope they ignore you. It's never worked. I'm really grateful that you thought I'd be good at representing the class, but, I disagree. Respectfully, that is, but I'm really not cut out to do this. Sorry. Izuku shifts from foot to foot as the class watches him. His throat chokes up on itself for a second, like breathing in ash. He's not brave. He can't do this. He should just drop dead right now. But Ida was brave and smart and strategic, and that's why Izuku says Ida-kun should be class president. And his classmates agree with him? Yeah, he was so cool today, grins Kirishima, nodding towards Ida. Kaminari interrupts with, yeah. The way he just spun over everyone, and then spoke really clearly. It was actually really smart, even if he did end up looking like the picture on the emergency exit. Ida is smart and organized and considerate, and is a complete model student. It's why Izuku voted for him. But Ida had voted for Izuku, and so did Uraraka and Kirishima, and someone else, and Izuku can't say no to a majority rule. Yaoyorozu had blushed when she admitted that she had voted for herself, but honestly, Ida could stand to learn from her confidence and surety in her own abilities, rather than misplaced hope in a quirkless wannabes. Izuku knows all of this, so why does it sting so badly to hear it? Her parents have sent a car to pick her and her classmates up. Momo discovers this after school, when she follows Midoriya's group of friends out of the school building, only to find people whispering and pointing at the burgundy Mercedes limousine on their ways home. Momo has always been incredibly aware of her own body and the space that she fills. It is a necessary skill, since she has spent her life learning how to take apart her fat on a molecular level and phase it through her skin in new shapes and structures, not to mention the lessons she took in martial arts and swordplay of various disciplines. It also means that she is very aware of the heat rising to her cheeks as she stops still in the pathway outside of UA. "Yaosun, is there something wrong?" asks Ida, turning to look at her. "Have you forgotten something in the classroom?" As Ida continues with reassurances, Momo shakes her head. Kirishima is already pointing at the car, though it's clear from the way that he is rambling that he truly knows nothing about vehicle models. Momo's family is far more ecologically conscious than Kirishima is implying. "Thank you very much." The chauffeur steps out of the car and opens the back door, watching Momo with a silent patience that only he is really able to achieve. Momo bows, clasping her hands together. "Ah, thank you, Yamashita-san." At this, Kirishima pauses from listening to Uraraka explain the car's actual emission rate. "Wait," he says. "This is yours." Momo nods. There is not an inch of this car that Momo could not recreate with perfect precision. Every tire and filter, the suspension and steering, she knows it better than she knows her own body. "Please go in. Yamashita-san is an excellent driver." Uraraka doesn't seem to need much encouragement, as she bolts in with an almost muffled, "Thanks." Ida follows, with much more poise and propriety, and saying, "Thank you," in the way that Yaoyorozu would be expected to. Midoriya does the same, but with a lot more stuttering and blushing, while Kirishima toes the line between Uraraka and Midoriya's forms of expressing gratitude. She thanks Yamashita-san again before entering the limousine, gracefully and light-footed. Her classmates have already sat down, while Ida looks around wide-eyed for seatbelts. "This seat is bigger than my entire futon," sighs Uraraka, as she lets her torso slump down across the plush velvet. Midoriya runs his fingers over the seat, close to the top of Uraraka's hair. "I have to say, I expected a different color for the seating based on the outside, like black or white leather, but this is a really nice champagne yellow." Momo smiles and nods. "Thank you. My parents commissioned this refurbishment for me, since it was my favorite of our family's cars when I was younger, so these are my favorite colors." A glance at her friends' blank, open-mouthed stares tells her that she has done something wrong. What kind of misstep of inadequacy has she made now? Kirishima shakes his head. "Whoa, Yamamo-san, you are loaded." "Wait, what's that supposed to mean? Is it a reference to something distasteful?" "I mean that you're rich," Kirishima adds, scratching at his temple. Ah, so her confusion must have shown on her face. Well, she still blushes, because in the fictional books that she has read, it is generally considered rude for more financially secure characters to show off their wealth unnecessarily. How long has Momo been doing this for, even without realizing? "Yamamo," she asks. Kirishima reaches up and gingerly pats his spiky hair, saying, Ashido-kun called you that when we were watching you during All Might's class. I think it's a pretty cool nickname, but I won't use it again if you don't like it." A nickname? Momo Yamamo is truly blessed to be amongst some of the kindest and most considerate people in UA for her class. She smiles. "I've never had a nickname before. I love it." Midoriya nods enthusiastically. "I get what you mean. I mean, I've had the same nickname since before I entered elementary school, but since meeting Uraraka-san, it's become a much nicer nickname, instead of something that I was bullied with relentlessly. I kind of like being a Deku now." He shifts a bit in his seat, glancing around at the faces pointed at him. Momo can barely take her eyes off of him for long enough to see that everyone else seems as lost for words as her. The engine purrs, and scenery flashes behind Midoriya's apprehensive head as Momo leaves that sudden trance. Was that? Asks Midoriya, pressing his fingers together. Did I ruin the mood? It was Bakugo-kun, wasn't it? Kirishima states. His fists pound together, and he'd look intimidating if he wasn't snuggled against the velvet seating. I'm going to fight him. Midoriya shakes his head and waves his arms in front of him. Oh no, don't do that. Kaken doesn't really understand, so he needs some help instead of just being praised all the time. Ida joins in with a firm nod. Of course. We shouldn't fight our classmates unless it is part of an educational exercise. It takes Momo a moment to realize that the engine is still and the door has been opened. Yamashita-san, exclaims Momo. We're sorry to keep you waiting. Everyone is a little more polite when they leave the limousine, and they all follow Momo to the chow where she has decided to hold their meeting. It is not their largest hall or their most intricately decorated, but it has always been one of Momo's favorite places to study, aside from the library. It's very close to the kitchens, so she never has to worry about overusing her quirk when practicing in here. She tells her friends this as she gestures them to seats, where cupcakes and fruits have been laid out on platters in easy reach, only to stutter to a halt. I'm sorry, I was showing off, wasn't I? She asks, trying to make herself meet anyone's eyes. Uraraka pats Momo on the shoulder with her palm, and it's like an electric shock brings her to life. Uraraka's laugh is beautiful, like bells, as she reassures with, "Nah, you're fine. It's not like we didn't know what kind of family you come from, and we all like you whether or not you could buy out UA 10 times over." Momo laughs, calculating in her mind. I don't think we could buy it out that many times. Through her school blazer, Momo can feel Uraraka's fingertips flex away, and her palms squishing further into Momo's shoulder, and for a moment, Momo is certain that she has made a social faux pas again. But then Uraraka laughs even more heartily and exclaims, "Wow, Yamamuchan, you really are a genius." Momo is left in a dizzy daze of a rapid heartbeat for a few moments, until Kirishima points out the thick red folders piled up next to the bowl of citrus fruits. "Hey, what are those?" he asks before reaching over and grabbing an orange for himself. Is he using his quirk to sharpen his fingernail and make the orange easier to peel? He must be. Midoriya already seems to be fixating on him. The folders. Momo had almost forgotten about those. I made them last night, she explains. Those are study guides including organized lists of the planned curriculum that I asked our teachers for, though those are rather vague. I believe that the purpose of that is to keep us vigilant and prepared for anything. I also have an overview of all of our lessons so far, with in-depth notes explaining them in further detail and with more simplicity. Ida gasps. This is an amazing coincidence, for, you see he pauses to open his school backpack, and pulls out 5 plastic folders in a pleasing shade of teal. I did a similar thing last night also. Midoriya begins to applaud, while Uraraka and Kirishima shout with what is probably excitement. Our class reps are so in sync, cheers Uraraka. This is gonna be so much better than middle school. Kirishima hollers. Midoriya giggles. I told you that Ida-kun was a better choice than Dash. He says, me. Midoriya says that Ida is a better class representative than himself, not Momo. But still, her wretched, egotistical heart reminds her, even while Uraraka spends more time eating the sweet-smelling cakes than studying, and when Kirishima needs the same thing explained to him in 3 different ways, that there will always be someone better than Yaoyorozu Momo. Aizawa-sensei had audibly groaned when Midoriya had showed up to class clutching the same Hero March carrier bag as last time, and bouncing up and down in an already very familiar way. Tsuyu had noticed the red bow that he was wearing almost as soon as she saw him, and she had let herself smile in amusement while Midoriya enthused over his mother being talented enough to remake the costume from scratch at least 3 times. He probably spoke for far longer than anyone realized, but Tsuyu is fairly certain that most of the class has an affinity for cute things. And well, Midoriya is the cutest thing she's ever laid eyes on. He's very passionate, or at least, that's what she thinks. He's passionate and strong, and that strength in his surprisingly buff body seems familiar, like something she's seen for her whole life. Still, She can't quite put her finger on how. She didn't get to sit down for breakfast today, since Satsuko had lost her school shoes and needed help finding them. That might be why her mind isn't as sharp as usual. Today we will be traveling to another part of campus, announces Aizawa-sensei, with a tone that might have sounded excited once. Today we will be partaking in rescue training. Feel free to wear your costumes unless you've found that they limit you. The last part is said with a sigh and a glance towards Midoriya. However, from his hunched posture and glare, it seems that Bakugo is taking it as a personal slight. Perhaps he is bitter about his costume's support of his power not being enough to defeat Midoriya and Yaoyorozu. Tsuyu wouldn't know. She doesn't like to think about Bakugo often. Soon enough, everyone is herded out of the classroom and into the changing rooms, where Tsuyu wastes no time in getting her costume on. It's sturdy and waterproof, probably made of some kind of neoprene derivative, but it could really do with more storage, and chest H's and the thigh-high-heeled boots are a little weird. Then again, it can't be worse than Yaoyorozu's disaster of a costume. Yaoyorozu-chan, your costume is a disaster, Tsuyu states. Yaoyorozu sighs, nodding. Yes. I noticed when I first put it on, but I don't want the design to go to waste. People spent time and effort on this. It would be disrespectful to discard it so quickly. Tsuyu doesn't even have to answer. She just blinks. Hopefully, the support department will allow them to make changes to their costumes after this initial excursion. At least the bus trip is better. Izuku had gotten dressed first, like before, but he hasn't found anyone to hold his cardigan this time, so it's wrapped around his neck again. While he was waiting for them, next to the bus, it flew around with his short hood. He seemed to be dancing with all the awkwardness of a sober adult at a wedding in order to cure his boredom. It wasn't until Ishido arrived and took a disgusted look at him that he finally started to learn how to properly dance. It was pretty fun to watch. Especially when Ishido started moving to the beat of Ida's whistleblowing to get their attention. He does look to be settling into his duties as class president rather well, even if he is taking the whole thing a bit far. Plus ultra, Tsuyu guesses. Why did anyone vote for Midoriya in the first place, when Ida is so clearly a perfect match with the role? So it comes to this. 19 students sit in a bus, chatting aimlessly as Aizawa-sensei and whoever is driving the bus pretend to ignore the noise. Midoriya keeps talking, carrying more of a conversation than he's ever managed before around the class. His hairbow bobs up and down when he talks about heroes and All Might and how amazing UA really is. Tsuyu nods to herself, tuning out the words that Midoriya is saying, in order to only listen to the timbre of his voice. Speaking of quirks, Tsuyu finds herself saying, after Midoriya had just finished embarking on a lecture on how Kirishima's quirk is actually really cool, your quirk is similar to All Might's. He seems to like you a lot too. Midoriya laughs, his round cheeks turning pink. Yeah, it's really cool, but I'm nowhere near his level yet, even with his help. Kirishima looks around the bus, seeming to make eye contact with everyone, and solemnly says, yet. With a smile that makes his eyes grow narrow from its broadness, Midoriya nods. My quirk came in just before the entrance exams, so I haven't had a lot of time to get used to it, but I'm going to work hard and be the best hero and save everyone's hearts. Tsuyu has heard similar speeches from the protagonists of Satsuko's Magical Girl anime. What kind of bullshit are you barfing now? Snarls Bakugo, standing up in his seat. You're saying you're gonna be a hero? Fat FING chance. All you know is how to be a quirkless nerd. Kaken, I told you. Midoriya lets out a giggle, and Tsuyu can't tell whether or not it's genuine. From the way Bakugo tenses up, she supposes that he can't either. Maybe he thinks that Midoriya is mocking him. That's not something that Tsuyu can easily imagine though. Midoriya continues with, I've always told you that I'm a late developer. Tsuyu is not sure if the rest of the bus feels the tension in the air, or if they've noticed that Midoriya mentioned being personally helped by All Might, but she doesn't have to worry about that, because the bus comes to a halt. We're here, says Aizawa-sensei, standing up. Please don't trample each other when you leave. That's Ida's cue to start giving instructions as to how people should exit the bus in order to be as safe as possible. You really take Aizawa-sensei's joke seriously, she says. Ribbit. Ida begins a tirade on how, even if Aizawa-sensei intended that statement as a joke, It is still a possibility that somebody could get hurt, and that they need to be orderly and safe in everything that they do, as to befit such a prestigious academy as UA. Or something. Tsuyu isn't really listening. She just watches everyone leave, without any order or injuries. Bakugo is one of the last to leave. His body language is indicating something, Tsuyu thinks, but Midoriya taps on the window and waves at her, with a huge, genuine grin, and she's distracted from figuring it out. Toshinori's morning routine used to be like this. Wake up, ready and raring to go. Eat a hearty breakfast, with plenty of proteins and carbohydrates. Wash himself. Leave the house, with a perfect smile and a body that can go beyond the normal limitations of humans, even without the incredible quirk that now thrums through him more naturally than his blood. Go to his Tokyo-based office, sign in on the system, and begin his daily rounds of saving people. It was a good life while it lasted. There would be the odd hiccup, like someone being in danger before he'd clocked in, so the police processing would take longer, or maybe the paparazzi would hound him for an unsanctioned interview. Those were easy to get out of, though. He could just fly away. Of course, it's not flight, but rather a huge leap. It's something that Toshinori had taken for granted, this simple routine. Back then, he didn't have to carefully remember every action, and he didn't need to guess exactly how much energy even standing up or walking to the bathroom would take. Nowadays, Toshinori's routine is more like this. Wake up. Consider going back to sleep and never waking up. Feel the dutiful, suffocating pressure that makes him force himself out of bed. Take a moment to hiss in pain. Walk over into the bathroom. Take a PSS. Flush the toilet. Wash his hands. Take a boiling hot shower to warm his muscles, and sit down halfway through because he just wants to give up. Stare at the veins on his wrist, and consider how much a shallow cut would bleed. Don't cry. Never cry. But more recently, Toshinori has found himself following a light, like a man chasing after the brightest star, night after night. Of course, young Izuku is no celestial object, but a boy. A boy who laughs and cries as easily as he breathes, one who shies from attention and thrives in the spotlight, but a boy nonetheless. He finds himself following Izuku's mumblings like the boy is writing scripture in rambling words. He can offer a compliment or opinion and be blessed with a smile in return. Of course, young Izuku is no deity. Toshinori shouldn't hold him in such high regard. He knows how it feels to fall from that pedestal. But, God, Toshinori has been alone for far too long. With his expansive mind and endless determination, young Izuku could be a blessing from heaven in and of himself. He seemed almost like a reminder, in those first couple of meetings, of the boy that once only imagined a pillar of peace for society. Merely the thought of Izuku lifts Toshinori's heart and gives him the spirit to make it through the day. So, even if Toshinori can only choke down a yogurt for breakfast, and even if he trips over the legs of his suit trousers, it doesn't matter, because he has Izuku. Izuku waits for him, Izuku looks up to him, and Izuku loves him unconditionally. Toshinori has to repay that somehow. Is this how Midoriya-san feels? It's not a sustainable method of living his life. Young Izuku is not perfect. He is a 15-year-old boy, living with all of the confusion and stress that that age brings. Even still, that disregards the grueling hero training that the boy is going through, and the heavy secret that is one for all. But thinking of young Izuku makes Toshinori's life a little easier to deal with. It makes it a little easier to fight through the pain, and to apprehend a villain who has taken a small family hostage. It makes it easier to smile through the day, and Toshinori, selfish as he ever is, does not want to stop smiling. Even though he is distracted by the familial love that sits in his chest like air and earth combined, Toshinori cannot ignore the sounds of innocent people, crying for help. 13 and Aizawa will understand. Is there a true hero who can walk past a plea for help? Toshinori thinks not. And from there, his ears start detecting more cries, and more villains, and the innate need in Toshinori that screams to help, no matter what, keeps on interrupting his commute to work. Maybe if he took the train, he would avoid this aching compulsion, but then, what if that was the one day he was needed? What if that's the day that somebody dies because they needed all might? His leaps are slower, no. Sure, he still flies through the air in a way that some people could only dream of, but ever since he passed on One for All to young Izuku, he's been feeling the effects on his body. He'll be quirkless soon. But that's okay. Young Izuku will be there when that happens, and everyone will see him, and it will all be alright. Izuku is not perfect. He is not ready to be the symbol of peace, but in all honesty, neither was Toshinori. Izuku is jittery and afraid, and far too easily driven to tears, but he is the light that will guide the way one day. Toshinori arrives at UA's main campus and, after glancing around, deflates back to his true form in a puff of smoke. He stops by the staff room for a quick cup of tea, only to have Nezu grasp his wrist. It's quite a feat for such a tiny mammal. I've called 13 in order to inform them of your absence, he says, menace subtly infecting his cheerful squeaks. You will be resting instead of teaching today. But Toshinori's spluttering is cut off by Nezu simply raising a paw. You shouldn't push yourself so much, All Might. Don't worry. Everything will be fine today. Everything is terrible and Izuku is going to die. Okay, so first, All Might was supposed to be teaching today, but he overused his quirk and couldn't come. At least, that's what 13 had implied to Aizawa-sensei. Sure, All Might was amazing when he was fighting crime and saving people, but it made Izuku feel a little forgotten. By the time that he realized that his mother's affectionate nature had left him spoilt for attention, he wasn't able to feel the flood of self-loathing start to drown him, because he literally started drowning. Villains had attacked, and Izuku had found himself warped through an encompassing sensation of nothingness before coming out the other side with a splash. A shark-form villain closes in on him, with a voice that reverberates through his ears like cotton wool. Just as Izuku prepares to kick and to try and get away however he can, something wraps around his waist and flings him out of the water. He's in a boat, and Ishui is next to him, with unblinking, froggy eyes that crawl under his skin and nest there. And the villains, because there's more than just one, all in the water, all surround Izuku and Azui like vultures. Are they vultures? Are the two of them, Izuku and Azui, already dead meat, breathing on borrowed time? What will Mom do without him? There's nothing but silence as the thoughts flow through Izuku's mind, too uncertain and underdeveloped to make it into muttered words. His cardigan is drenched. Is it weighing him down? Does it sink the boat faster? How could he abandon it, though? Bugs are crawling on his skin, or maybe that's just the feeling of the eyes on him. So many strangers, villains, and Azui is not evil, not a villain, so that might be why her stare burns like she can see through his costume and cardigan and underwear and skin until she looks right past his muscle and bone and into his soul, or something like that. Her throat moves, like she wants to say something, or like she's swallowing food. How long is her tongue? How does it stay in her body? Is it an average-sized tongue with stretching capabilities? This boat isn't real, but it's sinking. It must be a mechanism that the USJ has, or maybe it's actually a sinking boat. Timed rescue practice. Is there a safety function? Something to stop it? Does it matter? We need to escape, says Izuku, stumbling and biting his cheeks and tongue as they force their way around words much like how an elasticated bedsheet wraps around a mattress. By which he means is not very well. Mom's good at making beds. Then again, she's about as good as Izuku with words. The knot presses against his throat. Maybe if he stares at the upper walls of the USJ, bare and white even as the whole place turns to sheet, with the sounds of water glugging into the ship, and the villains that goad, it'll all go away. But he sees Azui nod out of the corner of his eye, and she's still staring at him unblinkingly. So he needs a plan. He needs something, anything to get them out of here, safe, and what would All Might do? No, he can't be like All Might. He's weak and cold and his body will break. What would Kaken do? Scream and threaten and hurt, but there's no strategy. Kaken always has the upper hand, unlike Izuku and Azui right now. What does your quirk do? He asks, for lack of anything else to do except panic. I'm a frog, replies Azui. Ribbit. Izuku's hands swish through the air, very much not like Ida's subconscious, purposeful chops. Instead, Izuku kind of just feels limp and panicky. More specific. What does being a frog entail, exactly? My tongue is very long, and I can jump for far distances, she says, and then rib bits again to fill the empty silence between them. That could work. It's kind of a silly escape method, but there's not much else to do. It's do or die for Izuku and Azui. Though, then again, he guesses, it's been do or die ever since he applied to UA, ever since he accepted one for all, ever since the official documentation for Midoriya Izuku read in clear printed font, Quirkless. Why is his cardigan so waterlogged? His costume sticks to his skin, peeling away like a painless sunburn when Izuku shifts his weight from one foot to another. But painless doesn't equate to comfortable. Peeling skin off wouldn't be comfortable, after all. What if a villain jumps out the water, though? He muses. Azui responds, flatly, I have no idea what you're talking about. We can jump out of the boat, says Izuku. My quirk is basically full-body augmentation, and I can manage pretty decent jumps. Of course, you're probably better, because you're a frog, Azui-san dash. It's Tsuyu-chan, she states. Sorry, Tsuhim, he says, before continuing. You're a frog, and you're good at jumping. And not that it's all you can do. Mine is just augmenting and it's not really very specific, but your body is made for this. So, maybe, I guess, I can help with a boost, and can you hold me to make sure we don't fall? But maybe I can, I guess. The boat continues to sink, slowly, like the inevitable flood of anxiety, or something like that. Azui watches. The villains watch. They're all expecting something. Only Azui can hear him, but Izuku's muttering still turns quiet. I break my arms and legs when I use it at full power, but it has an incredible... Izuku shakes his head. It's like I can make really strong wind. Like really powerful. Azui looks like she wants to say something, and Izuku wastes precious time waiting for her to speak. She doesn't. So, I guess if I focus all my power to my finger, I can kind of, flick it? And break it? But it would send a whole bunch of air pressure down, and the villains would all get caught up in a tidal wave, he says. We're running out of time, says Azui, her tone completely absent of any emotion. She takes his right hand and intertwines their fingers and says, on the count of 3? Young Midoriya's quirk? Tashinori repeats. Nedza nods. Yes. I've been observing him for longer than the rest of our new students, since you have been using UA grounds to train him. I have also been looking for any clues as to what his original quirk may be. Tashinori blinks. There's a wave of dread in the empty space where he once had a lung, which grows and shrinks with every breath he takes. This conversation doesn't seem to be that stressful. He was quirkless before I gave him one for all, says Tashinori, though a passing memory blocks his throat as he finishes the sentence. It seems that Nedzu already knows, though. No, he wasn't. His boots have shock absorbers built in order to lessen the strain on his ankles. They support his feet very well. Tenya can scarcely feel the ground beneath his feet through an extensive numbness, or maybe that's the cooling mechanism in his calves. Or maybe it's the overwhelming anxiety. He knows his way to UA from here. It's a simple, broad path that the bus followed, and Tenya had spent the trip half staring out of the window when he wasn't trying to keep the class in order. There must have been hundreds of trees that they passed, all in a blur, and they blur together once more as Tenya runs. He's a really good runner. That's what his grandparents and parents and his brother always said. The Ida family is made of very good runners. It's in their blood and in their quirks. It's amazing. It's the only hope for his classmates and teachers. Dezawa-sensei is outnumbered, and 1A is outclassed. 13-sensei is a collapsed spacesuit, being held together by Ishido and Shuji and their own determination. The only way that anyone will stand a chance is if backup arrives. Tenya's boots have shock absorbers built in. They help him stay numb as he arrives at the main UA campus, with information falling from his mouth as calmly and concisely as if he were directing his classmates into the bus, like it was 2 hours ago and nothing was wrong. Eraserhead is so cool. He took out a bunch of the guys that Tamura had picked up for the purpose of overwhelming the teachers and students, which is impressive. It kind of SCKS that he's an enemy, to be honest. He's all about saving the kids or something. Well, there's 80 NPCs on Tamura's side, and they're split pretty evenly between FANG up the kids and FANG up the teacher. Notably, the ones that were going to F up the teacher are, themselves, F'd up. He'd expected too much from that bunch of lowlifes that Sensei got for him. Watching other people play his games is boring when they're so bad at it. So, Tamura guesses, it falls on him to beat the mini-boss. He learnt one useful thing from his small fry and how quickly they got their buttes beaten. Eraserhead's weak spot is when he blinks. There's a visual clue too. His hair falls into his face when he isn't using his quirk. It's a pretty obvious flag. Why doesn't he shave it off if he doesn't want to be mowed down? Either way, it doesn't matter. If Tamura gets in close when Eraserhead blinks, he can use his own quirk and deal some damage. All he gets is an elbow the first time, so Eraserhead is only down half an arm, and not his eyes or anything like that. And there's students wading through the water, making really loud splashing noises. It's not like they'd be easy to miss with the guys' fluorescent costume. It almost matches the girls. Now that Tamura's seen him, though he can't not see him. Why is the splashing so loud? Are they purposefully trying to distract him? One of Eraserhead's scarf tendrils wraps around Tamura's wrist, dragging him back until he gets his free hand on the gray fabric. It turns to dust so quickly that Tamura stifles a hiss of pain and shakes his grazed wrist. FING backlash damage. Thing is, Eraserhead is slowing down. He starts to blink more often, leaving Tamura more opportunities to use his quirk. He dodges, of course, but Tamura still has the upper hand. Eraserhead needs to rest, and badly. He's been pushing himself past his shitty stamina stat to fight for this long. When he breaks, it'll be an easy win. Something starts, though, with a little jolt, and Tamura gets some kind of feeling. Like the atmospheric music in a horror game, but it's remixed like a Kirby theme. Not like Tamura's played any Kirby games. Look, they can be decent sometimes, so he'll play them occasionally. While he's distracted, Eraserhead gets in close, reaching out, like he's forgotten what Tamura does already. It leaves his body open, and Tamura grapples blindly to grip the right elbow and Eraserhead's throat. The atmosphere gets stronger, thick like milkshake, and a second later, Eraserhead is pulled away by the boy in the ugliest green costume that Tamura has ever seen. Up close, it's even worse. He seems to shine and sparkle like a last-minute palette swap that nobody wants to use. He takes a stance in front of Tamura. Legs bent, center of gravity lowered. His green hair seems to flicker in an invisible breeze, with only a few locks being held down by that gaudy bow. How'd he get it in that bunny ear shape, anyway? A shaky smile pulls on the boy's lips. He looks like he's about to cry, but he's smiling, baring his teeth in the least threatening way possible. So, this is the second mini-boss. Interesting. Maybe Tamura can bring in the final boss on his own side, now. He was going to use it against All Might, but maybe this will do. The kid looks just like him after all. Oh heck, oh F dash, the boy mutters, dodging Tamura's first move. A slight breeze follows, which is frankly ridiculous. He goes for a sweeping kick that Tamura jumps over easily. What is this, recess? Are they playing jump rope? There's the concrete and the fountain, but Tamura's not really sure that they have those in schools. He hasn't been to one in a while. Still, UA should really be training their kids better. Villains could attack at any time. Okay, so, those are murder hands, the boy mumbles, launching a punch. It's a feint that Tamura almost doesn't notice, and there's only time to block it with a poorly aimed wrist instead of dodging. That actually kind of hurts. I almost lost my hands. My hands don't murder. I'm at a disadvantage. No sheet, Tamura hisses out, making a grab for the boy's neck. Scratch that, his wrist really hurts. Luckily, he defeated his need for a dominant hand years ago. Unluckily, this means that he is working with half of his usual special move. My habits are gonna kill me, the kid says, slipping into a sing-song voice, while doing a little spin that probably wasn't entirely necessary, dancing out of Tamura's reach before darting in to try an uppercut. His eyes flicker around the plaza, but they always settle back on Tamura. I'm gonna die because I think aloud instead of in my brain. Yippee! That's a pretty unenthusiastic yippee. Kind of sounds like the kid's not all that hyped about death. It's pretty simple to step back out of the trajectory of the punch. When Tamura reaches out this time, his middle and ring fingers brush against the boy's cheek. The kid's breathing speeds up, and his feet begin to move more quickly as he tries to dodge Tamura's hands and land a few hits in. Okay, so head-on isn't working. It was worth a shot? I don't know. We're gonna die or not, but dash. He cuts off into a scream, and for a moment, Tamura thinks he's grabbed the kid successfully, but no. It's frustration. It's breaking the controller. The kid's just throwing FANG fit. It's a distraction, because Eraserhead jumps straight in, shreds of what was his shirt tightened around his elbow and throat. He looks ridiculous, with his pale, vaguely hairy chest under his weirdly metallic scarves, and those dumbass yellow goggles over his eyes. Run, growls Eraserhead, staring at the green kid. It's the perfect opening for Tamura to get an early hit in, but something's distracting him. But sir, the boy stutters, you don't dash. Yeah, he doesn't stand a chance. Tamura reaches out, but Eraserhead's scarf wraps around his wrist and flings him onto a pile of still-breathing bodies. They're probably not going to be breathing for much longer, because Tamura's pretty sure that, in his surprise, he's touched a few of them on major arteries, or something. Oops. Oh well, it's no big deal. Nobody cares about the cannon fodder. As much as he wants to continue the fight with the kid, Tamura is back to his old opponent. Maybe Eraserhead will be more of a challenge, now he's had a chance to recharge. Or maybe he'll just do Tamura a favor and die. Midoriya-chan, we need to go. Tsuyu pulls at his gloved wrist, but he won't move. He made it to the water's edge, but something seems to be stopping him from moving any further. Even though it's not a brave, heroic thing to do, Tsuyu just wants to leave. It's not safe, and she has to obey Aizawa-sensei. This is a life-threatening situation, and she's never been in one of those before. Not to mention, there's a huge monster with unnatural navy skin and a huge exposed brain. It doesn't feel human. It just feels scary. Anyway, Aizawa knows what he's doing, and either of them interfering will only make things worse. No matter how hard she tugs on Midoriya's wrist, he won't move, he won't follow her. Even if she tries to lift him with her tongue, he only budges a little. But, still, Tsuyu can't leave him. It would be easy to run by herself and get away from those piles of unmoving villain bodies. There's a monster with an exposed brain, and its empty eyes scare Tsuyu on a level that she can't really understand. It's even past the cold fear of the unknown. The water is cold against her calves, and it could shock Midoriya into awareness. But maybe he is aware just of the wrong things. Sensei told us to run, Tsuyu says. Please, Midoriya-chan, get away from the fight. Then there's a sound. Something that Tsuyu can't quite hear over the noise of the fight and the pounding of blood in her ears. It's Midoriya's voice, though. She knows. What? She asks. Midoriya turns around, his green eyes wide open. I can't run. I have to help. Tsuyu shakes her head. You can't. We're students. Aizawa-sensei knows what he's doing. And he knows that it's a sheet plan. Midoriya exclaims. But he knows better than us, and he's a hero, says Tsuyu. Did her voice quiver? Did Midoriya notice? She hopes he didn't. She's meant to be brave and level-headed. We have to go, Midoriya-chan, she says. She repeats, she implores. His mouth opens to protest again, but a tug, this time with both of her arms and her tongue for good measure, pulls him into the water. He's not running. He's standing there, staring blankly at the water, like a sitting duck. Can't he hear the grunts and goads of the fight? Maybe he's just being stubborn. If he doesn't learn from All Might's mistakes, Midoriya will be dead before he reaches 30. Shoyuta can't find a way to finish the fight. He's tried everything and they've all failed. It would be an excellent opportunity to figure out new moves, but this isn't training. Azui probably knows this. She's smart and perceptive. She should know that her teacher isn't counting on getting out of this fight alive. Shigaraki makes another lunge for Midoriya, and Shoyuta pulls him back again with considerably less scarf than before, as Shigaraki's fingers scrabble for freedom. Tsuyu is talking in rapid tones, almost begging Midoriya to run away. Midoriya's stubborn. He's a good kid, but that one personality trait is problematic. Thing is, it's also a benefit, and it almost certainly has something to do with All Might's influence. All good heroes are at least a little stubborn. Hell, Shoyuta himself is. He's fighting with one functioning arm, several bits of skin rotted away, and a throat that is starting to fail him. Right now, there's nothing he wants to do more than scream through the pain, or even to just curl up and die, but there's a hell of a lot that he still needs to do. He can allow himself to hiss and grunt as he pulls skin the wrong way, or when loose gravel gets into open wounds, but he can't let himself scream. If he screams, then he won't stop. Shigaraki, that's his name, he said, or at least Shoyuta thinks so, but what? Oh, Shigaraki goads, and fights, and keeps aiming for Midoriya, and Shoyuta can't scream. Or something like that. His quirk never came in though, says Toshinori. He remembers, now, what young Izuku had said on the roof. The doctors, they did all the tests and I have the plus alpha gene, but my quirk just never showed up. Even so, All Might, can I be like you? Can I be a hero? The latest known time for a quirk to appear is at the age of 14 years and 10 months, but that record is held by Yagi Toshinori, says Nedzu. There's a moment where he gives a knowing smile and a nod at Toshinori, but there isn't a response past awkward shifting on the sofas while they face each other. They both know this. What's the point? As if that awkward silence hadn't occurred, Nedzu continues. Still, without those extenuating circumstances, the record is closer to 10 years old. Those few late developers turn out to have manifested very subtle quirks early on in life. Toshinori nods. And you think that young Izuku has a quirk like that? Shaking his inhuman head, Nedzu says, no. I know he does. And I am fairly certain as to what it is. The discussion continues until alarms blare, and someone pounds at the office door. Reflexively, Toshinori wraps himself around One for All, just like a security blanket, or the mantle of his older costumes. It turns out that there is no immediate danger, as the voice through the door is young Ida's. But Ida's words make Toshinori's world unravel. Bakugo fights like a starving leopard, Idru thinks. Vicious and fast and, above all, calculating. It's so amazing that he can think on the spot so easily, and aim for the most effective places on a villain's body. Okay, so Bakugo is more like a leopard if leopards were also grenades, or something. The heat and power gives Idru good practice in moving with his quirk activated. And damn it, it's breathtaking to see someone with so much power and passion, using it to fight against evil. This is Bakugo, who puts his feet on the desk. This is Kaken, who Midoriya shies away from and speaks of rarely. But most of all, Idru thinks, this is a wildfire. Bakugo Katsuki might burn himself out one day, but not before he razes everything else to the ground. For now, though, he grunts and growls out plans as Idru talks, and it's kind of embarrassing, because he can't keep his admiration for Bakugo hidden, so he won't even try, and Bakugo fights back against villains that Idru doesn't even see until they're knocked out. Like, he says that he knows how to beat up the Misty Guy, and he actually has a solid plan based in logic about it. It's amazing. Like, Bakugo's thought processes are really solid, and there's something about the spark in his eyes and in his hands that makes Idru want to follow him into the sunset. He counters all of Idru's thoughts on, like, how things could go wrong. He has backup plans for his backup plans. He's just so awesome. Here's a little fact about Idru. He falls a little in love with everything and everyone. He sees those sparks and possibilities of a person's potential, or a good meal, or a great hero, and he finds himself head over heels in no time. But this time, he holds himself back. He takes a moment, and he thinks that, maybe, loving Bakugo isn't a good idea. He thinks of Midoriya flinching, and constantly apologizing, and some part of him wonders. He'd say he's stuck between a rock and a hard place, but those are pretty normal for him. He knows how to deal with those kinds of situations. Now, surrounded by the wildfire and remembering the sunlight, Idru knows that he can't fight nature. Least of all his own. Count me in. He bares his teeth as he slams his hardened fists together. Yeah. Now he's getting more pumped. When Bakugo looks at him, there's a moment where Idru's smile almost falters because, for some reason, those scarlet eyes seem almost wary. Then his gaze hardens, and he nods, and he turns away. Kind of feels like when Ejiro got his acceptance letter. 13 is doing their best, Ochako knows. If they lost control, then their quirk could go out of control and hurt any and everyone in the vicinity. Ochako has been following this hero for years, and admiring the care that they take to never harm a person. She knows that if 13 hurt anyone, villain or not, that they would feel an immense amount of guilt. At least, that's what she's gathered from their few interviews, and as soon as Tsuyu has leapt up, carrying the writhing boy firmly in her arms, Ochako runs forwards to hold onto Deku with such desperation that she almost doesn't feel Tsuyu's cold, wet hands against her own. He's not struggling very hard. Tsuyu rib bits? Ochako has to disagree with that. It's like trying to hold onto one of those silly children's toys filled with gel and glitter and various cutesy shapes, which roll between your hands, leaving you scrabbling to keep hold of it before you inevitably drop it on the floor of the toy shop. In response to Ochako's look of disbelief, Tsuyu elaborates, he isn't using his quirk. But what if Aizawa-sensei needs me? Deku is saying. He's at a disadvantage. His quirk won't work. He's getting tired. I know, Midoriya-chan, says Tsuyu empathetically. But this is Aizawa-sensei's job. We're civilians. We have to get away and take 13 somewhere safe. They need our help the most right now. Deku shakes his head, and it's taking all of Ochako's strength to hang on to him without making him float. They want to kill All Might. They have something, a weapon or a quirk or something, but it can kill All Might. Eraserhead doesn't stand a chance. The teachers are coming to help, thanks to Ida-san, says Shuji, taking Deku out of Ochako's arms, and she instantly relaxes. How long will it take? Deku shouts. How long do we have? Soon, Shuji replies. It's the wrong thing to say, obviously. Deku lets out a roar of frustration, pulling at his damp cardigan wrapped around his neck. Anything could happen by that point, he growls. For a moment, he takes a deep breath, and Ochako can't help but be absorbed by the sound of the fight below before Deku exhales in a sigh. His body goes limp, and Shuji places him on the ground after a moment of hesitation. Ochako's mind is still focused on the fight. It sounds scary. Look, we need to get everyone that we can out, Deku says more calmly this time. Where is everyone? I thought that most of us were here, but there are barely any of us, says Ochako. I think that Kirishima-kun and Baku-kun got teleported to the same place, since they went through the same portal. It's just as well because their quirks, they probably go well together, right? Deku hums and nods. Shuji picks up with, I saw Yaoyorozu, Jiru, and Kaminari get teleported together. And, Deku makes a soft keening noise, glancing over around the plaza. I think it's just Todoroki-kun who we don't know about? Tsuyu lets out a rib bit that very much matches Deku's little noise. I can't see Hagakure-chan, either. Her gloves and boots, I mean. And Tokoyami-kun, hisses Shuji, his eyes widening. Tokoyami, Ojiro-kun, and Kuda-kun. Ochako exchanges a glance with Tsuyu, before her eyes are drawn back to Deku. He begins to mutter, his low tones mixing with the sounds of a villain's cackling laughter. We need to get 13 out as soon as possible. I'd get Shiro-kun to tape their suit back together, but that could do more harm than good, since none of us know how to help, so we're better off just getting them out of the way. We need people to search around to try and find everyone else, but they need to stay out of sight. Uraraka-san would be good, in case anyone is stuck under rubble. We could really do with Jiru-san to listen out, too, and Tokoyami-kun with Dark Shadow, but they're both out. If Shihi-chan takes the place over there that looks like a rainy city, that could help, and Shuji-kun takes the mountainous. Yeah, the mountains have Todoroki-kun, so Shuji-kun, you should go there and team up with him, then look around the fiery zone over there. There's nobody in the flood bit, so Uraraka-san, you go with Eitu-san. Everyone else should get out and take 13 sensei somewhere safe. The doors are open now, and I think Kurojiru's preoccupied. That's a bit of a long ramble, but Ochako gets it. Probably. Thinks. Either way, she gets the general gist. Follow Tsuyu. But wait, what about you? Ochako asks, looking at Deku. His only response is silence. Ochako finds herself exchanging a glance with Tsuyu, wherein both of their eyes flicker to Deku and back again at the same time. It's not difficult to figure out. No, Deku, you can't. Tako cries out. Deku shakes his head. I have to. Aizawa-sensei won't last forever, and we still need him to teach us all. Ochako grabs his shoulders and squeezes, keeping her index fingers pointed upwards. And you need to learn. You can't learn if you dash. Gently but firmly, Deku takes hold of Ochako's wrists and eases her hands away from him. Ochako begins to wring her hands together, without anything else to do. Yuraraka-san, do you have a better idea? He asks, his voice soft and low. Ochako shakes her head. How can she? There's so much happening that it's a miracle she's still functioning. Deku glances around at everyone else and raises his voice a little. Anyone else got a plan? Not a single person responds. It would be so much better if someone had. It would be so much better if everyone was here, together, without being teleported to who knows where. It would be so much better if the villains never showed up in the first place, and they could all learn together, with 13 and Aizawa-sensei teaching them and not fearing for their lives. It hasn't even been a week. This shouldn't be happening. But it is, and Ochako can do nothing but follow Tsu. Shoyuta keeps an eye on his students, barely visible in the plaza above, and makes sure that Shigaraki doesn't. Because Shoyuta has Shigaraki's full attention now, and that means that he isn't looking at the kids, and it means that the kids can run away. Why aren't they running? They need to run. They need to get as far away as possible. The Kurogiri guy is interfering in the fight now, tripping him up with portals, and hands in interesting places. Thing is, Shuta's eyes are struggling to stay open, and it's all he can do to catch glimpses of Shigaraki and avoid having more of his skin rotted off. It's going to be hell recovering after this. If he survives, of course. But the kids should be out by now. They should be safe. Surely it wouldn't hurt to slow down? Not to give up, but to... Shuta's eyes widen. He doesn't know what he's thinking or what he feels. It could be shock, or fear, or complete resignation, but there's only one thing he knows for certain. Midoriya Izuku feels himself fly through the air before he's actually aware of the fact that he's jumped. His legs are sore but unbroken, and it feels like every muscle in his body is screaming at him to stop moving and to just rest for once. But Izuku doesn't know of rest. Even at home, there's the constant feeling that he's being watched and assessed, and that he needs to be good and pretty and strong, like the idols on TV and the heroes that patrol the streets and fight for justice. All he knows is that, sometimes, those eyes soften and accept his stupid mistakes, and hold him close and warm and tell him to not give up. It feels like sunshine and dandelions in the park, and candles that burn and smell like wild cherries. Here is a boy who grew from warmth and wishes and fire, flying like an unseen comet. This is the wind in his hair, and this is the knot in the sleeves that pulls against his throat. This is the static electricity that races through his veins, and the neon green backpack that was flung into a villain's eye. This is every eye that crawls on his skin, even when he wore loose jeans and plain hoodies and coveted every color like a drop of rain in the desert. This is Izuku, who crashes into Shigaraki fist first, smiling like a hero who doesn't know how. This is the realization that he flew by unseen, which only forms when the eyes return. They see him. He raises his fists. Shigaraki reaches out. It turns to dust. So, he draws people's attention? I see. Blind luck can only get him so far into a fight. It was plain stupidity and the euphoria of helping that had carried Izuku back to the plaza. Now, though, it kind of feels like whatever god was finding him entertaining has gotten bored and left. Izuku supposes that he's just going to have to accept his fate as an idiot who only thinks things through when he's not very likely to die. Such are the woes of anxiety or something. Or something he's thinking, because he really can't afford to be musing on the events leading to his imminent demise right now. He's kind of busy trying to, not die. The air whips around his face in cold lashes that rip across his skin, leaving his curls flapping wildly around his ears. He needs a haircut soon, probably. Soon, his hair will start getting into his eyes, and he can't remember where he left his hair grips. Dodge that hand. Grip. Hand dodged. Nose still intact. Despite his tangents and running mind, leaping into action was the only way he could think of to protect his friends, and no matter what, Izuku can't find it in his stupid, lucky heart to regret his choice. Aizawa-sensei, Midoriya, you idiot, he yells as Izuku lands clumsily. His dark hair falls into his eyes as he continues, you should have run. And Izuku wants to say that he's trying to protect his friends, and that he's sent some people away already, but more of his classmates are still trapped in the USJ's various areas, and they need rescuing. But Shigaraki reached for his throat with speed that Izuku can barely believe, and ended up grabbing Aizawa-sensei's wrist in a defensive move. After that, there isn't really a chance to do anything that's not screaming and lashing out with no rhyme or reason. Izuku's feet thud on the floor as he dances around pathetically, his arms deflecting hits with dumb, blind luck. Eraserhead is doing better than Izuku, probably, but there's no real way of making sure without sacrificing his pathetic defenses. Numu, shrieks Shigaraki, with a shrill voice that matches his manic eyes. If that's what Izuku thinks it is, then he was kind of hoping that Shigaraki had forgotten about it. The creature, which had been looming like an unknowable monument, silently spreading its aura of general doom, twitches to life at those words. It moves at a speed that Izuku can't fathom, leaving a rush of wind in its wake. Izuku's hair is still flying back when he sees it grasp Aizawa-sensei like a rag doll. All Might said that moving without thinking because your body needs to help other people beyond conscious thought is the sign of a true hero. He'd said that while smiling at Izuku with eyes full of hope and trust. In his mind's eye, Izuku sees that smile fade. The ground shakes underneath Izuku's sneakers, and he finds himself distantly aware that they still haven't dried out. He sees disappointment grow in All Might's darkened eyes in the same way as red blood spills from under Numu's fist. A second passes, and the stench of copper is choking. Izuku could drown in it, and he wouldn't question the logistics, because his heart is pounding a mile a minute. Aizawa-sensei's skull has been crushed underneath that monster's fist. Aizawa-sensei is most likely dead. But it's only likely. There's a possibility that, and a weight is lifted off of Izuku's shoulders. There's still hope. If anything, he has to keep a little bit of hope. In fact, it feels like he's getting lighter with every moment that passes, like his costume is no longer weighing him down. Like the air is cold around his shoulders. His gaze sinks to the floor. A yellow knot lies on the ground, covered in ash. The rotting reaches his skin, and Izuku screams. His reflexes take over. He tries to pull away from the feeling, but Shigaraki grabs his arm with both hands. For a second, the world turns white, like he's suddenly gone blind. When the numb paleness wears off, Izuku wrenches his arm away, gripping it and feeling the dirty wetness. There's some noise over the sound of doors being broken down, all high-pitched and loud. Izuku hisses in a breath through his throat. It feels like the sound a vacuum cleaner makes when it's overfilled. The noise stops. And so does Izuku. Recovery Girl opens the door for Naomasa, and he pauses to thank the short woman. It's only polite after all, since this is her office. Naomasa is merely a guest. After his eyes pass over Yagi, with his skin and bones body and bandaged wounds, Naomasa finds himself drawn to the sleeping boy. The boy with an arm covered in gauze, with a pale face, with the bloodied remnants of some kind of yellow scarf next to his bed. He must be Midoriya, of whom Yagi speaks of so fondly. Midoriya, with the yellow cardigan and fountain of words and the smile that could change the world, who now lies, unmoving, in a bed. His chest rises and falls, almost imperceptible, but unaided. Nerve damage, states Yagi, not moving in his bed. That, and some of his muscle was rotted away. The atmosphere turns heavy, and Recovery Girl sighs. It isn't your fault. You should tell the boy to stop rushing into trouble, though. If I'd have gotten there sooner, not been such a fool with my limit dash. Yagi's voice began to grow rougher, but Naomasa hushes him. You're All Might, says Naomasa. You can't help how much you need to, help. Yagi sinks back into his pillow, his head tilting a little to look at Midoriya. The boy hasn't moved. I wanted to make him proud, Yagi murmurs. Something makes a gentle thwop, and it turns out to be a pillow that Recovery Girl has thrown at Yagi's face, which landed with perfect accuracy. A small amount of fear might have risen in Naomasa's chest. Recovery Girl just tuts, as Yagi peers out from behind the pillow. Midoriya adores you and you know that, she lectures, tapping her syringe-shaped cane on the floor. You don't need to do anything special for him. Yagi shakes his head, burrowing further into the first pillow. But I want to. Another pillow is thrown. It lands directly on the first one. Neelh fear increases. Then be there for him. Talk about his problems. The boy has a lot of problems that he doesn't express, and it's going to crush him one day. Recovery Girl rolls her eyes for a moment before she turns to face Neelh. I'm well aware that this isn't just a social call, so say your piece. Neelh had forgotten about the papers held in his arms. He nods at Recovery Girl, feeling his face heat up a little. Most of the villains involved in the incident are accounted for, save for Kurogyari and Shigaraki, he says. He glances at Midoriya. The boy won't wake up for another hour or so, says Recovery Girl. Neelh nods. 8 out of the 64 of them were found dead, and others have severe injuries. We believe that this is due to several factors, including Midoriya. However, due to the circumstances, he won't be prosecuted, and this won't be recorded. Yagi's face seems to be just as pale as the bandages wrapped around his head. His voice is barely there as he croaks out, "What do I tell him?" Nothing. While Neelh is left reeling at Recovery Girl speaking at the same time as him, she continues. You know DMN well that it would destroy him. He's your successor. You've trained him for almost a year. I doubt that anyone loves him more than you, and to keep him fit to continue his education, he can never know about this. Yagi nods solemnly, his sharp chin pressing into his chest. Of course, I agree. Neelh comes to the realization that he should have started with something less emotionally taxing. Izuku. 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 The gates of UA allow her in, but slam shut behind her. The resounding thud doesn't faze her. Neither does the breeze created by the fast movement. Izuku. Izuku. She continues walking with as much power as she can. As strong as Izuku. As strong as All Might, and his laugh, and all the ways that her son tried to emulate when he was so small. Izuku needs her. Izuku. Izuku. And well, that's really all there is to it, Neelh finishes awkwardly. He tilts his hat a little, forcing a smile. This wasn't an easy conversation. Yagi really should rest. He might not be able to sleep, but he should try. Tsukachi Neelh does not pass Midoriya Izuku in the hallways of UA. He does not pass anyone but the R-18 hero Midnight. It isn't surprising. School hours finished a few hours ago. Tsukachi Neelh leaves UA in a car owned by the police. It is sleek and black. He does not pass any other cars on his way back to the precinct. Izuku. Izuku. Where is he? Nurse's office. He has to be. Izuku. Oh, her baby boy, this shouldn't have happened. Not to Izuku. 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 If Toshinori keeps lying in bed like this, his neck will be sore soon enough. The folds of the pillow fabric has probably already started to leave red imprints in his cheeks, and his hair will stick up in even more odd directions, but it doesn't matter. He watches young Izuku sleep. Stated so simply, it honestly sounds kind of creepy, but Toshinori barely cares. Today, he thought that Izuku was dead, if only for a moment. He'd thought that the light, just as soon as it had begun to rise on Toshinori's horizon, had been extinguished. The soft rise and fall of his successor's chest opposes that concept, though. Just watching Izuku breathe reassures Toshinori that everything is all right. Toshinori wonders if he could look away from Izuku, if he tried. It's not like he will, because the sight of him might be the only thing stopping him from bursting into tears right now, but in theory, could he? Principal Nezu had spent days evaluating young Izuku's papers, profiles, and interpersonal interactions. He had told Toshinori, with all of the certainty of someone who was always the smartest person in the room, that Izuku most likely draws attention unintentionally, most likely through a mutation of his mother's quirk. Toshinori isn't one to doubt those people he trusts, and the explanation seems logical enough that he can't really doubt it. Still, new thoughts run through his head. Is this why he always knows when the boy approaches? or why he was filled with enough curiosity to read through a villain's victim's notebook. Would he still be here, having protected young Izuku with all of his might, if the boy had been truly quirkless without one for all? Of course he would have. Toshinori cannot lie to himself. All Might does everything that he can to save every single person, without any discrimination. Any preferential treatment that he gives a single individual is irrelevant. Izuku yawns, softly, like a kitten, and Toshinori's muscles tense up under Recovery Girl's overwashed linen bedsheets. If Izuku opens his eyes now, will he find it creepy that Toshinori has been watching him sleep? Toshinori does. It feels like he's taking advantage of the boy's trusting ignorance in some way. Like the quirk, the magnetism, it's drawing Toshinori in, and Izuku has no idea that All Might would die for him. Izuku has no idea of the extent of his powers, or what his future will hold, but Chio will tell him as soon as he's awake enough to know. Toshinori will just be there for support, for as long as Izuku wants him. Next month, it will be a year since Toshinori met Izuku in that alleyway, covered in sludge and tears. It will be a year since the boy's words and determination, underneath a layer of wavering fear, dismantled every barricade that Toshinori had built over years of isolation. 10 minutes to take down the walls. 10 months to rebuild All Might into someone stronger, and better, and kinder. How long would it take Izuku to rebuild the world? A decade? A lifetime? A minute? Izuku's eyes open slowly, like the rising sun over green hills. He blinks blearily a few times, lifts his left arm, and rubs at his eyes with the heel of his hand. All Might, he murmurs, his lips twitching into a smile. Toshinori's soul soars at the attention. This is Izuku, the boy who will change everything. And that boy's favorite hero is Toshinori himself. But then Izuku's tiny smile falters. His eyes widen, his face pulls taut, and his chest rises with a flickering breath. He screams, "Izuku, her baby!" Inko knows where he is, and her whole self is filled with his voice. The sound calls out to her, plaintive and desperate, and her soul aches to return the feelings and make them true. She breaks into a sprint and bursts through the door to Izuku. Izuku, who is wrapped in bandages and crying with a blotchy red face, like he did when Katsuki burnt him or the teachers told him not to ask those questions, and his tears don't stop when he sees her. He doesn't see her. "Izuku!" she cries, running to the bed and tearing the sheets back. His right arm is bandaged, and she clasps the fingers that stick out of the end. She runs her other hand over his face, wiping his tears, memorizing the soft curves of his freckled cheeks, curling her fingers in his hair. Her voice cracks as she whispers, "Oh, my Izuku, what happened to you?" "Mom?" he slurs. Inko's mind focuses on that word, on his blurred fear. "Yes. My cardigan's gone," he says, every word a shaky exhale. Her grips on his hand and hair tighten. "I'm scared." "Oh, baby, it's okay. I'm going to look after you. No one's going to hurt you anymore. I made you spare cardigans and spare costumes. You're okay. I'll protect you." She tries to lower herself to hug him, but Izuku, wonderful, angelic Izuku, whispers, "Mom, you're scaring me." She's over his head, and all he can see is her. The safest person, the kindest person, the best person. She's everywhere, surrounding, like a hug or a straitjacket or 1,000 pairs of eyes, all watching, all staring. Her eyes are wild, electric or something, like a bomb about to go off, like the hand that rotted his arm away. She's gripping that arm. Izuku can't feel it until her wrist shifts and he has to swallow back a scream. If she worries, he'll worry. If he hurts, she will hurt. That's how it is, that's the cycle, and it's how Izuku knows that she loves him. She would never hurt him. He cries out, "Mom, stop it." And she does. She just stops. She doesn't move. She just stares at him. "What did I do wrong, Izuku?" she asks, in a jelly-wobbling voice. She's looming over him. Always there. The only piece of the world that Izuku can depend on. The person he owes every second of his life to. "I don't know." He forces the words out through his sandpaper throat. It hurts more than the rotting of his right arm. "I'm scared." Midnight escorts Midoriya Inko out of the room. Neither woman knows about the car arranged to take Inko to Mizudafu Private Hospital. Inko cries and asks Midnight to make sure that her son is okay. Kayama Namuri is not a very nurturing woman. However, as both a hero and a teacher, she does her best. She says that Midoriya Izuku will be safe and cared for. She says that Inko will probably be able to see him within the week. These are words that she believes wholeheartedly. That's a lie. If anything, tell him about the quirk. Izuku hears. The sound of Recovery Girl's voice is familiar, now, with all those undertones that he'd be able to subconsciously pick out if he were less tired. He's woken up to Recovery Girl's scolding tones enough times that they feel kind of like birdsong. That is, if birds tweeted out cranky medical advice at 4 in the morning. Wakey wakey, here's your morning orange juice, and also a complete dressing down as to why what you just did was a stupid idea. Honestly, Izuku just wants to stick his head under the pillow and go back to sleep. No alarms, thank you. Just him, the blanket, the pillow, and complete unconsciousness. God, he wants his mom. Mom would slide his hair and whisper gentle nonsense until he calmed. She'd tease out the knots, and she'd wrap his curls around his finger, and the gentle tugging on his scalp would send him to sleep. Her kind words would wash over him like white noise, like ocean waves, like her slow breaths as he rested his head on her chest, back when he was a baby, and he didn't know or care for quirks or kakin or the weight of being seen. He's being seen now. He feels those eyes as a burning on his cheeks. Izuku hears an inhale, then an exhale. All Might's voice says, in that thrumming baritone, "Must I tell him?" "It's either you or me," replies Recovery Girl, "and I don't know if he'll open up to any of us after we tell him." "And how am I supposed to be better than you for telling him?" That phrase finishes with a note of some other emotion, something like anger. "Because he loves you," says Recovery Girl. "Even if you end up like Midoriya's mother, which you most likely won't, Midoriya will return the love you give him tenfold." But then, All Might speaks again, and Izuku's dozing mind races to keep up with the lack of silence. That's just who he is, All Might is saying, sounding kind of, and this might be wishful thinking on Izuku's part, wistful. Is that conceited of Izuku, to think that way? To think that All Might sounds wistful of all things, towards him? Wistful? It's a weird word with weird connotations, and it's weird to think that All Might would feel some kind of rose-tinted nostalgic emotion just because of Izuku existing, but the idea of that kind of attention and praise just fills his chest with some impossibly light sensation. That is, now, instead of feeling like the crawling eyes, All Might's attention feels kind of like the warm love of a cardigan. No. The cardigan. Mom, Izuku chokes out, his eyes snapping open. Something's wrapped around his neck. Heavy, knotted, and swelling with water weight. He's going to die here. He gasps through the lump in his throat, struggling from under the bed covers, when air finally arrives back in his lungs. But his arm burns, and Shigaraki. It's still there. He grips at the bandages, fingers pinching in, and the pain takes a while to hit, but it's real, it's there. He's real. Cold and hard and real. But where's the cardigan? Where's his cardigan? Was Mom okay? Did I hurt Mom? The words fall out of his mouth like a wave in a dam's overflow, with 100 more sentiments left inside him that can't spill anymore. Your mother is physically fine, says Recovery Girl. In the future, Izuku will look back on that moment and understand the words unsaid. But right now, all he wants to do is, warm and soft and yellow, where is it? He wants Mom. Something is pressed into his hand by firm fingers that then wrap his hand around it. There it is. He wants to say thank you. He wants to, Kay, he says and closes his eyes. She can see Yagi's shoulders slump in relief and takes a moment to whack him behind the knees with her cane. It is a very practical decision, for one's knees are an oft unguarded weakness that just so happens to also be about as high as Chio can reach. He folds like a cut marionette, so Chio slides a chair underneath him, catching him as he falls. Yagi smiles gratefully. His shoulders relax. He seems to have calmed down. Tough luck for him. Midoriya will awaken within the next few minutes, and it's still Yagi's job to explain everything. Izuku comes to once again, to the sound of Recovery Girl lecturing All Might. The sounds of her words pulse through his left ear, shaking into his head like the vibrations of a distant train. In his right arm, that throbbing pain threatens to overtake his mind again, but he pushes it away, just like the ache in his muscles as he cleaned the beach. If he ignores the pain, it doesn't hurt. I'm not going to hold your hand while you have this conversation. I'm just here to control the damage if you mess up. But how? All Might sounds agitated. How am I supposed to tell him that his first quirk is that? Izuku's eyes open at that. His first quirk? Like minty sweat, or saliva that is slightly more acidic than other people's, but not enough to cause even mild irritation? But no, if they were something like that, then why are All Might's bony fists clenched with white knuckles? My first quirk. Izuku's voice is croaky, and not altogether there, but he manages a sound, past the absent pain that begins to throb through his right arm. All Might's eyes shoot open and land on Izuku, searching his face with wide-eyed desperation, or something like that. Midoriya. Boy, says All Might, with less enthusiasm than usual. His mouth seems to fumble as he wrings his hands. We were just discussing. My quirk, he asks. There's no time for embarrassment at the way that his voice rises an octave, or the awkward tremble of his smile. The one I was born with? All Might bows his head. Yes, young Midoriya. Izuku ignores the tremble in All Might's voice. It's irrelevant. His quirk, the one that he's lived with, the one that he's grown without knowing, that's all that matters. Did it save his life? Is it one that is only unleashed under life-threatening circumstances? He's heard of people from all around the world who were thought quirkless, before it turned out that they had some kind of invulnerability or rapid healing that only showed up when they should have died. Did that happen to him? Should his arm have been destroyed? Should he be dead? It's not the time for worrying. Immortality would leave him able to save far, far more people than he could in the average lifespan of a hero. He could go further, survive past the worst, live for others. Of course, he would grow lonely as his friends and family age and die, but that won't matter. Izuku can't fight the smile stretching across his face as he says, "You found it out?" All Might nods, biting his thin lips. What is it? All Might does not return Izuku's smile, and he does not speak. All Might, what's my quirk? Asks Izuku, filling the suffocating silence with words that somehow make things worse. Toshinori wants to wind his fingers in Izuku's hair, and tell him that everything will be okay. Toshinori has been a liar for as long as he can remember. All he wants to do is run away like a coward. To sit at his boy's side and tell him it's nothing. That it's nothing important. That everything is all right. He's made a career out of smiling and pretending that things aren't as bad as they seem. Those lies always become the truth, because he's All Might, and All Might is the greatest hero in Japan. But he had always smiled for strangers, the civilians who he sought to reassure and protect. They had only ever known of the pillar holding their world together, as that shining, smiling symbol of peace. Izuku isn't a stranger anymore. He hasn't been for a long time. He's in a gray zone, where he is neither a hero nor a civilian. Still, though, he is a child and one that Toshinori needs to protect. Toshinori loves humanity so much that it can be overwhelming. Sometimes, it feels like it could tear him apart. He's never loved a single person with that much strength before. But now, Izuku is here, and it's like the world has changed its orbit. He stops himself as soon as he speaks, catching the unformed sentence before it drew itself into thoughtless existence. I'm sorry, Izuku, he finds his mouth saying. He takes the boy's unharmed hand, intertwining their fingers, and realizes just how warm Izuku is. Toshinori's hands barely look real, with ruddy, protruding joints, and his fingertips almost scrape against Izuku's wrist. Toshinori lets out a shuddering breath, then softly rests his head on Izuku's bandaged chest. The heart thuds under his forehead. It's almost audible. I'm so sorry. From the security footage from cameras all over the school, Netsu had seen more evidence for his hypothesis. People tripped over their feet and dropped their trays when Midoriya laughed with his friends, and he never noticed. People who made eye contact with him would let their gazes linger a little longer than would otherwise be socially acceptable. Whenever he spoke, it would seem like the world, unknowingly, fell silent for a moment, just to hear his voice. It wasn't as if Nezu was immune, either. Often, he'd find himself replaying footage and doing his best to ignore Midoriya, so that he could properly observe the people surrounding him. Still, Nezu's eyes would be drawn to the boy, like a comet to a black hole. It wasn't difficult to find Midoriya and Bakugu's old teachers and classmates. It was a simple fact of following school records and asking, politely, if they could have a word about those two students. Of course, he had to smile and say that they were both doing excellently in their course, which wasn't a lie, but it wasn't the truth either. He wove praises into the questions he had for the teachers, even if he had to lie through his unusually sharp rodent teeth to find out how Arudra Middle School's classroom dynamics worked, with the dynamite boy and the greatest hero of the future. The teachers always seemed to speak more about Midoriya, despite their disguised disdain and the surprise in their eyes as they heard about his quirk's existence. In footage of Class 1A, Nezu had observed that, while most students were capable of paying attention to their work, even Yaoyorozu, despite her clear view of the back of Midoriya's head, that Bakugu was unable to focus as easily. Even when Midoriya's lips were closed and the microphones didn't pick up a sound, Bakugu would keep glancing back, huffing, and writing a few words in his notebooks before turning back around again. It barely seemed like Bakugu was aware of this habit. It seems that the random sorting of classes A and B were not suitable for this year's students. Bakugu will need to be swapped with another student for this to work out. Perhaps Tsunotori would work well in 1A. She seems quite adaptable, and the language barrier has, so far, prevented her from bonding very deeply with her classmates. Midnight should have escorted Midoriya-san out of the school by now. Kayama hadn't questioned his request. She must have assumed that Midoriya-san was simply being taken home, and waved goodbye into the darkness as the car drove away. Soon, Midoriya Inko will be at a hospital renowned for its mental health care, next door to another woman that Nezu wants to keep a close eye on, and she will be psychologically evaluated in order to see if her sons Quirk had damaged her irrevocably. No matter the results, the doctors would do their absolute best to help her recover. After all Might was a very rich man, with a penchant for giving financial aid without a second thought. It wouldn't be alarming for him to pay the fees for one of his many students' mother, especially with the coincidence of that mental breakdown coming right after that student was injured. Nezu glances at the screen showing a present recording of Shizenji's office, illuminated by a setting sun through the windows. Midoriya is awake and seems to be having the necessary conversation with Shizenji and Yagi, but it doesn't seem to be going that well. Just tell me, please. A hand falls on Toshinori's shoulder, ghost-like in its apprehensiveness, but coldly burning at the points of gentle contact. Tell me, All Might, says Izuku, his chest thrumming with his voice. Tell me, or at least please look at me. Toshinori raises his head, bracing his arm on the mattress so that he doesn't fall across Izuku's healing body. His student's face is stained with red blotches, with his cheeks just as wet as always. His hand drops from Toshinori's shoulder so that he can wipe his eyes with a loose fist. An eyelash is dislodged, and it perches on his freckled cheek. What's so bad that you'd cry? Asks Izuku. Toshinori knows that forced smile. He wore it for a long time before he met Izuku. My heart's beating, so I'm not a zombie. I can still move my body, so I'm not paralyzed. I'm injured, but I'll heal. He laughs. The sound comes out throaty and wet. If I have a quirk, then it can't be that bad, can it? Toshinori leans back in his chair and takes Izuku's hand once more. He breathes in, then breathes out with just enough force to expel some blood through his nose in a brief spurt. With his free hand, he wipes it away. I know how intelligent you are, and I know that you can put everything together quite quickly once you're given a key piece of information to push you, says Toshinori, staring at his shining red knuckles. Above all, I know you because you're like me. Just say it, Chio hisses. When Toshinori looks up into Izuku's eyes, the boy doesn't seem to have heard her. He watches Toshinori with a single-minded desperation. You're going to blame yourself for a lot of things, and I want to tell you first of all that it isn't your fault. Izuku's eyelids flutter for a moment when Toshinori squeezes his hand. As far as we can tell, your quirk can't be turned off or directed. Think of it as like an aura, Tashinori murmurs. Is this how he's supposed to be gentle? Explaining so softly that, if he's lucky, Izuku won't hear him? It's not good or bad. It just is. It's just another part of you, like how you cry a lot, or your love for colors, or how messy your hair is. This aura of yours, it affects other people by drawing their attention to you. Something sparks in Izuku's eyes, reflecting red in the sunset. Maybe other people would think that that expression is one of anger, but Tashinori knows this boy. With his mouth moving as rapidly as it is now, and the small huff of a long exhalation, Izuku cannot be anything other than lost in the depths of his thoughts. Tashinori hangs onto Izuku's hand so that his boy won't completely float away. Izuku's eyes pass over him, flickering to the knot of wool at his bedside. The decayed strands are looser, unraveling without the rest of the cardigan to anchor it in place. The yellow seems tainted by the gray ash. Does the intensity of my quirk grow with prolonged exposure? Asks Izuku. His voice is flat, as if he already knows the answer. Tashinori mustn't lie. That would only break Izuku further. But, still, if he could twist the truth and somehow change reality with his words, he would. We don't know. Your mother and Bakugo will be psychologically assessed, says Chiyo, loud and clear. We can't be certain until then, but I believe so. Izuku's face seems blank as he stares at the knotted wool. Tashinori watches for a sign of acceptance, or hopelessness, or anything. Anything that says that Izuku isn't as empty and lifeless as he seems. Okay, says Izuku in the same droning tone as before. He does not move, save for his lips. I would like to be left alone now. That can't be right. Tashinori opens his mouth to protest. Izuku shouldn't be alone now. He should be comforted and supported, and something in Tashinori's chest aches at the thought of leaving the boy with only his thoughts for company. Izuku pulls his hand away from where it is enveloped in Tashinori's. He folds his arm across his chest, fidgeting with the bandages on his right side. Please leave, he says, still staring at the yellow knot. Chiyo grabs Tashinori by the arm. Even her tiny hands can grip around his wrist like tight, unbreakable cuffs. She pulls him out of his chair with a quick yank, almost bringing him down to her physical level, 5 feet shorter than himself. He stumbles, trying to right himself, but she doesn't let go. We will go then, Midoriya, she tells Izuku. Don't exert yourself too much. Your bag is underneath your bed, just under the left side. If you need anything else, just call out, and one of us will help. Tashinori watches Izuku's unmoving form as he is dragged away by Chiyo. For a moment, tough, he swears that he can see Izuku's knuckles tighten around his bandaged arm, pressing down into the flesh. Does Izuku hiss in pain? Does he feel the sensitivity of nerves as they regrow? Or is he just as empty as Tashinori was? With a momentary breeze, the door thuds shut. Midoriya-kun, do you have a place to stay for tonight? Asks Tenya, as soon as he sees the old ride-on suitcase under Midoriya's desk. It doesn't seem to be very used, even if the plastic B design looks like it was designed over a decade ago. Midoriya nods his head, and Tenya is at once struck by how limply his dark curls now fall. A weekend after the USJ disaster, Midoriya doesn't seem to be at his best. Gone are the colorful hairbands and knitwear, leaving his appearance devoid of any character beyond apathy. Without the yellow cardigan, his open blazer just shows a well-ironed shirt and a poorly knotted tie. Without the bright yellow, it doesn't look so much like a cutesy fashion statement anymore. It just looks like a mess. It's been 2 days. He holds his arms stiffly at his side, but that injury, however bad it was, can't be the only reason he looks so despondent, right? After all, the day after the battle simulation, Midoriya had returned to class with just as much pep as always. I offered to let him stay at my home for as long as possible, but he refuses to, says Yaoyorozu, looking up from where she is seated behind her desk. I told you, I already have a place to stay, replies Midoriya, in a murmur that Tenya can barely recognize. Yaoyorozu sighs. And I told you, I don't know where you're staying. I'm worried about you. I'm sorry for worrying you, says Midoriya, with the tone of someone who has been practicing that phrase quite a lot. You don't have to apologize, Midoriya, she replies. You haven't done anything wrong. I'm just concerned for your well-being. I am too. Tenya interrupts, his concern overtaking his politeness. Both Yaoyorozu and Midoriya flinch, and Tenya mutters an apology as he adjusts his volume to something more room-appropriate. Midoriya-kun, you look very distressed, and we want to help you. What has affected you like this? Midoriya shakes his head and sinks into his chair. Well, that won't do. With complete certainty, Tenya marches to Bakugo's empty desk, turns the chair backwards, and faces his friend. I understand that you feel anxious without your cardigan, and it was ruined in the USJ attack. Do you have a substitute in your suitcase, or should Yaoyorozu-kun make you one using her quirk? Knitwear is difficult, but I could manage it, she adds. It would be good practice. I don't want it. Though his voice is quiet, Midoriya's words are as clear as day. Still, Tenya can't process it. Sorry. I don't want it, Midoriya repeats, more loudly this time. I appreciate the thought, but I don't want a new cardigan. It must have had highly sentimental value, then. I'm sorry if my suggestion made you uncomfortable, says Tenya. Still, I'd like to help you and make you feel more comfortable. Is there anything that I can do for you? Midoriya makes eye contact, then, and Tenya is struck by the sharp seriousness etched into his friend's face, though it barely masks the fear. Please leave me alone and ignore me, Midoriya says, before looking back down to stare at his hands on the desk. That's all I want. What? The things that Tenya knows are as follows. Midoriya suffered rather terrible injuries during the USJ incident, and his mother had an emotional reaction so extreme that she needed to be sent to the hospital. Of course, Tenya shouldn't expect anyone to recover from that experience so quickly, though, deep in his heart, he might have thought that Midoriya could, so he just wanted to offer the simple support that friends are supposed to give. Tenya knows a lot about friendship. He read about them in stories with the one leading protagonist, who always brings their friends together in a team to fight the villain. Tenya knows enough about protagonists to know that he isn't one. Tokoyami arrives at the classroom a few minutes before Hagakure and Ishido, accompanied by the clang and clatter of the heavy door, and all three of them have the same reaction to Midoriya as Tenya did. Throughout the next 15 minutes, as more of their classmates arrive, Tenya hears the same conversation repeated several times. Are you okay? I'm fine. Do you have somewhere to stay? School for the time being. What's up with the suitcase? I forgot my backpack. Is there anything I can do to help? Please leave me alone. Some reactions are different from others. Uraraka looks despondent when Midoriya dismisses her without a glance, while Tokoyami merely nods and moves on. When Aizawa-sensei turns up, Tenya's chest tightens so much that he might be having a heart attack. His teacher is practically mummified. He's trembling behind the podium and gripping it just to stay upright. Did nobody tell Aizawa-sensei that this was a terrible idea? I'm fine, Aizawa-sensei tells Azui when she raises her hand to ask. Tenya, quite frankly, finds himself disagreeing with that statement. Can he even see? His bandages are covering his eyes entirely, so Tenya supposes not. Then again, Aizawa-sensei, for all of his insistence on logic, could probably do things that were logically improbable. I apologize for the inconvenience during our lesson at the USJ, says Aizawa-sensei, and I trust that all of you have rested well over the weekend. The class pipes up with a chorus of half-hearted sounds of acquiescence. Tenya joins in, since his parents had wanted to make sure that he was all right and wouldn't let him train as much as he would have liked. Midoriya's voice is notable in its silence. Aizawa-sensei, still in his cool, simple tone, finishes with, also, next month, UA will be holding its annual sports festival. You should all train and prepare for this. If you have any need of further information, please approach me or another teacher. Tenya's classmates do not suddenly burst into conversation or questions, but rather, a few conversations build up over the next minute or so as people speculate and discuss strategies. Tenya's pretty sure that Kaminari and Ishido have their phones out on HeroTube, looking up past festivals. Hey, Ida-kun, grins Uraraka as she leans on his desk. Her smile is wide and very clearly forced. Hello, Uraraka-kun, he replies. How are you today? He expects an automatic, "I'm fine," because that is generally what is done, but Uraraka's mouth draws into a pout as her brows furrow. "Does everything seem a bit well off to you?" she asks, her voice softer than before, so that Tenya has to strain a little to hear. He attempts to reply at the same volume. Aside from Midoriya-kuen's discomfort and Bakuga-kuen's absence, everything else should be normal. Uraraka nods. "But it's not, isn't it? Something else is weird to... like the atmosphere's all wrong." Tenya blinks. "I suppose so." "Exactly." Uraraka points a finger as her face breaks into a half-smile. "Something's up and we've got to get to the bottom of this." "And for how long have you been friends with Midoriya-kuen?" Katsuki raises an eyebrow at Principal Nezu, baring his teeth slightly with a look of disdain. "He's not my friend." Nezu, for his part, looks completely unsurprised by that. He keeps smiling that closed-lip smile, with patient amusement behind his eyes. He's probably having the time of his ratty life, since they're on his turf here. God, it makes Katsuki want to puke. He's not some baby. And why do they even have him here, in Nezu's stupidly human-sized office? For FS sake, Nezu's sitting on a booster cushion. They already have his records, so why are they asking about what he was like in elementary and middle school? He kicked but without needing to take a single name, that's all they need to know. "Then what is Midoriya to you?" asks Nezu with that placid, closed smile. What kind of dumbass line is that meant to be? What's he supposed to say? They aren't childhood friends, because Katsuki doesn't have friends, and neither does Deku. They aren't brothers, because he'd been wondering for years if he's related to that turd, and he'd had to face the humiliation of asking the old hag if Dad had fed Auntie Inko at some point, because he and Deku were the exact same type of quivering meek boy. She'd slapped him for that, which fair. "I don't know." Katsuki growls. "He's some weirdo who kept hanging out around me and being way too full of himself." Nezu tilts his ratty head. The curiosity in his voice is insultingly feigned, like in the way an elementary school teacher might ask a student how they got 5 from 2 plus 2. How was he full of himself? He was always going on about how he was going to be the best hero or whatever, even though he didn't have a quirk, so he'd just be dead weight. Or just dead, because a villain could run him through if I didn't blow him up first. But he kept going on and on about it. Katsuki's balled fists heated up with familiar pops and crackles. And every single day he's just show up, in his stupid clothes with his stupid voice and his stupid delusions. It's like he was asking to get bullied. Some days, I wished he'd just die already so we wouldn't have to deal with his bullshit anymore. The words weren't real anymore. Someone else was talking, using his mouth, like sludge pouring out from his esophagus and lungs and stomach, suffocating him through his nose. And he'd always act so surprised when I told him to F off, like I hadn't been telling him to do that over and over. It's not like I'm the only one who felt that way. Every so often, we'd all go into class to see that someone had put flowers on his desk, or scrawled some bullshit about him on the chalkboard. "It's not like it even mattered," he scoffed. "I just wanted him to leave me alone. And every single time he shows up, you can just FING tell that it's him. He hums or whistles or something and then it's just... Why does he need so much attention? Can't he just accept his shittiness and shut up?" Nezu smiles, as if he can see through to exactly what Katsuki's feeling, even past what Katsuki himself knows. "Weasel rat-looking prick. Go and do hyper-intelligent rat things. Go rig your hamster wheel to solve world hunger." This is a hyper-intelligent rat thing. ING interrogating a new student, and about Deku? The old hag said that Deku's freak mother hasn't been home this weekend, and it's not difficult to hear Deku's crying every night. The whole block FNG hears it. "Is this why his mom's gone?" asks Katsuki, pulling the sentence together in a growl. As he speaks, it makes more sense. Inko-Kachin finally went bats hit, and Deku's moping in his own guilt. She's always been weird. Is it Deku's fault? Nezu's smile sticks to his face. It's probably supposed to be friendly, approachable. But Katsuki can see the sharp canines glistening behind those cartoonish incisors. No rodent should have teeth like that. And, Jesus, he's going to see those eyes in his nightmares. I'm not at liberty to discuss that, the principal says, smiling, just like he's been for this entire time. In the insignificant chance that anyone were to ask him in the future, Shoyuta wishes that he could say that he was paying equal attention to all of his students, so that it took him a moment to notice that Midoriya was staring at him and wringing his hands restlessly. Unfortunately, he noticed Midoriya's discomfort pretty much immediately. The kid twitched slightly more than usual, and Shoyuta was looking that way in the blink of an eye. He should be better than this. He shouldn't be so affected by this quirk, or these quirks, or whatever the case may be. But, nevertheless, he has a student in need of help, and who cannot be approached normally. A student, Midoriya may be, but there is a similarity that creeps in the back of Aizawa's mind. He crushes the suspicions as much as he can. Still, though, erasing the Numu's quirk was just as effective as erasing Midoriya's. The logical solution to his current dilemma would be to leave the classroom to speak. However, Midoriya's quirk already made that a terrible solution. His fear of his classmates noticing him could only be exacerbated by standing up and walking out of the room. If he so much as coughed, all eyes would be on him, if only for a moment. And then they'd keep staring at him because it was always difficult to... Aizawa blinks, an idea forming in his mind. To stop staring at Midoriya. Recovery Girl was going to kill him. Through the gaps in the bandages, Shoyuta catches sight of Midoriya staring right back at him. He clenches his fist, ignoring the burning pain as his knuckles bend without being ready, then relaxes it a little, still looking at Midoriya. The kid's smart. He'll figure out what Shoyuta means. Muscles contract and then relax. Contract, then relax. Well, thank whatever's up there that Bakugu's out talking with Nezu. If he was here, he'd be making this completely impossible. And Izuku copies him. His wide, green eyes flicker to that little repeated motion, and just a moment later, the energy of his strength quirk seems to spark under his skin. If Shoyuta was not bandaged up like a mummy, his hair would be floating around his face, signaling that he was clearly using his quirk. However, in order to keep the bandages firmly in place, his hair was anchored down by both the wrappings and its own knots. Shoyuta really needs to buy more conditioner. The mess of his hair's been bothering him for a while. He just keeps forgetting to. Midoriya rolls his shoulders as his face draws into a pout of focus. He clenches his fists, looks up, and smiles crookedly at Shoyuta, before sliding out of his chair and pacing quietly to the front of the room, around the front, and out of the door. After the door slowly clicks shut, Shoyuta allows himself to blink. He spares a glance at the still chattering class, none of them having realized that Izuku has left with barely a sound, and slips out after Midoriya. They need to talk. Toru watches as the door slides softly shut behind Mr. Aizawa. What's up with Midoriya? Why was he looking so much smaller than usual? He doesn't seem like the boy that Toru voted for. He just seems sad. Ashido pulls her back into the conversation about ways that they could use their quirks in unexpected ways, but not before her gaze meets that of the blonde boy next to the classroom door. Liam Yuga, she thinks. Yeah, that sounds right. He's the guy who keeps throwing around glitter and shouting obnoxiously. It's pretty clear that he just wants attention, but nobody wants to be the first to give it to him, because nobody can predict the results. Probably. It's probably something like that. Something seems to slice through her chest. She raises her fist to clutch at the point of impact, but her hand comes away empty. Nothing had really struck her after all. It's like those moments in a shoujo manga, where the backgrounds are erased in favor of fuzzy flecks of gray sparkles in the background. She looks back at Aoyama. His shining eyes haven't moved. There's something almost transfixing about it, like it's a gaze she needs to return, and she can't understand. That makes sense. For the first time in her entire life, Toru supposes, she feels as if she has made true eye contact with another person. Shoyuta leads Midoriya to a little staff room that, despite its proximity to the hero course classrooms, doesn't actually get used all that much. Still, it's clean, and doesn't stink of dust or oil, so even though there are no facilities past a water dispenser and a little place to make tea, it'll do for this conversation. There's a bit of silence that's only broken by the clink of ceramic cups as Shoyuta boils the kettle and makes a little cup of the loose green tea that All Might said that his boy Izuku likes. Shoyuta realizes that like a punch in the cheek, and a cup of shitty instant coffee for himself. Midoriya had offered to do it, but it. Hisashi's been way too stifling with looking after him recently. Can't he just do one thing for himself? He places the tea in front of Midoriya, who seems to be very intent on watching the tea leaves settle to the bottom of the cup, and settles himself on the sofa on the other side of the table. Midoriya had decided to sit on the other chair in the room, an old little thing left over from before they put office chairs in all the classrooms. What did you want to talk about? He asks, when he feels that they have procrastinated sufficiently. Midoriya doesn't look up from the mug. His face fades a little against the water vapor, and he seems to address the tea more than Shoyuta. I have to withdraw from the sports festival, he murmurs. Beneath his bandages, Shoyuta blinks and flatly responds, what? I have to withdraw dash. Shoyuta raises a hand, and Midoriya cuts off, spluttering. A second later, it seems like he catches himself looking away from his tea and hastily averts his eyes. He takes a sip even though it must still be too hot. I heard you the first time, he says, lowering his hand, but I'd like a further explanation. Midoriya nods at the cup. I can't participate. And why is that? This boy will be the death of Shoyuta, he swears. The purpose of the festival is to promote students, right? Izuku asks. Upon glancing up to see Shoyuta nod, he continues with, so I'll be taking all of the attention? He sees Midoriya's face fall at that excuse. Give me a better reason, says Shoyuta. He takes a sip of his coffee. It's better than the stuff from hospital vending machines, but only just. It's like Nedzu left it here just to spite him. Midoriya bows his head as he swirls his cup of tea. I'm scared of my quirk. Bakugo was right about my mother, but it's my fault she's like that, anyway. I don't want to be watched by the whole world. Shoyuta blinks slowly once, and then again for good measure. He sips his coffee again. Maybe it will wake him up from this foolishness. And that's it? He asks, raising an eyebrow. With trembling lips and wet eyes, Midoriya looks up to nod. Well, that's fair enough, Shoyuta says. You've just found out about a new quirk, and a potent one at that. I'd be worried if it wasn't confusing for you. You don't have to participate in the sports festival this year. We can get you counseling. Instead, should a student is staring at him like he just hung the FING stars in the sky, even though he just did the bare minimum. If a student can't handle something at a difficult point in their lives, then the stressors that can be removed should be, so that they can focus on their immediate problems. What kind of school didn't allow something as simple as that? The lunch rush cafeteria is possibly the best place to exist, not only at UA, but also in the entire world, at least in Ochako's opinion. There's food, and it's clean, and there's a bustling atmosphere that's still relaxed, as people chat to their friends about anything and everything. If she listens out, she can hear people talk about their quirks with their new classmates, and how they can use their innate talents to the utmost in the upcoming sports festival. Oh crap, it's the UA Sports Festival. In 2 weeks, meaning barely a month after starting high school, Ochako will find herself plummeted into the sports event of the year. In front of strangers and ex-classmates and teachers and heroes, Ochako will have to fight her way through what, in middle school, would have just been a normal sports day. Plus ultra, right? Anyway, it's not like it'll be worse than the whole USJ incident. Incident with a capital I, because it's been haunting her nightmares for the past few days and probably also for the foreseeable future. Uraraka-kun. Over here. When she hears Ida's voice, it's easy to find his arms waving and Deku shrinking down by his side. She grips her tray in her hands, making sure to keep her pinky fingers raised, and weaves her way through the chairs at the neatly aligned tables, past some of her more distant classmates, until she reaches the free chair at Deku's table. I'm really hyped, but that's not gonna be enough. Like, I've not really trained in a lot of disciplines? Ashido-chan, though, she's been doing a bunch of stuff since before middle school. Kirishima takes a breath and turns to Deku, asking, did you learn to fight and stuff when you were younger? I mean, you're strong as hell, so it'd make sense. I started training my body 10 months before the entrance exams, Deku murmurs, and after I passed, a friend taught me how to more easily control my quirk. That would be at around the time that you and Bakugo-chan were attacked by the sludge villain, correct? Asks Tsuyu. She places the lump of omurice that she was holding between her chopsticks into her mouth as the table erupts. That was you. Of course it was Bakugo-kun. I should have figured, with the explosions, muses Kirishima. I'm a bit surprised that he got caught, but oh crap, it was you who threw the backpack. Deku nods meekly. Why didn't you use your quirk, then? Kirishima asks. Like, I saw the video, and it was so inspiring, but you never did any of the punchy wind stuff. Deku pokes at his Meipo tofu, not looking at any of them. Ochako pipes up with, I've been doing my best to learn, but my family could never afford fighting lessons and stuff, past the free self-defense you get in school, and there's only so much you can learn on the internet. I don't have that problem, as my application to UA was merely a way for me to live up to my family. For generations, my family has served as heroes, and I only wish to live up to the Ingenium name. Deku presses his chopsticks together, though he keeps them in the normal grip. Ingenium? I keep forgetting he's your brother. That must be so cool. Ida Tenya nods, with a proud smile on his face. Of course. I want to do my family proud, and I've always looked up to all of them, but especially Tenya and I. Ochako's mouth falls open into a smile. Oh my gosh, she breathes. Ida-kun, I can't believe I forgot. You're a rich boy. Ida's initial reaction is not to deny it, but to flush and repeat his far manlier personal pronoun, the one that he slipped up and didn't use earlier. Don't worry about being a little rich boy with us. Hopefully, her smirk looks playful rather than cruel. We'll accept you no matter what. I kind of just want to reinvent myself, he softly says, or at least as softly as Ida can speak. If I act like a spoilt brat, then I'll be a stain on the name of Ingenium. Ochako can't stop her snort at that. She reaches out, takes a moment to consider whether or not she's on a level with Ida where they can express physical affection, and subsequently decides to F it. She pats his bicep and timen. That's solid. Ida-kun, she says as seriously as she can. Class Prez. Emergency exit. It's impossible for you to be a brat. His face flushes as red as Deku's shoes at that. At that thought, Ochako glances as Deku, who has his wide, green eyes focused on her face. When she meets his gaze, his eyes become large enough that she can see the white of his eyes around the full circles of his irises, and he looks away, swallowing, even though his plate of food has barely been touched. Hey, Deku-kun, she smiles, unfazed. How are you gonna train for the festival? He places his chopsticks down on an improvised rest made of a napkin, apparently so that he can press his index fingers together. It's kind of weird, actually. Isn't that her thing? At that thought, her chest feels unreasonably tight and warm until Deku speaks. I'm not going to compete, he murmurs down at his Meipo tofu. Ochako stares at him, and from the silence around the table, so is everyone else. Deku wraps his arms around himself, grabbing the shoulders of his blazer and clutching until his knuckles turn white. The world chatters on around them. Kirishima is the first to speak up, with a flat, "What? Is that allowed?" asks Ida, hesitating for a second of a moment. For a moment, the look that Deku shoots their class president could probably make plants wither. Dang. That's colder than Todoroki's firepower. Deku drops his gaze and bow his head. I'm sorry. I spoke to Aizawa-sensei about it, Ida-kun, so don't worry. I apologize if I sounded accusatory. Ida responds, bowing as well as he can to a conversational partner who is sitting next to him in the booth. It's okay. I shouldn't have. Sorry. Deku stands up, flinching at something and leaving his lunch behind. Even though he's fully dressed, he looks naked without his usual hairbow and cardigan, Ochako thinks. I think I could help with learning hand-to-hand if any of you need it, he says abruptly, wringing his hands. I'm sorry. I need to go. Ochako's eyes follow him as he leaves. His shoulders are tensed, and his arms have wrapped around himself again, as if he's outside in the winter and having to protect himself from the cold. I think he just needs to pee, says Kirishima. Ochako looks around at him for a moment. He's watching Deku too. We should leave his lunch for when he comes back. Ida adds. Ochako watches the dish of food as it slowly grows cold, and watches the meat stuck to the chopsticks slowly slide off. She listens to Kirishima and Ida and the rest of the students in the lunch rush cafeteria discuss the sports festival or quirks or even how weird it's been that, within the first week of the school year, there's been 2 break-ins on UA grounds. Eventually, the room grows quiet, and Ochako retrieves the bento box that she kept her breakfast in this morning. Silently, she reaches over and takes the bowl of mapo tofu before scooping it into the bento box with her own chopsticks. Waste not, want not, right? Either way, she's got dinner sorted for tonight. Usually she just goes to bed hungry, so this is a nice surprise. It would be nicer if she was going to bed hungry tonight as well. At least that would mean that Deku had eaten lunch with them, even if he's still a little shaky from the whole USJ incident. With a dull click, she seals the lid and wraps the worn elastic bento strap around it. She stands up, pushing her chair out, glances at Ida and Kirishima in a silent request to follow her, and leaves, just as the school bell rings. On the first day, I erased his quirk. Despite that, he still used his strength enhancement to pitch the baseball, says Shoyuta, almost to himself. I thought that maybe that was my own fault, and that I was losing my grip on my own quirk. However, it still worked perfectly during later tests. He paces around the office, picking up various trinkets and placing them back down without looking at them. It's really just a grounding method. Try and find something tactile to feel and hold, especially since he can barely see anything now. He knows that Nedzu is watching him from that desk in the center of the room. He knows that Nedzu is listening to every word that Shoyuta is saying, and he is dismantling the slightest shift in body language to uncover secrets that even Shoyuta is unaware that he is keeping. The matter of secrecy doesn't matter in this soundproofed office. There are 2 people in the room, and out of the 2 of them, Shoyuta knows that he might trust Nedzu-sensei the most. There is no purpose in hiding anything, because Nedzu is, most likely, already aware. On the off chance that he isn't, though, then Shoyuta knows that they can both unravel any mystery together. If he didn't feel safe enough to unravel in front of Nedzu-sensei, then he wouldn't be in the little mammal's office after school hours, falling apart and grasping for straws. He feels a tap on his hand as he picks up what might be a folder from Nedzu's desk, and the papers are pulled out of his hand with the rustle of card against cotton. Solid, smooth plastic replaces the folder. With a moment of fidgeting with the plastic, he understands that it is a Tangle toy, one of many STEM toys that his old teacher keeps stocked in his office. His fingers interlock with the loops, twisting around in that old calming way. He raises his free hand to his face, but all he can feel are the bandages, bound around his fingers and pressing down further on his cheeks. He lets himself hiss at the pain under his right eye. "Are you all right, Aizawa-kun?" asks Nedzu. Shoyuta nods, continuing. "And when I was aware of it having multiple quirks, I could erase all of them at once. Before then, I could only manage one at a time, and I barely knew what abilities it had to begin with." Just talking about it makes Shuta's lung capacity decrease. The weight on his back is imagined, yes, but it was there once, so that just means that the creaking of his bones echoes in his head, and that the huge hands wrapped around his arms clench mechanically in the steady pressure of a vice. The phenomena of my quirk appearing to fail entirely has only occurred with 2 individuals, he says. Those are the Numu and Midoriya Izuku. Todoroki Shudo, though he also appears to have 2 quirks, has a single quirk with 2 aspects. Both are erased with my quirk, even if I only attempt to stop his fire, which he doesn't use. "I see," hums Nedzu, in a way that indicates that he is listening, and that Shudo should continue and, yes, he should probably return to the main path of his speech, even if Todoroki's quirk was part of figuring all that out. Shoyuta brings his other hand into the mess of the Tangle toy, twisting loops around his thumbs and bringing the leftover tangle over the loop, constantly flipping sides and shape. "The thing is," he continues, "Midoriya-kun is the same as the Numu, insofar as they both have multiple quirks." At this, he tries to look pleadingly at Nedzu through his weary, covered eyes. "I don't know if they are the same in other ways too." "Have you reached a conclusion?" asks Nedzu-sensei. Shoyuta shakes his head, his CRVCL vertebrae creaking at the slow movement. Think deeply about my next question. Nedza's voice is as squeaky as it was when Shoyuta was 15 and terrified of his dream as it slowly began to come true, and when he needed someone to calm him down. With logic and rationality. Are you lying? The familiar wave of indignation rushes over Shoyuta in a red-hot flush. It's frankly embarrassing, but it's a logical response. He doesn't lie to his teacher. It would be stupid. He'd be caught out in seconds if he tried to present a falsehood. Though, then again, his problem has never really been about lying to other people. If Mineta hadn't made Shuta's skin crawl with every little sign of a sec offense on legs, Shoyuta would have revealed the whole expel the worst student on the first day thing as a lie. But Mineta had tried to steal Yaoyorozu's knee socks, which was, to put it lightly, unsettling, so Shoyuta doesn't let himself regret being honest that time. He shouldn't be evading the question like that. He's lying to himself, yes, that much is blatantly clear, so the first thing that Shoyuta needs to do is acknowledge that. Acknowledged. Step 1 has been completed. Step 2. Look into your brain. Figure out your own mentality and shortcomings. Shuta's dwelt on these things in the dark for the past few days, with nothing else to do, because Hisashi had screamed so loudly after seeing his unconscious, bleeding body that his voice now sounded so raw it had been painful to listen to. It's not even not normal for someone to have two quirks. It's one of those things that are only heard of in urban legends of nameless monsters. Essentially, the idea is a misconception that comes from the secondary effects that some quirks have, like Shuta's own floating hair and his control over his capture weapon, or All Might's constantly shifting body type. When quirks were newer, people didn't understand them. People seemed to manifest quirks, then stifle them due to fear of some sort. Rejection, their own power, it didn't matter. Those who had previously been known to have quirks said that they had disappeared, as if they were cured of their curses. And like people always do, those who heard these stories would make up some kind of creature, a bogeyman, to explain the unknown. An illogical scary story, made to make sense of a suddenly fiction-like world, that later grows into a scary story to keep kids off of the streets at nighttime. Stay at home, or someone might steal your quirk. Shuta's point is that people didn't have multiple quirks. But now, within a week, he's found two that follow the same pattern. He blinks a couple of times, then leaves his eyes shut, so he doesn't have to deal with the inevitable disappointment in Nedza's eyes through the cracks in his bandages. I have jumped to the conclusion that Midoriya and the Numu are connected. I'm afraid that I am wrong, and that I could become more irrationally paranoid, but I'm also afraid that I'm right, and The coppery pain in his mouth, bleeding from where his teeth bit down, cuts him off. He doesn't bother trying to speak again. His face is burning and his eyes are hot in the way that used to signal tears pushing their way out of his eyes, before he started down the self-destructive path of heroics. If he tries to speak now, his voice will wobble like a petulant child. Over the past few days, Shoyuta has been tucked into bed every night, fed his meals as smoothies in a sippy cup, and had a variety of people reading to him in calm, falsely happy voices. If he breaks now, then he really will be just a child. Yagi-san. Nedza's voice pipes up after a few minutes of shifting silence. Shoyuta shifts at that, his ears twitching, but it's Nedza-sensei's phone voice. Nothing has changed. Nedzu is on the phone. Yes. I was wondering if you'd agree with me if I said that it was time to tell Aizawa-kun. When the conversation has ended, Shoyuta feels Nedza-sensei's gaze fall upon him again. Gentle is the wrong term. The old homeroom teacher has his moments, but it's saved for very special occasions, like the moments of quiet after the storm. The viciousness that some of Shuta's co-workers believe always lies in Nedzu isn't there. If it is, then it's to a lesser, almost unnoticeable degree. Less like cruelty and more curiosity. You will be angry about what you are going to learn, Nedza-sensei tells him, softly, compassionately. This is the greatest secret in Japan, and possibly the whole world. I cannot begin to emphasize how important it is that this is only kept between the people who already know. I'm good at keeping secrets, replies Shoyuta, because, well, yes. Yes. Granted, it's usually because he forgets them until they become relevant again, but that doesn't matter. Though his eyes can only see the carpet and a crack of the door to the office right now, Shoyuta can see Nezu's grin perfectly in his mind's eye. I don't believe that this is something that can be put aside so easily. Not for you at least. And well, Shoyuta can admit that that is weirdly ominous, even for Nezu's standards. Before he can ask about the secret, his ears pick up the fast footfalls of a long gate. A few seconds later, 3 knocks echo out, before the door creaks open with all of the subtlety of Hizashi's radio persona. I came as quickly as I could, All Might's deep voice heaves out. His breaths are brief but loud. Did you overexert yourself by rushing here? Shoyuta asks. Yagi isn't the kind of name he'd pin on a guy like All Might, but, then again, not every name can be a perfect fit. The knowledge of his medical history is just the icing on the metaphorical cake. The man without a stomach, with the family name of an animal that can eat anything. The air shifts a little, bringing Shoyuta to finally understand what his students feel like when he shares looks with Hizashi as they switch classes. The understanding that passes between the two of them in those moments is something built over years of fieldwork and friendship, like a silent language that only 2 people know. Being on the other side of that is actually kind of humiliating. The silence in the room for those few seconds indicates that All Might and Nezu-sensei are sharing one of those looks. Yes. I had to see if young Midoriya wished to join us beforehand, so I went to his room. He pauses, and fills the still air with a forced chuckle. Then I remembered that he'd texted me that he was going out to the convenience store. Shuta's mouth doesn't twitch. I'm sure that you're wondering what All Might has to do with Midoriya's 2 quirks, says Nezu. Beneath his bandages, Shoyuta does his best to stare at Nezu and blink with heavy displeasure. Nezu seems to get the picture. Yaisen, I'll let you explain this. Honestly, Shoyuta can feel his mood plummet the more that All Might speaks. There's a direct correlation between hearing about an actual villain who actually steals quirks, the fact that Midoriya now has all of All Might's strength in his own little body, and how those 2 things are related, and Shuta's increasing need to throw himself out of the nearest window. It's a little graph that is going upwards very steeply. Shoyuta never really excelled at statistics. I'm glad that we could sort this out before I became overcome with suspicion, Shoyuta grits out between his teeth, but I will need a while to process this. All Might apologizes as he leaves the room, leaving Nezu smiling as if he knows that Shoyuta is either going to visit a cat cafe or murder a succession of pillows. Maybe both. The cats could help. This is bullshit, groans Shoyuta, dropping his forehead onto Nezu's desk and all over the current paperwork. A tiny paw pats his head. I'll call Yamada-san. Please do, he replies, and begins to practice screaming very, very quietly. While Nezu-sensei had ordered him to wear a high-tech tracking bracelet built by Power Loader and one of his new students, Izuku had otherwise been given full permission to leave campus at any time, as long as he pushed the panic button if he felt unsafe or was being forced to fight. Other than that, all he had to do was go to lessons and return to his bedroom at a decent time. Well, it's less of a bedroom and more like a bungalow. It's just a few rooms in a little building that's hidden away on the school grounds. If he peers through his window at the right angle, he can spot the shining walls of the main UA building through the trees, just a stone's throw away. From there, he can walk to class, or to the training areas, or completely away from everyone who knows his face and onto the anonymous city streets. Mizurufa might not be as big or famous as the neighboring city of Tokyo, but it's still busy enough to get lost amongst people whose eyes may linger on him a bit longer than they might on others, but nothing deeper. The sun is making its way down the horizon, leaving a hazy golden-blue twilight in its wake. The signs of fast food restaurants and ayakazas, and convenience and 100-yen stores, all begin to illuminate themselves in neon glows, giving their light to the paved slabs of the pedestrian-only street. The glass storefronts show shelves upon shelves of goods of varying quality, with businesspeople in suits and homemakers with heavy eyes searching for deals as the ready meals start getting marked down in price. That's what Izuku's come out for, actually, with his little All Might wallet and his least ostentatious tote bag, which unfortunately turned out to be designed after Midnight's corset. While Lunch Rush had made it clear that he'd be all too willing to make evening meals for Izuku, accepting the offer would feel kind of wrong, considering what happened to the last person to cook for him and him alone. Plus, it's better to simply isolate himself away from people who are paid to care. Instead of a crowd of faces that smile to mask their obvious worry, it's just him and the world of people who don't know his name. They look him up and down, and if he's stuck in a crowd, they might reach out and touch him, but nobody's followed him home since one of his elementary school teachers got arrested. Izuku comes to a still stop in the middle of the street. On either side of him is a convenience store, neither of which he's ever visited before. The automatic doors slide open as people leave simultaneously, and the music playing from each drives into Izuku's ears, merging into a dissonant mess of old pop music and anime songs with the vocals replaced by MIDI sounds. For a moment, it seems as if the world is tilting. Izuku tilts his head upwards to the sky, for a reason that he can't remember, and searches for a single star. But the sun still hasn't fully set, and the city is too full of light pollution. He turns to his right, where the store is playing some Gushima Naoko song. It bounces around between his ears, peaceful and languid, like a memory that plays over and over, unlike the grating noise from the other place. The pre-made bentos haven't been marked down yet, so Izuku wanders through other parts of the store. His red sneakers squeak on the linoleum tiles, he thinks, so when he looks down, he shuffles on his toes a little bit. The friction makes a squeak 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 sound, and the shuffle turns into a spin, and then, for a few seconds, he lets himself get lost in the world behind his eyelids, where the only sensation is his body flinging itself around the makeup and pantyhose aisle. He opens his eyes on the closing chord of whatever song was playing, a laugh on his lips as he looks around to see nobody. Something glints in the corner of his eye, in the same shade of orange as the Wild Pussycats' uniforms, frog fasteners, and utility belts. An instant later, he's next to the sampler tub, and he pushes his middle finger into the pressed power as gently as he can, while his other hand flutters at his side. It colors his fingertip vividly. Looking at the cheap mirror in the aisle stand, Izuku drags his finger over his left eyelid, first, and then his right, keeping one eye open and watching itself in the glass. The eyes are so green. His hair's green as well, falling into his face in lanky waves, and his freckles spread across his cheeks in latte brown dots. His lips are pink, but darken to a rosy red as he worries them between his teeth. His teeth have never been white, but rather, slightly ivory. They're naturally that way, though, and he spent enough time brushing his teeth until his gums bled and his taste buds gave up on processing the fiery cold mint to prove it. His hoodie is one of the few dark items of clothing that he owns, and one that he only put on when he was outside of the school gates. If Mike-sensei had seen Izuku wearing his merchandise, Izuku doesn't want to think about how he would have reacted, with his excitable persona and kind demeanor. All he knows is that it would have been loud, and it would have been way too much attention. Because that's the problem, isn't it? Izuku's already dragged Mom down the path of whatever it is his Quirk is doing, and with all of the one-on-one time spent with All Might, he's going to make him go nuts, too, just like Kaken always said. And, gosh, Kaken. If Izuku didn't have such a stupid quirk, he wouldn't have been the center of Kaken's attention all of the time. He's been holding Kaken back all this time. No wonder Aoyama was now the one sitting in front of him. "It's you," a voice exclaims. Izuku jumps, spinning midair until he spots what must be Uraraka, in a pair of high-waisted baggy jeans with a gray NASA sweatshirt tucked into them. It's weird, seeing her in something that isn't school-issued. Then again, she still has the same battered black canvas backpack as she does in school, the one that's always too roomy for whatever she's carrying, and it's at least something that's recognizable. Uraraka-san, is your whole aesthetic based on space? It's just, with the black of your costume, it reflects as almost blue, and the bulky accessories that kind of look like a puffy astronaut spacesuit, it kind of reminds me of it thinking about it. If so, that's really thematically appropriate. Izuku bites down on his tongue, stopping himself from talking any further. He doesn't look away from Uraraka, though, so he doesn't miss her warm grin that makes his heart feel like the rainbow candy floss he had the one time he went to Haruku. "Yeah, it is, a bit," she replies, shifting her weight from foot to foot in a way that makes her hair sway. "I really would have preferred something looser, like your costume though." And now they're talking about him again. It's the easiest subject to talk about, because Izuku knows more about himself than he does about heroes, and the things that he doesn't understand always end up falling into place when he talks, but talking about himself now just conjures images of Mom watching him with a pillow-soft gaze and drinking in every pointless word as he continues his egocentric monologue. "What are you doing here?" he asks. "Perfect." Hopefully, Uraraka will reply with a long answer of her own, and Izuku can play sounding bored, like Mom always did. Uraraka draws closer to him, scanning the shelves at his side. Her pink cheeks darken as she scans the foundations and concealers too quickly to actually read them. "They mark down the prices a lot more at this time of day," she confesses. "I can't buy bulk properly, because I'm only buying for myself, so it'll all go off too quickly and me and my parents are kind of living on the latest paychecks and our savings." Izuku blinks. "Can't you ask the school about financial aid?" All that Uraraka answers that with is a quick shake of her head. "Are you wearing makeup?" "Yeah," he says, rubbing his thumb against his orange-tinged finger. "Great." Now it's his turn for humiliation. "It looks really nice, Deku-kun," she grins. "You should get it if you want it." Once again, Izuku looks in the mirror. The powder stains around his eyes and over his flushed cheeks make him look like some sort of ruddy raccoon dog. His vision blurs, and he blinks again, until he's looking at his shitty reflection in the shitty mirror. When he doesn't recognize the boy staring back at him, with dark eyes lined in pink, he blinks. The face shifts to something closer to him, but still distorted, still ugly. "I don't," he says. Then he clears his throat. "I don't want it." "Okay." Uraraka's voice seems a little tighter, though she's still just as smiley as ever as she says, "Do you want to check out the bentos?" Izuku nods. The rest of the time spent in the convenience store, even with their small talk and smiles, is filled with a tension that is only broken by some weird jazz song. Izuku watches as Uraraka gazes at a trio of daifuku in a cheap plastic tub. When she isn't looking, he slips it underneath his katsu bento, hiding it with his arm. At the checkout, where they make awkward noises of gratitude at the cashier as they pick their change up from the little plastic box, Izuku slips the tub into Uraraka's backpack. He shoots, he scores. If she's noticed, she gives no sign of it. The automatic doors open with a mechanical whir, not unlike the noise his hoodie made earlier as he zipped it up. By Uraraka's side, and with mismatched footfalls, Izuku leaves the convenience store. It's a little louder outside than it was before, with the old salarymen now further on their way to drunkenness, and Izuku can almost feel Uraraka's warmth as she draws closer to him. And, wow, his face is kind of warm. Uraraka's profile is illuminated in a kaleidoscope of colors from the lights of the shops, Izuku thinks, when he glances to his left to check on her. Her doe eyes are flickering around, dark as the night sky above them, but always settling on straight ahead, until they're in a darker part of town, on a pavement instead of a carless street, where men whisper and growl in shadowed alleyways, or whistle from across the road. When Izuku takes his next step, he places his foot down on the curb instead and starts to stumble. He grasps onto her sleeve, and Uraraka freezes. She turns to him, and her expression slips from something unreadable, with gritted teeth and wide eyes, to today's normal furrowed brows of worry when she sees him half kneeling on the cold tarmac. "Deku-kun, are you okay?" she exclaims, grabbing onto his wrist and helping him up. Izuku flushes, pulling at a lock of his hair as soon as she lets go. "Yes." "Are you?" Uraraka's lips draw together tightly. She presses her index fingers together, shifting from foot to foot, until Izuku makes to start walking again. Then, she follows by his side, pulling him gently to turn the corners that they need to turn, and speaks. "Teach me to fight, please," she says. Izuku almost trips up again, but this time he catches himself with a sudden step forwards into an awkward lunge. "What?" She fixes him with a desperate stare. "I need to learn how to fight." "For the sports festival?" "Yeah, but also." Right on cue, someone passes them by on the pavement, making deliberate contact with Izuku in a way that makes his skin crawl with cold disgust. Izuku looks at Uraraka, and decides that the two of them are probably pulling the same face. "I'm not that good, Uraraka-san," he tells her, pulling at the corner of his lip with his incisors. It isn't hard enough to bleed, but a vague pain ripples from it softly. You'd be better off asking someone else. Uraraka hums and replies with a smile. You know me better than them, though, don't you? You already know my weaknesses and my strengths, I bet. You know who I'd work best with, and who I'd be super effective against. And well, she blushes. Deku, I trust you the most. The two of them come to a standstill outside a block of flats. Oh, this is me, she says, in that same soft tone. She extends her arm, making the sleeve of her sweatshirt ride up far past her wrist, as she points to the second highest floor. On the platform in front of the doors, a figure stands, silhouetted by the light through their flat's curtains, and raising the dim embers of a cigarette to their mouth. Will you be safe? Asks Izuku, as Uraraka steps ahead. She spins around, flashing him a grin and a peace sign, and replies, I'll be fine. That person up there is Jen. She's an English teacher for some middle school, and she told me that if I killed someone who broke into my house, she'd take the fall for me. Sure enough, when he sees Uraraka's distant figure up on the floor that she pointed at, she stops for a few minutes to talk to this Jenne person. Then she turns, waves at Izuku once more, and enters the only dark apartment on that floor. A few seconds later, the light switches on. Izuku turns around, checking his phone to make sure that he knows where he is, and once again finds himself aware of the metal bracelet around his wrist, warmed by his skin but chilled by the night air. Izuku's feet fall more hurriedly as he makes his way back to UA. The light from his phone screen, and the maps and the news feeds that litter the display with black kanji and red dots telling him that you are here, all make the dark seem a whole lot darker than it was without Uraraka. He shouldn't have spent so much time with her today. He shouldn't help her learn to fight. All that it's going to do is make her turn into Kaken or worse, Mum. Because Izuku is selfish, and he doesn't let go of the people he knows, and if he knows Uraraka even just a little better, he'll become too attached to her. He's already too attached to her. He's just going to drag her down into becoming the worst version of herself that she can possibly be. Izuku's phone buzzes in his hand as a message pops up on the screen, which, unthinkingly, he opens. Uraraka's photographed face is captured in undignified delight, with tears rolling down her cheeks. Underneath is a string of emojis, and, finally, a sentence. Thank you so much. You're already number one to me. And, Izuku supposes, that makes him so happy he could die. Toshinori starts his commute as early as he can when the day comes, which means that he leaves at dawn, and the sun has barely started scattering orange in the sky when he arrives at the familiar four prominent pillars of UA. UA Sports Festival, the television guides probably say, with hours blocked out just for the events on at least 3 separate channels, and then the highlight reels in the evening, and the talk shows that beg for students in their 3rd year to boost their ratings with the audience still riding the high of an amazing show. He should really go and take a nap, since he only slept for a few hours last night, and the heaviness of his eyelids urge him to just lie down in the dewy grass and sleep until he catches pneumonia and dies. However, Toshinori is All Might, and All Might is the pillar holding up Japanese society, so he can't let himself die yet. Thankfully, his brain doesn't dwell further on how much easier and calmer and happier he'd be if. This really isn't the time to languish in his exhaustion. He arrived early for a reason. Someone he considers as he walks along the slabs of the school pavilion, and then the concrete pathway, and then through the small thicket where the grass has been worn down a little more than before, until he reaches the bungalow. It isn't the most elaborate house, but at the same time, it isn't made without care. The concrete that Ishiyama constructed it with is smooth and simple, as though it was made from children's building blocks. The outside walls are painted in a color like the vanilla cupcakes that Toshinori used to love, while the sloping roof is more of a fire engine red. The frames of the windows seem to be white, but if Izuku were with Toshinori, he'd say that it's a very pale shade of something or other. From where it is nestled in between the trees, it looks charmingly like something drawn by a child. Toshinori approaches the door, just tall enough for him to theoretically enter without hitting his head, and knocks twice with his knuckles. For a few moments, it seems like he will need to knock again, but a sliver of a face peers out from between the curtains of the window. A few seconds after that dark eye disappears, Toshinori hears footsteps fall and a metallic jangling sound, and then the slow, shifting click of a lock turning. The door opens in comparative silence. Izuku looks up at him, with a neutral expression that fills his lungs with lead. His hair has grown a little longer since Toshinori was last able to see him, he thinks, or maybe it's simply the way that his curls, which were once so springy, now lie almost flat. He's wearing a women's nightdress, Toshinori realizes, seeing the frilled collar that slipped off of Izuku's shoulder. It's far bigger than any item of clothing that he's seen the boy wear before. "Good morning, young Midoriya," says Toshinori, trying for his most gentle smile. For once, he knows that his smile is not faultless. He's too busy taking in Izuku's wan skin and the bruise-like purple under his eyes. He can smile for any civilian, no matter how injured or frightened, and save their hearts so easily, but this 15-year-old child thwarts him. "Good morning," Izuku replies, averting his dull eyes. And Toshinori knows how eyes can't really be dull or shining because of all the moisture that accumulates and the light that reflects off of them, but the way that the shadows fall over Izuku's impassive gaze towards nowhere in particular makes him look so unlike the boy on the roof who asked if he could be a hero. "May I?" Toshinori tries to continue smiling, but is there any real reason to do so? The exposition of his teeth seems crude, somehow. "May I come in?" Izuku nods with a soft hum, and turns away to go back into his little bungalow. Toshinori follows after, ducking his head so that he can get through the doorway. It's a comfortable-looking interior, much like the outside in its rounded, cozy perfection. The ceiling is low enough for Toshinori to place his palm against, if he reached up, with ease. It's a mostly open-plan living area, making the most of the small space. A half-wall separates a little kitchen, some counter space with a stove top on it, and what is probably a fridge peeking over the side. A coffee table sits in the center of the main part of the room, surrounded by an armchair and a small sofa. On the other side of the bungalow, a couple of short paces from the front door, are two white doors that probably lead to the bathroom and bedroom. "I live here now," says Izuku. "You can sit down if you'd like." Toshinori takes a moment to sink into the couch cushions, as if they'd suffocate him if he was polite enough about it, but no. He sits stiffly, looking up at Izuku perching himself on the opposite arm, looking just as awkward as Toshinori feels. "So, what were your plans for today?" Toshinori asks, just for something to say. When Izuku points at the television on the opposite wall, keeping his arms close to his body, Toshinori realizes that, yes, it actually is the exact question he had wanted to ask. "Sports festival," the boy murmurs, his lips twitching a little. "I help my friends a lot with training. I don't want to miss watching them." Toshinori, for lack of a better response, nods. Then, finding some more words from the top of his head, he asks, "Don't you think it would be better to watch them in person?" It's probably the wrong thing to say. Young Izuku bares his teeth in a wince for a moment, before his face settles back to that construction of impassiveness. It's a familiar shield, he thinks, like a toothy smile with eyes that hide themselves from scrutiny. "I've been training them," says Izuku. "I've told them everything that I've observed from them. I've spent so many hours with them, trying to teach them to fight like how you taught me." He reaches a hand up a little bit, just to the height of his chest, and makes a small clawing motion. "I've got them. I'm in their heads, in their hearts. I need to dash." His hand swishes down, back to his side, limply. "Sever it. I need to stop." "You feel like you need to stop being with your friends," murmurs Toshinori. "You're afraid of what will happen to them if you stay with them, aren't you?" Izuku nods. "Then you don't have to be with them. We can find somewhere private for you to watch it, but where you can still be there in person," Toshinori says. He stands up and reaches out to touch Izuku's shoulder, but the boy flinches away. Toshinori lets his hand fall down to his side, still aching to make contact with Izuku. To comfort Izuku. His student, his successor. Young Izuku. Toshinori takes a breath that lodges itself in his throat. He asks softly, "Is that okay?" And Izuku nods. Since they'll be wearing their sports outfits all day today, Ochako doesn't need to worry about messing up her one school uniform on her commute or anything, and having to get a weird stain out of it again. She leaves the house wearing her jeans and an old striped polo shirt of Ida's. Jennei walks her to the train station. Today, they're chatting in Japanese. Jen isn't fluent by any means, and she often approximates one word with several contrasting adjectives until Ochako offers a suitable term. Sometimes, though, Ochako will ask for help in learning English, and they'll spend 15 or so minutes trying to figure out what is widely accepted as English, and what's just Jennei's regional dialect. It sometimes feels like taking advantage, since Jen's on her way to work as a teaching assistant at some high school, but when Ochako expressed that concern, Jen had just laughed it off. Uraraka-chan, kiddo. My little dudelet. She had a tendency to say words that don't even make sense in Ochako's admittedly limited English. She'd grinned and said, I get to say that I privately tutored a UA student. That's going to do my resume. It's going to go on my resume. It will be a splendid resume. When she takes the train, Jennei always waves her off, still remaining undeterred by the fact that Ochako has been taking the train by herself since she was in elementary school. She checks the group chat of their friend group, because Kirishima hasn't stopped making her phone buzz with every picture he sends of his morning routine. Right now, he's jogging to school because, according to the typo-ridden text that follows after a blurry selfie, he's too full of nervous energy and needs to get his head working so he can pump himself up, or something. Her phone buzzes again. Kirishima's sent a picture of a crow standing on another crow. Her thumbs dance across the screen of her phone, tracing over the slight cracks that she's been meaning to get repaired for the past several months, and she sends an honestly delightful array of katakana and emojis, right before Yamamo sends an explanation of Crow's behavior and how it's a weirdly normal thing, that crows just sometimes ride other crows. Ochako gets off at her stop, the same as always, making her way through a calm and orderly crowd with an extra bounce in her step. Her trainers have long since been broken in to the point where they almost close up over the tongue when they're properly laced up, but, for Ochako, that just means that they fit really well. It's almost like being barefoot, but with the extra cushioning that makes everything feel gentler. Hey, good luck, ye kid, some guy's voice calls. Ochako's head perks up, eyes darting around to try and find the person who'd said that. A moment later, she glances at her polo shirt, which isn't her school uniform, so unless someone's been taking the same train as her and memorizing her face. Thank you, a familiar voice ribbits. I'll do my best. Dash. Ochako dashes forwards for a second as she waves her hand. Tsuyu-chan. Ochako-chan. Tsuyu responds, waving her own large hand above her head like a flag. It gives Ochako something to aim for as she weaves through the crowds. When they reach each other, Tsuyu looks her up and down. Were we allowed to wear our own clothes? She asks. Ochako smiles as they start to walk together, steps falling at the same moments and strides matching in length. Well, technically, this was Ida-kuen's shirt, but I'm wearing it today in order to let him know that he is absolutely never getting it back. Tsuyu makes a small exhalation through her nose that sounds a little bit like a snort of laughter. How do you have that anyway? Unfortunate tea incident. I was wearing this really pretty camisole, but there was an incident with some tea and I needed something to wear home. Ochako's mouth pulls into a smile that stifles a laugh. Anyway, I'm salvaging that cami into a purse or a pencil case. This is how I'm getting my payback. Comfy Ida-kuen clothes. It does look very cute, says Tsuyu. Is it as soft as it looks? In reply, Ochako pulls at the sleeve closest to her, offering it to be taken between her long, slightly webbed fingers. Tsuyu's face brightens as she touches the fabric for a few moments longer than Ida or Deku would have dared to. Are you trying to butter me up for today? Asks Ochako. Tsuyu's wide mouth seems to shrink as it curls into a little smile. I hope not. If we have to be up against each other, I don't want to have an unfair advantage. It doesn't matter if you do, Ochako grins. I'll beat you anyway. Well then, says Tsuyu, I hope that neither of us has to fight the other, because there's no way I'll let you win.